Chapter 001 Boundless. Luo Zhu stood on a small planet that could not be smaller, and his face became more and more ugly day by day. How small is the planet? You must have seen the planet of the king of the northern realm of the seventh universe, right? Yes, that's a third the size of that planet. Luo Zhu ran around the planet for only 10 minutes. Unlike the planet, there is no grass on this planet, only a grey ground like marble. In addition, there is a bowl-sized utensil, in which a bowl of nutrient solution is automatically produced every day. After Luo Zhu drinks the nutrient solution, he can solve the problem of food and clothing for a day, and he will not be thirsty. In addition, Luo Zhu's urine will also be automatically evaporated on the planet. Otherwise, such a small planet, if the urine comes out, it will not stink. This small planet, like the Earth, automatically changes day and night every day, and the temperature is always kept at about 25 degrees, neither hot nor lukewarm. However, Luo Zhu was the only one here. Yes, there are no entertainment facilities, no beautiful women, no food, no drinks, no flowers and plants, no high-rise buildings, no luxury villas, no mobile phones, no computers. Luo Zhu has been here for a month, and every day in addition to looking forward to it, he is chatting with the stupid melon of the system to pass the time. Moreover, this planet is located in the boundary, and apart from the chaos outside, not even a single star can be seen. Luo Zhu felt that even at night, he could count the stars. System, when will my apprentice appear? Luo Zhu repeated this question every day. Soon. The system repeats the same answer every day. System, you're not fooling me, are you? You said that the information you released has spread to the entire universe and space of the Dragon Ball world, so that no one has come to worship Mao so far? Luo Zhu repeated the question again. The host has just arrived in this world, there is no prestige yet, and if you want to become the strongest teacher, you need a gradual process. The system mechanically replied, I believe that as long as the host recruits an apprentice, through the cultivation of this apprentice, and fulfills the apprentice's wish, it can obtain a certain prestige. With prestige, the planet can expand and hosts can build their own home on the planet. System, you repeat it again. Luo Zhu replied. The host has just come into this world. Build your own home. The system repeated it verbatim. Repeat one more side. Luo Zhu continued. The system had to repeat it again. I'm just bored, and it's better to listen to you than idle. Luo Zhu said listlessly. System. You said that your teacher system is too lacking in morality, you are so bad to get me a computer, the worst is also a smartphone, I can pass the time. Luo Zhu then complained again. Luo Zhu is a Dragon Ball fan. Since he crossed into this Dragon Ball world, he has not become a powerful scion, nor has he become a realm king god or Frisia, etc. He is just an ordinary person who can no longer be ordinary. However, he has an additional teacher system. The system said that as long as someone came to worship the teacher and fulfilled this person's wish, Luo Zhu could obtain a certain prestige value. With these prestige points, Luo Zhu can purchase various goods through the system mall, such as houses, furniture, mobile phones, computers, flowers and plants, delicacies, servants, and even bloodlines. Of course, you can also expand the size of the planet, so that the area of the planet increases by a certain multiple. In addition, reputation points can also be exchanged for combat power, making Luo Zhu stronger after leaving this planet. Now, Luo Zhu is just an ordinary person who can no longer be ordinary, he cannot leave this planet, and he has no ability to fly. What's more, Luo Zhu knew very well that in this Dragon Ball world, he was an ordinary person who went out to find abuse, and it was a matter of minutes to be crushed to death by someone as an ant. And on this planet Luo Zhu, the biggest advantage is that Luo Zhu is an invincible existence. The system said that even if the whole king came, he would not have the power to erase him. The system also said that even with the full blow of the great priest, the planet would be safe and sound without the slightest damage. 10 hours later. The sun is setting, and it looks like today is another boring day. Luo Xiu sighed. However, just when Luo Xiu thought that this day was still going to be boring, suddenly, a miniature circular spaceship streaked across the sky and rushed towards the direction of the planet. Boom! The circular spaceship smashed heavily on the ground of planet Luo Xiu. The ground is intact. Snap! Instead, the spacecraft was bounced off a few times, like a pinball, bouncing up on the planet. Chapter 002. 10 seconds later. Crunch! The spaceship door opened, and a small man with pointed hair and armor came out of it and shook his head. Seeing that someone had finally descended on this planet, Luo Xiu was really excited. Moreover, this person who came was still a guy that Luo Xiu was very familiar with. Yes, that's right, his name is Vegeta, he is the prince of the Scions and the second oldest in the Dragon Ball world. Luo Xiu stared intently at Vegeta and found that there was also a tale behind the goods, which seemed to be from the time when Frieza was still alive. Cut, this broken place is really difficult to find, it took me 10 days to find it. Vegeta's face was full of complaints and dissatisfaction. I was so disappointed, I thought it would be some famous place, it turned out to be such a simple little planet, I can slap it to pieces. You pat and try. Luo Xiu smiled. Oh? Are you serious? Vegeta took a deep look at Luo Xiu, and his face became more and more contemptuous. Don't say that you smashed this planet, if you can leave a hole in this planet, count you as capable. Luo Xiu said with a smile. Cut. Prince Ben will let you see how powerful the Scions are. Vegeta sneered, and a blue flame of light in his hand slammed towards the surface of the planet. Poof! After the energy light flame touched the grey-white earth on the surface of the planet, it suddenly dissipated and disappeared. It's as if this energy has been forcibly absorbed by the planet. Looking at the surface of the planet again, it is intact, let alone destroyed, and there is really not even a needle eye left. Vegeta was stunned, his face changing color. Although Vegeta did not use all his energy just now, he felt that if he bombarded an ordinary planet, he would at least blow up a big hole in the planet. As a result, such an inconspicuous little planet actually did not have a single thing. Vegeta's eyes when he looked at Luo Xiu were no longer as contemptuous as before. Would you like to worship me as a teacher? Luo Xiu asked seriously. Che, I just came to take a look. Vegeta snorted coldly, want me to worship you as a teacher? You have to be stronger than me, right? Also, do you know who I am? Your name is Vegeta, the Prince of the Scions, am I right? Luo Xiu spoke. Oh? Didn't expect you to know me? Humph, it seems that I am quite famous in the universe. Vegeta smiled triumphantly. You've been working under Frieza since you were 5 years old, conquering the planets for him, am I right? Luo Xiu continued. You know a lot, you go on. Vegeta smiled softly, there was nothing to be surprised about, this kind of thing would be known by just inquiring. Your combat effectiveness has reached about 15,000 when you were 5 years old, and from the age of 5 to nearly 30 years old now, your combat effectiveness has only increased by 3,000. Luo Xiu was bland, and did not mock Vegeta because of this. Vegeta's pupils shrank sharply, and his body trembled slightly. Over the years, you have worked under Frieza and conquered many planets for him. Luo Xiu continued, it's a pity that in order to prevent you from increasing your combat effectiveness, Frieza specially arranged some planets with low strength, which you can sweep away with only 1% of your strength. In this way, your combat effectiveness has progressed very slowly, 20 years have been wasted. And your combat effectiveness has only increased by 3,000. Vegeta's body trembled even more, clenching his fists tightly, and bruises on his forehead burst. You came to me because you have grown up and matured, and you don't want to work for Frisia anymore, you want to get out of Frisia's control, but you don't think you are his opponent, am I right? Luo Xiu said indifferently. The reason for this is because Luo Xiu noticed that Vegeta had a tail behind him. Since he has a tail, it proves that Vegeta has not been to Earth yet. Who was Vegeta's biggest enemy before he went to Earth? Naturally, it was Frisia. Vegeta came to visit him, definitely wanting to defeat the Cosmic Emperor Frisia. You. How do you know this? Vegeta's face was moved, and his eyes were a little burning, staring straight at Luo Xiu. Come, bring out all your strength, attack me, and let me see if you are worth cultivating. Luo Xiu beckoned to Vegeta. In fact, Luo Xiu knows Vegeta very well now. The reason why Vegeta attacked him was also to convince Vegeta. Looking forward to the stars and the moon, hoping for an apprentice, finally having his own space to perform, how could Luo Xiu let Vegeta leave? Are you sure you want me to attack you? Vegeta was stunned for a moment and asked in disbelief. Come on, you're welcome, don't show mercy to your subordinates. Luo Xiu beckoned. Boy, don't be sorry. Vegeta croaked, the aura on his body burst out, and there was a faint layer of white light around his body. Chapter 003. Phew! Vegeta's fist greeted Luo Xiu's body fiercely. Snap! To Vegeta's surprise, he saw that Luo Xiu just stretched out a finger and easily resisted his punch. Looking at Luo Xiu again, standing majestically in place, as stable as a big mountain. This. How is this possible? Vegeta was stunned, and his face became very ugly. Come again. Luo Xiu smiled and beckoned. I don't believe it. Vegeta snorted coldly, and a huge Qigong bomb suddenly condensed in his hand. Phew! The Qigong bomb streaked through a white flame of light in the air and went straight in Luo Xiu's direction. Snap! Luo Xiu directly waved his hand, and slapped the Qigong bomb away. Ugh! Immediately afterwards, Luo Xiu quickly appeared behind Vegeta, and slapped another palm on Vegeta's back. Vegeta's pupils shrank sharply, and the whole person fell limply to the ground, completely fainting. So strong, Luo Xiu looked at his hands and was pleasantly surprised. On this planet, the host is invincible, even if the great priest comes over, the host can slap and stun. The return of the system machinery. You just blow, Luo Xiu was speechless, the great priest could slap and stun, so how powerful was he on this planet? Just fought with Vegeta, Luo Xiu also held the attitude of trying it out, he didn't expect that defeating Vegeta in this period would be so easy. At this time, the sky had completely darkened. Luo Xiu glanced at Vegeta lying on the ground and fell into deep thought. Even if Vegeta didn't say it, Luo Xiu knew Vegeta's purpose in coming to him, and before he met Sun Wukong, his biggest opponent was Frisia. Vegeta, if he worshipped him, wanted to defeat Frisia. For Luo Xiu, this task seems simple, but it is actually somewhat difficult, because the current Vegeta combat power is only 18,000. If you want to defeat Frisia, you must increase Vegeta's combat power to at least 3 million, and then let him transform into a Super Saiyan. However, according to Luo Xiu's understanding of the Super Saiyan setting, it is difficult for Vegeta to transform into a Super Saiyan before he goes to Earth and before he touches Bulma. In a recent interview with Akira Toriyama proposed the setting for Super Saiyan. Akira Toriyama said that not any Saiyan cultivation and anger can transform into a Super Saiyan. Transforming into a Super Saiyan requires a certain number of S cells in the body, and then growing S cells through anger and other explosions to transform. All Saiyans have a little S cell in their body, but not a lot of them. The most important thing to increase S cells is a stable heart, which is difficult for Saiyans, and the living environment of Earth is more suitable for increasing S cells than on planet Vegeta. That's right, a steady heart. Does Vegeta have a steady heart now? To be sure, no. Not at all. If you can't transform into a Super Saiyan, you can't defeat Frisia during this period. Therefore, this task seems simple, but it is actually very difficult. Vegeta was in a coma for about half an hour, and finally woke up. Are you awake? Luo Zhu smiled at Vegeta. Cut. Vegeta snorted, looking unconvinced on the surface, but in fact he was already shocked inside. It's not easy for you to defeat Frisia. Luo Zhu sighed, you guys are too bad. Che, of course I know. Otherwise, why would I come to you? Vegeta hummed. Let me ask you first. Do you know what Frisia's combat power is? Luo Zhu looked at Vegeta and asked. Frisia's combat effectiveness. Vegeta was slightly startled, and then guessed, Che, according to my estimates, it is about 300,000, as long as my combat power can be increased to more than 40,000, and I transform into a giant ape again, I will definitely be able to defeat him. You're wrong. Luo Zhu smiled. What do you mean? Vegeta was stunned for a moment. There are currently 4 forms in Frisia, and the Frisia you see now is only the lowest form. Luo Zhu said flatly. What? You mean to say? Will he transform 4 times? Vegeta's face was moved, and his body began to tremble again. That's right. Luo Zhu nodded. This guy. This horrible guy. Vegeta almost fell to his knees, and he suddenly felt that Frisia was more terrifying than he had thought. That's not all that scary. Luo Zhu said calmly, Frisia's current combat power is 530,000, the combat power of the second form transformation has reached 1 million, and the third form transformation has reached 3 million. As for the fourth form, if you display 50% of your combat power, you can reach 60 million, and if you take out 100% of your combat power, it will be 120 million. Every time Luo Zhu said a word, Vegeta's face turned pale. By the time Luo Zhu said that Frisia's combat power reached 120 million, Vegeta's face was no longer bloody, his body trembled violently, and his whole body couldn't stop shaking, and he knelt directly on the ground. Shhhh, Vegeta rolled her eyes and almost fainted. Chapter 004. Before, Vegeta just thought that Frisia was very powerful, but it was impossible to imagine that Frisia would be so powerful against this guy. And after hearing Luo Zhu's words, Vegeta's heart was hurt by 10,000 points and was deeply shocked. Luo Zhu did not continue, but waited for Vegeta to digest everything he said on his own. 10 minutes passed, and Vegeta smiled bitterly, his face full of mockery, although what you said may not be credible, I know that it should not be much worse. Ridiculous, really ridiculous, I still fantasize about defeating him one day. It turns out that this guy is a monster. Scary monsters. Frisia is indeed very powerful, otherwise he would not have ruled the universe for so many years. Luo Zhu nodded. I know. I know the gap between me and him. Vegeta said in a deep voice, even if I cultivate my combat power to 10 million and then transform into a giant ape, I will still not be his opponent. Can I cultivate my combat power to 10 million? Che, I'm so naive. Saying that, Vegeta took out the remote control from his body and pressed it on it. Ugh! In just a few moments, Vegeta's spaceship landed beside him. Snap! The spaceship hatch opened, and Vegeta paced in the direction of the ship, each step heavy. Even, Vegeta's eyes were red. It was tears of despair, tears that could not be flicked. As a Scion Prince, are you planning to give up? Luo Zhu asked lightly. What if you don't give up? Can you increase my combat effectiveness to 15 million? Can you overcome the weakness of transforming into a great ape? Vegeta said to Luo Zhu without turning his head, I think that even if you claim to be the strongest teacher in the entire universe, you can't change this fact. I'm afraid that if I cultivate here all my life, I may not be able to defeat Frisia, but I am too naive, goodbye. Saying that, Vegeta had already turned around and sat on the spaceship, ready to close the hatch and leave here. Why increase your combat power to 15 million? Luo Xiu said unhurriedly, just increase your combat power to 3 million. 3 million? Not enough for his fourth form to fight. Vegeta shook his head and pressed the door close button on the ship. The hatch closes slowly. What if, transform into a Super Saiyan? Luo Xiu smiled slightly, and when the spacecraft had not yet been closed, he said coldly. Vegeta in the spaceship obviously heard Luo Xiu's words, and his body trembled violently at that time, and he hurriedly opened the hatch and rushed out from inside. What do you say? What did you just say? Vegeta's eyes widened and he asked with some surprise. Super Saiyan transformation, 50 times the norm, do you calculate it yourself, is 3 million combat power enough to defeat Frieza? Luo Xiu smiled, he knew that Vegeta would not leave. Super Saiyan? 50 times more normal. 3 million combat power. That's 150 million combat power. Vegeta's eyes twinkled, as if he had seen the light of dawn. Do you know how planet Vegeta was destroyed? Luo Xiu asked with a smile. Wasn't it hit by a meteorite? Vegeta raised his head and glanced at Luo Xiu in surprise, not understanding why he suddenly mentioned planet Vegeta. Frieza was worried that the Saiyans would transform into Super Saiyans, so he recalled all the Saiyans except for you and a few Saiyans to planet Vegeta. And then personally released the planet-destroying bomb to destroy planet Vegeta. Luo Xiu explained lightly, almost all the Saiyans were killed that day. What did you say? Vegeta's body trembled violently, as if he had thought of something. No wonder when I went out with Raditz to practice, I heard Frieza's order for us to go back. Originally. It turns out this guy is going to kill all our Saiyans. Frieza did this because he was worried that a Saiyan would transform into a Super Saiyan and affect his status as a cosmic emperor. Luo Xiu continued. Vegeta raised his head, a flash of anger in his eyes. Vegeta, you are the prince of the Saiyan, you are the best warrior, you are the future of the Saiyan. Believe in yourself. You can do it. Rotheus deliberately hit Vegeta first, and then gave him hope. If it was just a blind blow, without the Super Saiyan package, Luo Xiu knew that Vegeta's life would probably be wasted. Now, everything Luo Xiu should say has been said, it depends on Vegeta's performance. Snap! Vegeta no longer had the slightest hesitation, and bowed to Luo Xiu at that time, and said respectfully, Teacher, please accept the worship of the students. P.S. Ask for flowers, plus 1 more per 1,000 flowers, not capped. Ask for tips, every 3,000 book coins plus 1 more, not capped. Ask for tips, every tip 5 people plus 1 more, not capped. Ask for comments, plus 1 more for every 10 people about this book or Dragon Ball, not capped. Chapter 005. The temptation of Super Saiyans is too great. Vegeta thinks that since the teacher said so, it should help him become a Super Saiyan, right? Luo Xiu accepted Vegeta's worship with peace of mind. Congratulations to the host for successfully receiving a student and earning 1,000 reputation points. The sound of the system suddenly sounded. Looking at the sudden increase of 1,000 reputation points, Luo Xiu's heart was greatly excited. Finally prestigious. 1,000 reputation, what can I exchange? Luo Xiu hurriedly asked the system. 1,000 reputation points can activate one of the 5 options of eating, drinking, playing, having fun, and staying in the mall. Which option does the host want to activate? Then, Luo Xiu saw that there were several more buttons in his mind, and there were 5 big words on the buttons, namely, eat, drink, play, have fun, and live. Eating, drinking, and having fun. Luo Xiu knows what it is. This residence should be a residence. 1,000 reputation points only enough to activate. This system is really enough to pit. However, Luo Xiu took a closer look and was surprised to find that under these 5 buttons, there was also a less conspicuous button, which said, Redeem Combat Effectiveness 5 words. Luo Xiu tried to click on it. Immediately afterwards, a line of text appeared in front of Luo Xiu's eyes. Every 100 reputation points can be exchanged for 1 combat power. Is it exchanged? Nima, Luo Xiu cancelled the exchange. 1000 reputation points can be exchanged for 10 combat power, and these 10 combat points are not enough to get Dragon Ball World. Luo Xiu thought about it carefully and decided to activate the option to eat first, and then said, he could only drink nutrient solution every day, so that he was about to drink and vomit. Luo Xiu pressed the button of eat, and the above prompted, do you want to activate the eat mall? Luo Xiu selects yes. Activation successful. The next moment, Luo Xiu saw all kinds of food in the mall, but everything related to eating, all of them. As for the price, it is not much different from the Earth supermarket where Luo Xiu was in his previous life, such as 6 reputation points for a package of potato chips, 4 reputation points for a bread, more than 50 reputation points for a plate of crayfish, 16 reputation points for a plate of sour and spicy shredded potatoes. In the food mall, as long as it is linked to food, it can be searched in the mall. Unfortunately, there are no drinks and no mineral water in this mall. In addition, Luo Xiu's 1000 reputation points have been used up, and now looking at the dazzling delicacies in the mall, he really swallowed his saliva with hunger. System, now that Vegeta has already worshipped him, shouldn't it be after he defeated Frieza that I can gain prestige points? Luo Xiu hurriedly asked the system. According to the host's analysis of the student, when Vegeta, the student's combat power increases to 3 million, he will gain a part of the reputation value. When Vegeta, the student, transforms into a Super Saiyan, he will get the second part of the reputation value, and when the student Vegeta defeats Frieza and fulfills his wish, he will get the third part of the reputation value. How much prestige will you get? Luo Xiu asked. Determine the amount of prestige earned according to the length of time, if student Vegeta can transform into a Super Saiyan tomorrow. The host will gain 100 million prestige points, enough to expand the planet tenfold. Luo Xiu understood that feelings doubled the planet, and it took 10 million reputation points. Luo Xiu is not much interested in expanding the planet, his ideal is to improve his combat power and play in the Dragon Ball world. If Vegeta can become a Super Saiyan tomorrow, he will gain 100 million reputation points, which will only be 1 million if exchanged for combat power. The question is, can Vegeta turn into a Super Saiyan tomorrow? Luo Xiu was sure that this was impossible. The current Vegeta simply does not have the conditions to transform into a Super Saiyan, and it is obvious that he does not have a stable heart during this period. Luo Xiu had to think about how to properly guide Vegeta. This guy was his first student. Teacher, do you know how to transform into a Super Saiyan? Vegeta asked respectfully. I have studied Super Saiyans in depth, and in your current state, the possibility of transforming into a Super Saiyan is almost zero. Luo Xiu said calmly. That. So you mean to say, there's no way I can become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta's heart sank, and his face changed color. I said, you are a genius warrior of the Saiyans and the future of the Saiyans, and under my teaching, you will definitely become a Super Saiyan. Luo Xiu smiled, and his face became serious. Since you have already worshipped me as a teacher, from today onwards, all your cultivation must listen to me, otherwise, I would rather not have this apprentice of yours. Vegeta hesitated for a second or two, then nodded vigorously. As long as the teacher can let me successfully transform into a Super Saiyan, you can let me do anything. Okay, first of all, I need you to improve your combat effectiveness. Your current basic combat effectiveness is too low. Luo Xiu ordered. How can I improve my combat effectiveness? Vegeta was stunned for a moment and asked. Chapter 006. Over the years, Vegeta also wanted to improve his combat effectiveness, but he also had no suitable repair method. The cultivation law of the scions is to fight non-stop, but in this universe, there are too few people who can not differ much from Vegeta's combat power. As for Doria and Sob and the others, they did not have leisure to play with Vegeta. Also, over the years, Vegeta has been pampered, and he can hardly get a little blood on his body, let alone cultivate in the way of self-harm. Run 10 laps around the planet first. Luo Xiu ordered. 10 laps? This planet? Vegeta was slightly startled, and then laughed. Don't joke, such a small planet, it only takes 10 seconds to run around. Don't talk nonsense. Luo Xiu's expression became serious. You're underestimating me too. Isn't it just 10 laps? The gravity of this planet is so small, it means little to me. Vegeta smiled and couldn't help but snort a little. Don't say 10 laps, even 100 laps is nothing. As you say, then 100 laps. Luo Xiu smiled slightly. Vegeta. Vegeta was no longer verbose. Ugh. In less than 10 seconds, Vegeta had indeed finished running a lap, and glanced at Luo Xiu proudly. System, adjust the planet's gravity, 10 times the Earth's gravity. The corner of Luo Xiu's mouth hooked a shallow smile. Yes, host. Suddenly, an invisible pressure attached to Vegeta, who was running wildly. Vegeta was slightly startled, but he had grown up on the planet Vegeta, and 10 times gravity was really nothing to him. Soon, Vegeta had already circled the planet 10 times. System, adjust planetary gravity, 20 times Earth's gravity. Yes, host. The planet's gravity is once again increased. The gravity suddenly increased tenfold, and Vegeta couldn't help but struggle a little. However, Vegeta's strength was there, and he quickly completed 10 laps. It's just that after these 10 laps, Vegeta is already a little out of breath, obviously 20 times gravity, making him also a little pressure. System, adjust the planet's gravity, 30 times. Vegeta ran, and almost fell to the ground. 30 times gravity, it would take 5 minutes for Vegeta to run a lap. Vegeta wasn't at all as relaxed as before. System, adjust the planet's gravity, 40 times. Luo Xiu was still not satisfied and continued to increase the gravity of the planet. Because the planet and the system are bound to Luo Xiu, even if the gravity is increased to 10,000 times and 100 million times, Luo Xiu will not feel anything. This is also the reason why Luo Xiu is bored on this planet. If he also has a feeling, there is nothing to adjust the planet's gravity to 1/10 of the Earth, or even 1/100th, and it is also fun to jump high and play. It can be said that although Luo Xiu is powerful, he will not release Qigong waves, and on this planet, he will only make simple fist and foot movements. If it can release Qigong waves, you can set off some fireworks at night, and it will not be so boring. Rao is so, Luo Xiu is also an invincible existence on this planet. However, 40 times the gravity made Vegeta a little hard, and it took 10 minutes to run a lap. Come on, 50 laps to go. Luo Xiu said to Vegeta. Cut. I will not admit defeat. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Now his running speed was about the same as normal jogging. 30 minutes later. Luo Xiu adjusted the planet's gravity to 50 times. Vegeta was already stumbling, sweaty, and panting. Teacher. This. What's going on with this planet? Why is gravity getting bigger? Vegeta asked through gritted teeth as he finished 90 laps. This is called the weight-bearing cultivation method. I give you 5 days, you must overcome 300 times the gravity of this planet, that is, 30 times the gravity of planet Vegeta. Luo Xiu said lightly. What, 300 times? Vegeta's eyes widened and his face became a little ugly. In the original book, Vegeta once underwent 300 times gravity training in order to surpass the Monkey King, and finally broke through the limit and transformed into a Super Saiyan. Since Luo Zhu wanted to train Vegeta, he naturally hoped that he could surpass Sun Wukong's 3 million combat power and reach the level of complete abuse of Frisia. How? If you quit now, it will be too late, and as a student, I must endure hardships. Luo Zhu smiled slightly. I'm not going to quit. I'm going to become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta gritted his teeth, and his potential was unleashed by him, speeding up his run. Luo Zhu knew that people like Vegeta had to be beaten hard so that the potential in his body could be stimulated. Luo Zhu also knew very well that Vegeta was not afraid of hardship, and in order to become stronger, no matter how much suffering he suffered, he would not give up. 10 laps. 9 laps. 8 laps. One last lap. Finally, Vegeta successfully ran the last 10 laps with 50 times the Earth's gravity. Vegeta's physical strength was completely overdrawn, and he lay on the ground, panting heavily, but with a smile on his face. Chapter 007. Ugh! Luo Zhu had the system restore the planet's gravity. Vegeta felt that his whole body was loose, and he suddenly felt that his body was as light as a swallow. My body! It's amazing, I've just run around the planet 100 times, and I feel like the energy in my body has increased a lot. Vegeta was excited, he could feel that the energy in his body really increased. Not bad, worthy of being a Saiyan Prince, elite warrior. Luo Zhu nodded, your current combat strength has reached 20,000. 20,000 combat strength? So fast? Vegeta was pleasantly surprised, and after a brief silence, bowed again. If Vegeta was still a little suspicious of Luo Zhu before, now after an hour of cultivation, his combat effectiveness has really increased by 2,000, and Vegeta already trusts Luo Zhu by 90%. After all, Vegeta's combat power has been stuck at 18,000 for almost 20 years. At this rate of growth, I believe it won't be long before Vegeta thinks he will increase his combat effectiveness to 3 million. Gollum! At this moment, Vegeta's stomach growled, obviously hungry. Teacher, on this planet, is there anything to eat? Vegeta asked. Nope. Luo Zhu replied with a bitter face. What? Nothing to eat? Vegeta's body trembled violently. Saiyans are all big stomach kings, one person is equivalent to 40 or 50 adults, if there is no food, how can it be good? You sail in space, and you don't have food in your spaceship. Luo Zhu asked. Teacher, that spaceship can put people into a state similar to hibernation, and it is okay not to eat. Vegeta smiled bitterly, but I have such a great cultivation strength now, what if I don't have anything to eat? There's a bowl of nutrient solution over there, take a sip and try it. Luo Zhu pointed to the bowl full of milky white nutrient solution not far away. Vegeta glanced at it curiously, then walked over and drank all the nutrient solution in the bowl. It's too late for Luo Zhu to stop it, your uncle, you should leave some for me. However, as Vegeta's teacher, Luo Zhu was really embarrassed to let this student save some for himself, which would be too petty. Hey? It's amazing. After drinking this thing, my hunger completely disappeared, and my energy was fully restored. Vegeta was excited, and quickly asked, Teacher, is there anything else? No, only one bowl a day. Luo Zhu drank angrily. What? Only a bowl? Vegeta seemed to realize something, and quickly said, so, the teacher hasn't drunk it yet, right? I drank all the teacher's nutrient solution. Teacher, what should you do? The teacher does not drink for a day and starves to death. What else can Luo Zhu say? Everything is for you to drink, and everything is superfluous. Teacher, Vegeta was suddenly a little moved. This special affection, Vegeta had never encountered before. In the past, when Vegeta and his clansmen went out to fight, it was whoever was strong and had the final say, and who distributed food. Now there is only such a bowl of nutrient solution, but he has drunk it all, and Vegeta's frozen heart has begun to melt slightly. What a great teacher! Now that your energy has fully recovered, go and bear 50 times the gravity and run 100 laps around the planet. Luo Xiu didn't mean to be polite, he had to let Vegeta quickly increase his combat effectiveness to 3 million as soon as possible, so that he could get prestige points as soon as possible and exchange them for some food. Yes, teacher. Vegeta didn't object, got up and ran circles around the planet. Luo Xiu, on the other hand, directly let the system increase the gravity of the planet to 50 times. In fact, Luo Xiu really drank the nutrient solution crookedly. This thing has no taste, it is sticky and sticky. If it weren't for the fact that he wouldn't be starved to death, Luo Xiu wouldn't be willing to drink this thing. 1 lap. 2 laps. 3 laps. This time, Vegeta had run 100 laps in 50 times gravity, and the time it took had been drastically reduced. It seems that he has basically adapted to 50 times the gravity. That's it for today, rest for one night, and challenge 100 times gravity tomorrow. When Luo Xiu said this, his stomach roared unerringly. Vegeta obviously heard the voice coming from Luo Xiu's stomach, and couldn't help but blame himself even more. By the way, is there water on your spaceship? Luo Xiu asked. Yes. There is water. Vegeta was slightly stunned, hurriedly went to the spaceship to get a plastic bottle similar to mineral water, and handed it to Luo Xiu respectfully with both hands. Luo Xiu opened the lid. Teacher, this is the essence of water, drinking a sip can quickly replenish the body's water, equivalent to 10 times that of ordinary water. Vegeta explains, but the only downside is that you can't replenish the energy on food. Chapter 008. It doesn't hurt. Luo Xiu nodded and took a sip of water. Sure enough, Luo Xiu was obviously not thirsty after drinking a sip of water. This is refined by the Zivra Starman. Vegeta was so touched that the teacher would rather drink water to fill his hunger. Okay, rest early and continue cultivating tomorrow. Luo Xiu smiled. Teacher, can you adjust the gravity of this planet to 50 times when you sleep at night? I want to adapt to 50 times gravity as soon as possible. Vegeta suggested. Cultivation must have Zhang Yushi. Vegeta, your biggest weakness is that you are too nervous all the time, you have to learn to relax yourself, and you will go further in your future cultivation. Luo Xiu taught, Super Saions are just the beginning. Super Saiyan is just the beginning. Vegeta's whole body trembled, and his face was full of shock. Could it be that there are any more powerful warriors in this world than Super Saiyan? Vegeta suddenly felt that his future was bright, like the morning glow that covered the blue sky, getting brighter and brighter. Early the next morning, Luo Xiu had just opened his eyes and saw Vegeta running fast around the planet. System, adjust the planet's gravity, 50 times the Earth's gravity. Luo Xiu ordered directly to the system. Yes, host. Vegeta, who was running wildly, fell out one by one after feeling the sudden arrival of 50 times gravity. Bang! Vegeta's body slammed to the ground, grinning in pain. Teacher, you want to adjust the gravity, can you say hello first? How depressed Vegeta Lingdi was. When fighting, if I want to kill you, do I need to greet you first? Luo Xiu asked rhetorically. But this is not a battle. Vegeta looked distressed. Vegeta, you are a warrior, you are going to fight, you will encounter all kinds of dangers at any time, teacher, this is to hone your reflexes. Luo Xiu said seriously, you remember, no matter what time, don't let your guard down. Teacher, didn't you say before that you want to make my body relax? Vegeta asked rhetorically. I said to make your body relaxed, that is when you are not fighting, when you are fighting, always be vigilant. Luo Xiu reprimanded, it's good that you can put forward your opinion to refute it, it's good, run another 100 laps, and the planet's gravity will be increased to 60 times. What? Vegeta's face changed color slightly. However, Vegeta gritted his teeth and ran around the planet without the slightest complaint. The 100 laps were quickly finished, and Vegeta was tired and out of breath, but his face was full of happy smiles. Yes, you have basically adapted to 60x gravity now. According to the current progress, 100x gravity is not a big problem for you. After a short rest, you will try 100x gravity. Luo Xiu said. Teacher, can you let me try 300 times gravity? Vegeta gritted her teeth and clenched her fists and asked. Luo Xiu saw Vegeta's firm eyes and nodded slightly. After resting for about 20 minutes, Luo Xiu adjusted the planet's gravity to 300 times. Bang! Although Vegeta was mentally prepared, he was suddenly crushed by this powerful gravity. Vegeta's body was tightly pressed against the ground, his mouth and nose were in close contact with the earth, and it was difficult to move. How? Can it still hold on? Luo Xiu asked with a smile. I. It's not that I won't throw in the towel. Vegeta's body couldn't stop shaking and stammered. Come on. Luo Xiu smiled slightly and did not go to hit Vegeta. 3 minutes later, Vegeta lay on the ground like a puddle of mud, unable to move again. 300 times gravity, which is too difficult for Vegeta now. Teacher, Can gravity be restored? Vegeta pleaded. Ugh. Luo Xiu restored gravity to 60 times, and Vegeta stood up with difficulty. After resting for a moment, Vegeta suddenly asked, Teacher, how many times the gravity can you withstand? 1,000 times. Luo Xiu did not exaggerate his words. Rao was so, and Vegeta was also stunned. 300 times gravity made him unbearable, but he didn't expect the teacher to withstand 1,000 times. No wonder just now at 300 times gravity, the teacher did not have a little discomfort. Vegeta's admiration for Luo Xiu in her heart couldn't help but increase a little. Okay, it's almost time to rest, continue to cultivate, and you must adapt to 100 times gravity today. Luo Xiu ordered. Yes, teacher. Vegeta was in awe. As time passed, Vegeta finally adjusted to 100 times the gravity as it approached evening. Luo Xiu sensed Vegeta's energy fluctuations and found that his current combat power was about 36,000. On this day's training, Vegeta's combat effectiveness improved by leaps and bounds. However, for Luo Xiu, this is far from enough. Relax and relax tonight, tomorrow will greet you with a higher intensity of cultivation. Luo Xiu commanded Vegeta. Yes, teacher, Vegeta nodded. Her stomach began to growl again, and she couldn't help but look at the bowl of nutrient solution. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for tips. Chapter 009. If you're hungry, go drink the nutrient solution. As a teacher, Luo Xiu certainly couldn't compete with his students for nutrient solution, and he couldn't afford to lose that person. Moreover, Luo Xiu really didn't have any joy for those nutrient solutions. As long as he didn't die of hunger, he didn't have to drink them. But teacher, you didn't eat yesterday, and today too. Vegeta was a little embarrassed. It's okay, you have been practicing for a day, you must replenish food, I can drink water. Luo Xiu smiled and drank the essence of the water that Vegeta gave him, although there was still a lot of hunger, but there was water to drink, at least he would not die of thirst. Vegeta was greatly moved in his heart, and he also respected Luo Xiu more and more. Vegeta was not a hypocritical person, and quickly drank the nutrient solution in one breath. Whew! It's cool! Vegeta lay on his back and said excitedly. Then, Vegeta seemed to suddenly think of something, and went to take the detector to check his combat effectiveness. Don't worry about looking at your combat power values, besides, you rely too much on detectors. Luo Xiu said, the detector can only detect a person's combat power on the surface. If this person hides his breath, what should you do? Hide the breath. Vegeta was slightly startled. For example, Frisia, Have you detected his combat power with a detector? Luo Xiu asked with a smile. The detector shows that his combat power is about 60,000. Vegeta suddenly realized when he said this, so, he is the type of hidden aura that the teacher said. Actually, you can also hide your breath. Luo Xiu smiled, moreover, you can also do it, you can know the strength of the other party without using a detector. Can I too? Vegeta had some small expectations, and quickly asked excitedly, Teacher, hide the breath and sense the breath, when can I learn? These two skills are actually not difficult, just a mastery and control of the breath, as long as you practice well, you can do it. Luo Xiu smiled slightly, it's not early today, take a good rest first, tomorrow is a more intense training. Yes, teacher. 3 days passed like this. Vegeta is a genius, and in just 4 days, he has fully adapted to 300 times the gravity. At the same time, Luo Xiu also taught Vegeta the method of controlling and sensing breath. Now, Vegeta's combat power has reached a height of 120,000. In the original work, on the way from Earth to Namex, Sun Wukong increased his combat effectiveness from about 20,000 to 180,000 in 7 days. The main reason for this is that Sun Wukong's body has several immortal beans, and his cultivation is almost always carried out in the way of self-harm, and every time he is on the verge of death, he eats immortal beans. And because of the special physique of the scions, if they are reborn in the near-death, their combat effectiveness will double. It's just that Luo Xiu doesn't have fairy beans here, and although the nutrient solution is comparable to fairy beans, there is only 1 bowl a day. In the past 4 days, Luo Xiu only drank a bowl of nutrient solution yesterday, or he was really hungry and couldn't stand it. 3 million combat strength, really hard to achieve. Luo Xiu couldn't help scratching his head, it seemed that without immortal beans, it was too unlikely to increase Vegeta's combat power to 3 million in 10 days. Luo Xiu believes that even if he continues to increase gravity training, Vegeta will not improve too fast. How can it be good? Luo Xiu thought about it carefully, and it seemed that he could only seriously injure Vegeta, and then give him a nutrient solution to increase his combat effectiveness. However, just when Luo Xiu was about to seriously injure Vegeta, suddenly, he saw a spaceship descend from the sky and slowly land on the surface of the planet. Luo Xiu fixed his eyes and found that the spaceship was engraved with the logo of the Universal Capsule. Are the Earthlings coming? Luo Xiu was slightly startled. This spaceship is almost similar to the spaceship that Sun Wukong rode on from Earth to the Namexians, but there is a slight difference in color. Who is it? Vegeta was also a little curious. Crunch! The spaceship hatch opened, and a person came out of it. This man is short, estimated at 150 centimeters, and has a bare head. Exactly Klin. After Klin came out, he saw Luo Xiu and Vegeta at a glance. Finally, Klin fixed his gaze on Luo Xiu's body, quickly rushed over, bowed and said respectfully, "Hello, my name is Klin. Are you the famous teacher Luo? First meeting, this is my meeting gift." Saying that, Klin handed a picture book to Luo Xiu with both hands. Luo Xiu glanced at the cover of the album, which was a picture of a beautiful woman with a hot figure, which looked eye-catching. However, Luo Xiu just glanced at it lightly. As a teacher, he would not be as unscrupulous as the turtle immortals. Who are you? Did you also come to worship the teacher? Klin turned his head and glanced at Vegeta and asked lightly. == Update rules, 3 changes during the free period. +1 more per 1000 flowers, not capped. Every tip 1 person, note, it was 1 person, previously it was 5 people, +1 more, the chapter is marked with the word of thanks. Every tip of 3000 book coins +1 more, not capped. +1 more review for every 10 people about this book or Dragon Ball, not capped. Chapter 010. Cut. Vegeta crossed her arms and snorted coldly. Teacher, Can you take me as an apprentice? Seeing that Luo Xiu did not speak, Clin quickly asked, I am the best warrior on earth, and I ask the teacher to accept me. I will definitely not let you down. State your purpose. Luo Xiu said with a flat expression. I am actually the apprentice of the most outstanding martial artist on earth, the Turtle Immortal. But I have a junior brother. I have never been his opponent, and my greatest wish is to defeat him. Clin bowed and replied, Please guide me, as long as I can defeat him, no matter how much suffering I endure. Junior brother, you said, his name is Sun Wukong, right? Luo Xiu smiled slightly. Hey? Worthy of being the best teacher in the universe, you already know? Clin's eyes widened, a little surprised. Luo Xiu carefully examined Clin and found that he was not very old, and he did not know Vegeta. Then his era was 80% after the great demon king of Vic and before the Scions came to Earth. What kind of strength is Monkey King? Luo Xiu asked. Goku, he just defeated the newly born Vic and became the champion of the 22nd Tianxia No. 1 Budokai. Clin explains, I suddenly felt that the gap between me and Goku was getting bigger and bigger, and I wanted to beat him, even if I could beat him once. Hehe, at least I have the capital to show off, ha ha ha. Hearing Clin's words, Luo Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Clin, who came from this era, did not know about the Super Saiyan. If Clin, who came over, tried to challenge the Super Saiyan Monkey King, then this task would be difficult. It's just that the Monkey King in the Vic period, the combat power is less than 1000, as long as he gives Clin in this period a gravity training, his combat effectiveness can easily be improved. However, Teacher Luo Xiu, are you really strong? How can I not see how strong you are? There was not a single breath fluctuation on the body. Clin looked at Luo Xiu a little suspiciously. Luo Xiu smiled. Little bald, you dare to be disrespectful to the teacher. Vegeta was angry. I said, you pointy-haired fellow, can you handle it? Clin snorted coldly, looking at your evil look, you should not be a good person. With that, Clin walked over to Vegeta. Bang! Vegeta's tail, wrapped around his waist, jerked out, and it was pumped in Clin's face. Only hearing a muffled sound, Clin was directly pumped away, sliding hundreds of meters on the ground, and then stopped. When he looked again, Clin almost fainted. Ouch! Clin croaked, feeling as if all his internal organs were misaligned, and his face was full of horror. Little bald, you can't even beat me, you dare to question the teacher? Didn't kill you on the spot, it's already very face-saving for you. Vegeta smiled dismissively. Tail? You also have a tail? Who are you? Clin looked at Vegeta's tail stunned. Cut, it's too weak. Vegeta snorted coldly, ignoring the question. Teacher, I'm sorry, I was rude just now, I am willing to worship you as a teacher, please accept me. Clin gritted his teeth and got up, not tangled up on the issue of tail, and bowed down to Luo Xiu. In Clin's opinion, even Luo Xiu's apprentice, that is, that pointy-haired guy, is so powerful, then this teacher must be very remarkable. I didn't say I was going to take you. Luo Xiu wanted to get away with it. In fact, Luo Xiu wanted to accept Clin as a student immediately, and in his eyes, Clin was his own prestige value. However, if he let Clin worship him so easily, I believe that Clin would not cherish it. Hey? Why? Clin's face suddenly became less calm. Sun Wukong won't really fight you, it's easy for you to win him, he will give you face. Luo Xiu said indifferently. I know Goku won't really fight me, and he'll let me, but I want to surpass him and defeat him with my own efforts. Clin said, maybe it hurt so much, he quickly took out a bean from his belt and quickly ate it. And after eating the fairy beans, the place where Clin had just been injured also recovered immediately. What is that? Vegeta's eyes widened and he was taken aback. Hehe, you don't understand, Do you? This is called fairy beans. No matter how many injuries you suffer, they will heal immediately after eating them. Clin smiled proudly. If it doesn't give it to you, it won't give it to you. 20 seconds later, Clin was trampled under Vegeta's feet and grinned in pain. This is Xiendo? Good stuff. Vegeta snatched the bag of fairy beans directly from Clin's body, and then handed it to Luo Xiu respectfully with both hands. Luo Xiu did not reach out to pick it up. He was a teacher, he was not a bandit and robber. Teacher, there are a total of 7 fairy beans here, hee. Vegeta opened the bag and said excitedly, this is what this little bald man sent himself, don't do it for nothing. Teacher, as long as you accept me, the fairy beans are all yours. Clin was also amused and quickly answered. Chapter 011. I can take you, but my training is very hard. Luo Xiu reluctantly replied. No problem, I'll be strict with myself. Clin was overjoyed. What is fairy bean to Clin? As long as you return to Earth, the Garen Immortals have a lot of inventory there. Ding! Congratulations on getting new students and gaining 1000 reputation points. After Luo Xiu accepted Clin, the system's reward also appeared immediately. System, let Clin defeat Sun Wukong, how many reputation points can you get? Luo Xiu hurriedly asked the system. Depending on the difficulty of the mission, this mission is only considered a beginner difficulty, so the reputation value obtained is only 10,000. Only 10,000. Luo Xiu's mood was not good at that time. But think about the urine of the system, it is not bad to have 10,000 reputation points. After all, this task is relatively easy. Then what is the difficulty of Vegeta's task? Luo Xiu asked again. Vegeta's mission is a nightmare. The system responded, in addition, the difficulty of the mission is from low to high, which are, beginner, intermediate, advanced, nightmare, hell, and purgatory. The higher the difficulty of the task, the smaller the chance of completion, and the higher the reputation value obtained. Similarly, the higher the chance of completing a primary mission, the less reputation points you get. Why didn't you say it earlier? Luo Xiu said unhappily. The host didn't ask. How many reputation points can you get from these mission levels? Luo Xiu asked again. After completing the primary mission, you can get 10,000 reputation points, intermediate level 100,000, advanced level 1 million, nightmare 10 million, hell 100 million, purgatory 1 billion. The system replied. Purgatory 1 billion. Luo Xiu gasped. If this reputation value was obtained, if it was simply to exchange combat power, he could increase his combat effectiveness to 10 million. However, thinking of the urine nature of the system, this purgatory level task is definitely not as simple as thought. If you can't get this kind of task, you can let the Turtle Immortal challenge the Monkey King freely, or challenge the Great Priest. Nima, how to fight? It's totally impossible. Luo Xiu felt that it was easier to take on a nightmare level task in normal times. Teacher, do you really want to take this waste? Vegeta didn't seem very happy anymore. He was a proud scion prince, and now he suddenly had such a junior brother like a waste wood, which made him feel a little unhappy in his heart. Luo Xiu glanced at Vegeta lightly. Vegeta's body trembled violently, thinking of the teacher's horror, and hurriedly hung his head. Teacher, shall we start cultivating now? Clin quickly and respectfully stepped forward. First, run 10 laps around the planet. Luo Xiu ordered. Yes. Teacher. Clin agreed without thinking. System, adjust the planet's gravity, adjust to 10 times the Earth. Luo Xiu said. Yes, host. When Clin's spaceship landed before, Luo Xiu had already restored the planet's gravity. Now that the planet's gravity has suddenly adjusted to 10 times that of Earth, it is difficult for Clin to bear it at this time. Clin, who was running, suddenly fell to the ground, his bare head hit the ground heavily, and he felt a burst of dizziness. "Teacher, what's going on? Why did my body suddenly become so heavy?" Clin was about to cry. "Little bald. The gravity of this planet has become 10 times that of the Earth." Vegeta smiled and couldn't help but mock, "Earthlings really can't do it, it's only 10 times gravity to become this virtue." 10 times gravity. Clin burst into tears, and now gravity pressed him to the point where he could barely breathe. In addition, Clin could not run at all and could only crawl on the ground. Moreover, every time Clin climbed a meter or so, he was tired and panting, and his face turned purple. "Teacher, I can't do it, I'm dying." Clin smiled wryly. "As I said, I train hard." Luo Xiu said lightly, "It's only 10 times the gravity, do you know how many times the gravity your senior brother Vegeta can withstand?" "How much?" Clin raised his head with difficulty and asked curiously. 300 times. Luo Xiu's expression was flat. "What, 300 times?" Clin's eyes were about to jump out of their sockets, and he believed that if he was under the action of 300 times gravity, he would probably be crushed to death on the spot, right? Clin suddenly felt that he really underestimated this senior brother named Vegeta. Clin knew that it was Vegeta's men who had left Mercy before, otherwise he would have really been killed. "Vegeta, 10 times gravity is just right for you now, the same as the gravity of planet Vegeta, you just adjust it, and after a while, treat me as Frieza, and attack me with all your might." Luo Xiu looked at Vegeta and ordered. "Yes." Vegeta's expression became solemn. After about 10 minutes, Clin had crawled only about 10 meters. And Vegeta was already ready to fight, standing opposite Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu carried his hands on his back, his expression was flat, and his face was devoid of joy or sorrow. Boom! Vegeta was not polite, and at that time he burst out all his breath. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta turned into a white glow and rushed towards Luo Xiu. Bang bang! Vegeta launched a fierce attack on Luo Xiu. P.S. Dragon Ball Super New Manga Gohan Battle Kavra, Turtle Immortal Battle Jiren, worth watching. Flowers plus more today. Chapter 012. 10 seconds later. The punch is too slow. Luo Xiu pointed and punched Vegeta in the abdomen. Poof! Vegeta spewed out a mouthful of acid. 30 seconds later. Concentrate. After Luo Xiu finished speaking, he punched him again. Poof! A minute later. There are too many flaws in the next set. Luo Xiu swept his legs and swept Vegeta to the ground at that time. Bang! Vegeta fell and squatted, and the whole person was not good. However, Vegeta adjusted his breath and rushed up quickly. Bang bang! Vegeta gritted his teeth and increased the speed of his attack. Another 10 minutes or so passed. Vegeta was punched in the heart by Luo Xiu. Poof! Vegeta spewed out a mouthful of black blood and fell limply to the ground, his vitality was already very weak. Then, Vegeta's whole body began to twitch, and he was about to die. Clin was so frightened that he stood up straight from the ground, his face pale. The teacher is going to kill? You! Vegeta was even more terrified, he didn't expect that the teacher was going to kill himself. It's just that what Vegeta doesn't understand is, why did the teacher do this? Eat the fairy beans. Luo Xiu gave the fairy bean to Vegeta. Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief, it turned out that he had misunderstood the teacher, and he picked up the fairy bean with difficulty, put it in his mouth, and crunched it and ate it. The next moment, Vegeta's eyes lit up, jumped up from the ground, and was already fully recovered. Come again. Luo Xiu beckoned to Vegeta, as long as you can hit me, count you winning. Cut, you are strong. I don't believe I can't hit you. Vegeta gritted his teeth and rushed forward again. Bang bang! Vegeta's dense fists attacked Luo Xiu's body. However, Luo Xiu's speed was faster, and he easily dodged these fists. About 10 minutes or so passed, and Vegeta was panting tiredly and sweating. What made Vegeta helpless was that no matter how hard he tried, he could never touch Luo Zhu. Bang! Luo Zhu saw that the time was almost up, and another heavy punch hit Vegeta's heart. Vegeta's heart was almost shattered, and he spewed out a large mouthful of black blood, fell to the ground, and his expression began to be confused again. Luo Zhu directly gave the fairy beans to Vegeta to eat. "Can we fight again?" Luo Zhu asked with a smile. "I've recovered, I can." Vegeta refused to admit defeat, and after saying this, he rushed again quickly. This time, Luo Zhu played with Vegeta for 40 minutes before he punched him and seriously injured him, and then gave him the fairy beans to eat. Vegeta jumped from the ground again. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta seemed to have suddenly thought of something, his face changed color slightly, and his eyes widened. "Teacher, I. My combat power," Vegeta stammered a little. "Hehe, finally see it." Luo Zhu smiled. "Teacher, I can sense it, my current combat power is probably about 800,000, right?" Vegeta was excited, and his body trembled slightly because of the excitement. Vegeta never believed that his combat power would increase to this height. 800,000 ah! In the past, Vegeta thought that it was the ultimate to increase the combat effectiveness to 80,000, but he did not expect that today he could increase the combat effectiveness to this level. Scions are reborn after dying, and their combat effectiveness will be greatly improved, of course. This cultivation method has a certain number of times. Luo Zhu smiled. "I don't know what your number of promotions will be, but I am looking forward to it." "Teacher, are there still 4 fairy beans?" Vegeta asked. "Good, 4 more." Luo Zhu nodded. "So, with these 4 immortal beans, I have no problem raising my combat power to 3 million. Vegeta was excited. Luo Zhu smiled slightly, and did not go to hit Vegeta. After all, there is a limit to the number of times that this method of rebirth on the verge of death to improve combat effectiveness is limited. In Dragon Ball Super, after Son Goku and Vegeta were reborn, the combat effectiveness was no longer improved, and it was said that the potential had been tapped. "Teacher, please continue to guide me." Vegeta bowed. "Come on." Luo Zhu beckoned. While attacking, Vegeta became more and more respectful of Luo Zhu. Vegeta felt that Luo Zhu was worthy of being the strongest teacher, and his combat effectiveness had increased to 800,000, and he was still not his opponent. Vegeta was very relieved that he came to Luo Zhu this time, and this choice was the most correct choice in life. About 40 minutes passed, and Vegeta was seriously injured twice, eating 2 fairy beans, and his combat power increased to 2 million. However, when Vegeta ate the 6th fairy bean and recovered his energy, he suddenly found that the energy in his body was no longer improved. "That's right, not the slightest improvement." "Teacher, I must not have been injured seriously enough just now. This time, please don't show mercy to your subordinates." Vegeta gritted her teeth and said in a deep voice. "P.S. Ask for tips. Tip 1 person plus 1 more. On the top is not capped. Ask for tips. Tip 1 person plus 1 more. On the top is not capped. Ask for tips. Tip 1 person plus 1 more. On the top is not capped. Say important things 3 times. Chapter 013. Vegeta, this way of improving your combat effectiveness has exceeded the limit of the number of times, and it is probably impossible to take shortcuts next. Luo Zhu said lightly. "What? Over the times?" Vegeta gritted his teeth, his face a little disappointed. "It doesn't matter, your current combat strength has reached 2 million, as long as you continue to cultivate, 3 million is not a big problem." Luo Zhu smiled and said encouragement. "Yes." Vegeta bowed and nodded, still not meaning to give up, and continued, "Please teacher hurt me one last time, I want to try again." That's fine. Luo Xiu was not polite, and a punch shattered Vegeta's heart. Then, Luo Xiu gave the last fairy bean to Vegeta to eat. After Vegeta's energy recovered, he found that his combat power was still at 2 million, without the slightest intention of growing. This. Have I already cultivated to the limit? Vegeta clenched his fists, his body shaking. I said, Super Saiyan is just the beginning. Luo Xiu knew that he could not fight Vegeta now. Teacher, you're not deliberately saying nice things to me, are you? Vegeta asked. I never lie. Luo Xiu said with a serious expression. Super Saiyan is just the beginning. Vegeta repeated the phrase again. From 120,000 to 2 million now, you only took 2 hours, be content. Luo Xiu said, if you look at your junior brother Klin, the combat power is only more than 100 points. Luo Xiu said, glancing towards Klin. Vegeta also swept towards that side and nodded slightly, and with contrast, suddenly felt much better. Klin, how many laps have you run? Luo Xiu asked with a smile. Hey? There is already one last lap left. Klin quickly replied. Do you know what the consequences of lying are? Luo Xiu looked at Klin with interest. This guy is different from Vegeta. Klin's product likes to play clever, and he will definitely be lazy when he can be lazy. Although Luo Xiu had been fighting Vegeta all the time just now, the afterglow from the corner of his eye was also observing Klin. Roxiu noticed that Klin had circled the planet twice at most, and then watched the battle between himself and Vegeta from the sidelines. Teacher. I literally ran 9 laps. Klin said the same thing. You go back. Luo Xiu shook his head, waved at Klin, and sighed, I don't need dishonest students. Hearing Luo Xiu's words, Klin's body trembled slightly, and he hurriedly knelt on the ground, kowtowing and confessing, Teacher, I was wrong, I won't dare next time. Cut. You little bald, I don't know what you think. Vegeta lifted Klin up from the ground and threw him gently. Rao was Vegeta who controlled the force, and also threw Klin out a mouthful of blood. Don't take an example, run 10 laps. Luo Xiu ordered lightly. Yes. Klin quickly gritted his teeth and ran around the planet step by step. After these 2 hours, Klin was able to get up from the ground, at least he could walk hard, which was also a big improvement. Vegeta, supervise him. Luo Xiu said and turned to leave the scene. Immediately afterwards, Luo Xiu came to a position where neither of them were there, bought a roast chicken from the mall with prestige value, and ate it in a big gulp. Not to mention, the roast chicken in the System Mall is quite delicious. Luo Xiu drank the nutrient solution the day before yesterday, and today he was really hungry, and he had just fought with Vegeta for 2 hours. And his physical exertion was very serious, if he didn't eat again, he would really starve to death. Fortunately, the arrival of Klin allowed Luo Xiu to earn 1,000 reputations, and with these reputations, he could buy some delicious food in the mall. However, Luo Xiu's food can't be discovered by Vegeta, this kid. Scions are all big stomach kings, 1,000 reputation points, really not enough for Vegeta to eat, after all, his meal is equivalent to 40 or 50 people. 1,000 yuan, is it enough for 40 or 50 people? Unless only eat steamed buns. Secretly eating a roast chicken, Luo Xiu had something in his stomach and felt much more comfortable. System, how to dispose of garbage. Luo Xiu watched himself eat the remaining chicken bones and asked the system. In the past, there was no food on this planet, only nutrient solution, and there was no garbage except for daily urine and urine. Now with the mall, garbage is born accordingly. As long as the host throws the garbage in the mall on the surface of the planet, the garbage can be automatically destroyed. The system replied. So amazing. Luo Xiu threw the chicken bones to the ground. Ugh. About 10 seconds passed, and the chicken bones evaporated and disappeared. Just after Luo Xiu disposed of all the garbage, Vegeta stepped forward and bowed to Luo Zhu. Teacher, the little bald man said that he can't run. Well, let him rest. Luo Zhu nodded. Teacher, Vegeta's eyes were red, and he stared at Luo Zhu with a heavy face. What's wrong? Luo Zhu looked at Vegeta puzzled, not knowing why he had this look. Teacher, you're so hungry that your mouth is dripping with oil. It's the students who are bad. The student then finds a way for the teacher to get something to eat. Vegeta said, quickly appeared in front of Klin, and lifted him up from the ground. Little bald, is there anything to eat on your spaceship? P.S. There are at least 3 more changes at night, 2 are for the reward of smoke and rain and wind traces, and 1 is to add more for 1000 flowers. Chapter 014. Food? Yes, of course there is, I'll get it for you. Klin quickly replied. Humph, count you kid interesting. Vegeta snorted. Klin quickly took a universal capsule out of the spacecraft and threw it away. Bang! The universal capsule turned into a whole bunch of compressed biscuits. What is this? Vegeta frowned, walked over and took apart a pack of compressed biscuits and took a bite. Well, it tastes pretty good. What? Compressed cookies? But Klin's eyes widened and he looked up to the sky and sighed, Bulma is too pitted, what are you doing with so many compressed biscuits for me? Teacher, you taste it, it tastes good. Vegeta put a compressed biscuit on the ground with both hands. Luo Zhu did not object, opened the package and ate a bite, the taste was okay. Watching the sky gradually darken, Luo Zhu decided to take a look at Klin's cultivation results. Ugh! Luo Zhu restored the gravity of the planet and adjusted it to be the same as the Earth. Suddenly, Klin felt his body lighten, and his body became lighter. So light, I find that my speed has become faster. Klin was overjoyed and ran around the planet at great speed. Vegeta, you sense induction, how much combat power does he have now? Luo Zhu asked. Yes, teacher. Vegeta nodded, then let go of the induction, and then replied helplessly, Teacher, his breath is too weak, he really can't sense it. Put on the detector and see. Luo Zhu ordered. Vegeta put on a probe to detect Klin's combat power values. Beep, combat power 421. What is that? Klin asked curiously. Klin, your current strength is already comparable to Sun Wukong. Luo Zhu said to Klin, tomorrow, if you practice for another morning, you can go back. What? So fast? Klin's eyes widened, Teacher, you won't be fooling me, will you? You little bald. You're an idiot, right? Vegeta snorted coldly, you cultivate in a place where the gravity exceeds 10 times that of the Earth, 1 day is equivalent to a year of cultivation on the Earth, and you just saw the teacher fighting me, which should also benefit a lot. Oh, this way, this way. Klin nodded vigorously. The next day, as Luo Zhu expected, Klin's combat effectiveness had increased to 421 after a morning of gravity training. In the original work, after Klin experienced the Raditz incident, his combat effectiveness also increased to a height of more than 1000, and this time it took 1 day to increase his combat effectiveness several times, which is also relatively accomplished. Don't look at this kid is a little funny, but he is also a relatively outstanding existence among the Earthlings. Klin, go, you will definitely defeat Sun Wukong. Luo Zhu patted Klin's shoulder. Thank you, teacher. Klin bowed and saluted. By the way, how long will it take to get back to Earth from here? Luo Zhu asked. About a day, Klin mused. It's okay. Luo Zhu waved his hand. Klin embarked on the spaceship. Boom! The spacecraft opened, shot into the sky, and soon disappeared. Today, Luo Zhu taught some Vegeta combat skills. Of course, these skills are all brought by the system. For example, how to attack to inflict heavy damage on the enemy, how to defend better, how to dodge to quickly dodge the opponent's attack. It was the first time Vegeta had received something so new, and he listened to it with relish. After a day, Vegeta can be said to have benefited a lot. And his combat effectiveness has invisibly increased to 2.2 million. Good, from tomorrow, you can try the Super Saiyan transformation. Luo Zhu smiled slightly and said to Vegeta. Super Saiyan. Vegeta's spirit was shocked, and his pupils were full of expectation. Vegeta was waiting for that day. Super Saiyan. This legend among the Saiyans may not be long before it comes true in his own body. Before dawn the next day, Vegeta had already woken up early to wait. He really wants to become a Super Saiyan as soon as possible, and he is looking forward to what the trick to becoming a Super Saiyan is. Vegeta thought about it for a night, but he still couldn't figure out how to become a Super Saiyan and how to increase his combat effectiveness by 50 times. Now Vegeta's combat power has reached 2.2 million, if he can become a Super Saiyan, it will increase 50 times to 110 million combat power, which is only 10 million less than Frieza. Vegeta believes that as long as he works hard and increases his combat power to 2.4 million, he can be on par with Frieza. Vegeta is sure that he should be able to do it just by increasing his combat power by 200,000. Chapter 015. Although Vegeta did not sleep all night in excitement, he did not bother Luo Zhu. Waiting until dawn, Vegeta looked at Luo Zhu, who was still sleeping, and could be described as anxious. At this moment, Luo Zhu stretched out and sat up from the grey ground. Teacher, are you awake? Vegeta said happily. Ready to get started. Luo Zhu drank the essence of water, gargled his mouth, and looked at Vegeta. Yes. Teacher. Vegeta looked excited. In fact, the conditions for transforming into a Super Saiyan are very simple, just anger. Yes, endless anger, you can transform yourself. Luo Zhu explained to Vegeta. Regarding another condition for the transformation of Super Saiyan, Luo Zhu did not tell Vegeta, this condition is peace of mind. Peace of mind is such a thing, Luo Zhu knows that even if he tells Vegeta, Vegeta will not know how to obtain it. Moreover, Vegeta has been here for 6 days, and it is obviously not appropriate to let Vegeta go to Earth to increase his peace of mind now. In more than 10 days, the reputation value that Luo Zhu obtained from Vegeta will be greatly reduced, and the previous effort will also shrink, which Luo Zhu does not want to see. Anger? It's that simple? Vegeta was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect that Super Saiyans transformed through anger. Fury, Vegeta, burst all the energy in you. Luo Zhu said. Yes, teacher. Vegeta gritted her teeth, fantasizing in her mind about the excesses Frieza had done to herself over the years. 1, 2, 3. Vegeta grinned in hatred, his body trembling, but there was no change. Haha. 10 minutes later, Vegeta knelt on the ground, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, he shook his head in frustration, and said in a deep voice, Teacher, can't I become a Super Saiyan? You definitely can. Luo Zhu comforted. However, I am already angry, why hasn't it changed a little? Vegeta was a little reluctant. If you want to become a Super Saiyan, you can't do it overnight, it takes time to accumulate. Luo Zhu said, if you think about it, if you can turn into a Super Saiyan through anger, why are there so many Saiyans on planet Vegeta, and none of them have successfully transformed? Is it something that no one is angry about? Vegeta thought carefully, the teacher was right, who hasn't been angry yet? But after all these years, no one has ever become a Super Saiyan. Teacher, is there another secret in this? Vegeta's heart moved, and he quickly asked. There is no secret. Luo Zhu did not say the peaceful heart, because he knew very well that even if he said it now, Vegeta would not be able to have it. Moreover, speaking of a peaceful heart, Luo Zhu was sure that Vegeta might be able to drill into the horns, which would be detrimental to his transformation. Teacher, I'll try again. Vegeta nodded and tried to transform through anger again. A whole morning had passed, and Vegeta still found nothing. Even if it weren't for Vegeta's combat power improvement so high, he would have doubted the trick of this transformation. Vegeta knew that it was absolutely impossible for a teacher to fool herself. What's wrong? Why? Why can't I transform? Vegeta ate more than 30 compressed biscuits and continued to think about the transformation, and after a short silence, he frowned and said in a deep voice, "Could it be that my combat effectiveness has not improved enough? No, I, Vegeta, am the Prince of the Scion. And I will definitely become a Super Saiyan." Luo Xiu glanced at Vegeta and did not speak. "Teacher, please adjust the gravity to 400 times, I will first increase the combat power to 3 million. Vegeta said with a firm expression. Luo Xiu nodded slightly. Not long after Luo Xiu adjusted the planet's gravity to 400 on Earth, he suddenly received a message from the system. "Host student Klin is about to challenge the Monkey King, do you want to watch?" "Oh? Still watching?" Luo Xiu was stunned for a moment, but he didn't expect to be able to watch. Although Klin Jean-Raditz has not yet attacked Wukong before the attack, there is almost no suspense, but Luo Xiu still decided to take a look. After all, Klin is also his first disciple. Ugh! Just after Luo Xiu agreed to watch, a three-dimensional projection suddenly flashed on the planet. This stereoscopic projection shows exactly what Klin is on Earth. This is the little bald? Vegeta stopped cultivating, obviously also saw the stereoscopic projection, and also stopped cultivating for the time being, carefully observing the characters inside. Hee, Goku, long time no see, long time no see. Klin Fei landed at the door of Sun Wukong's house, and when Sun Wukong opened the door, he touched the back of his head and said hello with a grin. At the same time, Klin's voice also came from the projection. It can be said that now Luo Xiu and Vegeta seem to be immersed, except that they can't help, everything else is clear. "It's Klin, why are you here?" Sun Wukong was slightly stunned and hurriedly greeted. "P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for 10 evaluation votes, ask for comments. More for 1000 flowers later." Chapter 016. That face. I seem to have seen it somewhere. Vegeta looked thoughtful after seeing Monkey King. Luo Xiu did not speak. Come to think of it, he's a scion. He is the son of Bardock, and his name is Kakarot. Vegeta's eyes lit up, and he suddenly thought of something, and said to Luo Xiu, "No wonder he is a little familiar, he is exactly the same as Bardock. I remember Bardock seemed to have sent his son to Earth, but I didn't expect this kid to be alive." Luo Xiu smiled and did not express an opinion. Strange, it is said that when Kakarot was sent to Earth, he also wanted to let Kakarot destroy the planet through the full moon of the Earth. Vegeta mused, I didn't expect this kid to get along with the Earthlings quite well. By the way, his tail. His tail is missing, no wonder. Klin, you came just in time, come and see my son. Sun Wukong stepped forward and took Klin's hand. Your son? Goku, what did you say? Klin was stunned. Yes, my son. Monkey King smiled. In the original book, Sun Wukong and Vic flew away with Kiki after the battle at the world's first martial arts meeting, and it was not until 5 years later that he took the 4-year-old son Gohan to meet Klin and the Turtle Immortal and others. Before this, no one knew that Sun Wukong already had a child. Son? When did your kid have a son? Klin was surprised, and followed Sun Wukong into the room with some surprise. At the same time, the stereoscopic projection on Luo Xiu's side also changed the angle slightly, replacing it with the situation in the room. The house where Sun Wukong and Kiki live is not very large, but the original house in Bunzishan has been remodeled. The room is about 100 square meters, which is enough for a family of 3. At this time, in Kiki's arms, he was holding a small baby with a tail, which looked to be about 2 years old. Hello, you're Goku's friend, right? Kiki took the initiative to greet Klin. I'm Kling, and we've met before. Klin quickly replied politely. Remember, it seems that you are also cultivating with the turtle immortals. Kiki nodded, and then grabbed Son Gohan's little hand. Gohan, quickly call uncle. Phew, Son Gohan was just 2 years old, and his words were not very clear. Ha, I haven't seen you for 3 years, and Goku has a son. Klin scratched his head embarrassedly. It's a pity that I didn't prepare to come this time. I already knew that Goku had a child. I should go buy some gifts. Klin, don't be so polite. Sun Wukong smiled, and then asked, by the way, did you come to me for something? Goku, it's not a secret, I came here this time to challenge you. Klin was a little embarrassed, but Goku, you just had a son. I think I'd talk about it another day. What? Klin, you said you were going to challenge me? Sun Wukong's eyes lit up, and he was almost excited. In the past 3 years, Goku has been with Kiki all day, and the rest of the time is to watch the children, and he has long been suffocated. Now that Klin took the initiative to come to the door to challenge himself, Sun Wukong was really excited not to want it. Hehe, Goku, I'm just going to challenge you, I'm going to defeat you. Klin's face was full of confidence. Ha, Klin, don't be funny. Sun Wukong laughed, he really didn't know where Klin got this confidence. I'm not kidding. Klin replied. Kiki, I'll go out first. Goku greeted Kiki. Goku, you're all daddy. Do you still have to fight and kill all day like before? You'll make Gohan learn badly. Kiki shouted. No, I'll be right back, Goku winked at Klin. Klin agreed, got up to leave. Goku hurriedly followed behind Kling, not listening to Kiki's advice. Seeing this, Vegeta's face was full of disdain. Che, this is the Earthling? It's hypocritical. Vegeta looked at him coldly. If we Scions go straight to call Kakarot out to challenge, what's so verbose? This is the basic etiquette of the Earthlings, each race has the customs of each race, you can't say that the Earthlings are so bad, and you can't deny you Scions to do things simply. Luo Zhu said lightly. Yes, teacher, the student knows. Vegeta quickly bowed in response. The two soon flew to a place where there was no one. I didn't expect that Kakarot actually had a child with Earth. Vegeta mused. Luo Zhu smiled and didn't say anything more. It's a pity that you can't sense their breath here. Vegeta was a little disappointed, but I think Kakarot is a low-class warrior, but it shouldn't be a big problem to deal with this little bald man. Chapter 017. If you haven't been here, of course you won't be Sun Wukong's opponent. Luo Zhu smiled. Also, Kakarot is a low-class warrior after all, and it is estimated that the combat effectiveness is less than 1000 now, right? That little bald man had raised his combat effectiveness to more than 500 when he was leaving. Vegeta mused. At this time, I only heard Sun Wukong speak again. Klin, I didn't expect to see you for 3 years, your changes are so big, I can sense it, you seem to have become much stronger than before. Sun Wukong looked at Klin carefully, and always felt that a huge change had occurred in his body. Hehe, I'm going to beat you. Klin grinned. Okay, then come on. Sun Wukong nodded, and did not dare to be careless, and immediately burst out the breath on his body. Klin did not hide it, raising the energy to the extreme. I'm going to attack, Goku. Klin said. Okay, come on Klin. Sun Wukong's expression became more and more solemn. Ugh. Klin quickly appeared opposite Sun Wukong and bombarded Sun Wukong with a punch. Looking at Klin's rapidly rushing fist, Sun Wukong's face changed color, and he hurriedly resisted with his left arm. Bang! This punch directly hit Sun Wukong's arm. Ouch! Sun Wukong grinned in pain, and hurriedly flew up to fight back. However, Klin deftly retreated. How about Gaku? Klin said proudly. Klin, you are really amazing. I didn't expect that after 3 years of not seeing, your strength has improved so quickly. Sun Wukong was surprised, and then smiled, but your speed has not changed much from before. Yes. Klin grinned, stretched out his hand, and beckoned to Gaku. Hehe, Gaku, what do you think this is? Sun Wukong fixed his eyes and was immediately stunned. Cut. This little bald man knows to do some useless work. Vegeta shook his head with a look of disdain. The two of them are junior brothers, they are fighting, not a battle of life and death. Luo Xiu said to Vegeta. Humph, we scions are not like this, what is the competition? All we have is a fight, and every battle is a battle of life and death. Vegeta hummed. Hey? My belt? Klin, when did you take my belt? Sun Wukong looked at Klin in surprise. Klin smiled and handed the belt to the Monkey King. Sun Wukong quickly wrapped his belt around his pants, touched the back of his head, looked at Klin in surprise, and said, Wow, Klin, you really impress me. But since that's the case, I'll show my true strength. It turns out that Gaku, you didn't really move. Klin took a deep breath and smiled, me too, hehe. The two looked at each other, their faces full of fighting intent. Ugh! Immediately afterwards, Klin sped towards Goku's side. Bang bang! Klin launched a fierce attack on the Monkey King. Looking at Gaku again, after a short period of resistance, only the beatings remained. In less than 20 seconds, Klin bombarded Gaku with a punch, knocking Gaku to the ground. Victory and defeat have been scored. Gaku, how's it going? Still can't fight? Klin was overjoyed. Amazing, amazing, Klin. Gaku got up from the ground and said with some shock, I admit defeat. I admit that I am definitely not your opponent now. Hehe, I've finally defeated you. Klin was excited. Klin, I can sense that your strength is several times that of 3 years ago, and I think that even if I try my best to fight you, I know that I will not be able to defeat you. And I admit defeat. Sun Wukong nodded solemnly, but as long as you give me time, I will definitely surpass you. Hehe, that one doesn't have to be, Gaku. Klin grinned. Cut, boring fight. Vegeta shook his head, feeling that the fight between Klin and Gaku was too childish. That being said, Vegeta felt as if he had a little more unique affection in his heart. Luo Xiu didn't say much, he couldn't change Vegeta drastically, what he could do was to influence Vegeta's heart little by little. Of course, Rothyu knew that the person who could change Vegeta the most was Bulma. It is precisely because Vegeta went to Earth later, under the influence of Bulma and the Earthlings, that he had a peaceful heart and further transformed into a Super Saiyan. Ding! Congratulations to the host student Klin for defeating Sun Wukong, fulfilling his wish, and receiving 10,000 reputation points. Not long after Klin defeated Wukong, Luo Xiu also gained 10,000 reputation points. Looking at this 10,000 prestige points, Luo Xiu did not hesitate to use 1,000 points to open the drinking mall. Then, Luo Xiu quickly browsed the products in the drinking mall. But everything related to drinking, there are all kinds of drinks, beer, liquor, red wine, fruit juice, mineral water, mountain spring water, and even the essence of Vegeta's water is also sold. In addition, the price of drinks in the mall is almost the same as on the Earth in his previous life, except that he needs to exchange it with prestige here. P.S. Tip 1 person plus 1 more, not capped. Tip 1 person plus 1 more, not capped. Tip 1 person plus 1 more, not capped. Chapter 018. Luo Xiu first exchanged 2 bottles of Coke cans and casually threw 1 bottle to Vegeta. This thing, Luo Xiu can't get tired of drinking. What is it? Vegeta was stunned, apparently not drinking a Coke. Have a drink. Luo Xiu smiled. Vegeta took a sip with some curiosity, and then stuck out his tongue vigorously. What is this thing? It's hard to drink. Vegeta almost threw away the coke. Luo Zhu smiled and ignored it. The first time you drink coke, it is normal to drink it unaccustomedly. Luo Zhu exchanged another bottle of coke, this time feeling much more comfortable. Fortunately, this thing is not expensive, one bottle is only 3 prestige points. Even if you drink 10 bottles every day, it is enough. Then, Luo Zhu looked at the remaining 3 unopened shopping malls, a little unpleasant, gritted his teeth, and used another 3,000 reputation points, simply opened the other 3 shopping malls together. Anything you need in this way can be seen in the mall. However, just after Luo Zhu opened all 5 shopping malls, before he had time to experience the goods in the mall, it was his system panel that had another button. This button has 2 words written on it: inheritance. Inheritance? What is it? Luo Zhu tried to press on it. Do you want to open the Heritage Mall? 1,000 reputation points are required. The system prompts. On. Luo Zhu did not hesitate, and used another 1,000 reputation points to open the Inheritance Mall. If calculated in this way, Luo Zhu only had 5,000 reputation points left. However, Luo Zhu's requirements are not very high, and he really wants to see what good things are in this Inheritance Mall. In addition, the system also said about inheritance before, and Luo Zhu was already a little moved. Snap! The Inheritance Mall was opened, and inside appeared Scion Inheritance, Legendary Super Scion Inheritance, Namex Inheritance, Frozen Demon Inheritance, Majin Inheritance, Realm King God Inheritance, and Destruction God Inheritance. That's right, 7 inheritances in total. System, what is this inheritance for? Luo Zhu hurriedly asked the system. Obtaining the inheritance is equivalent to having the characteristics of that race, such as the host obtains the legendary Super Scion inheritance, you can transform into the legendary Super Scion. Of course, the premise is to transform through cultivation. The system mechanically responded. This is good. Luo Zhu was excited. Then, Luo Zhu went to see the prices of the major inheritances. Namex Heritage, 1 million. Scion Heritage, 8 million. Frozen Demon Inheritance, 50 million. Legendary Super Scion Heritage, 80 million. Majin Inheritance, 100 million. Realm King God Inheritance, 500 million. Destruction God Inheritance, 1 billion. Among them, the cheapest is the Namex Inheritance, and the most expensive is naturally the Destruction God Inheritance. However, even if it is the cheapest Namex Inheritance, Luo Zhu can't afford it, and he needs 1 million points. The Destruction God Inheritance is the most expensive and requires 1 billion reputation points. Luo Zhu had to collect 10 nightmare-level student tasks, and he could only get 1 billion reputation points without eating or drinking. Even if it is the inheritance of the Realm King God, it needs 500 million prestige points. System, can I get all the inheritance? Luo Zhu had a whim and asked. What does host mean? The system was also stunned for a moment and asked puzzled. For example, I obtained the Namex inheritance, and now I have prestige points, can I get other inheritances? Luo Zhu asked. Yes, the host, if you have enough reputation points, you can get all the inheritance. The system answered. You say there won't be a conflict between these inheritances, right? Luo Zhu was still not at ease. For example, if I obtain the Scion inheritance and the Chuanchao inheritance, what will happen if I transform? The host can change as much as it wants? The host can turn into a normal Super Scion or a legendary Super Scion. The return of the system machinery. Luo Zhu understood and was overjoyed in his heart. As long as there is no conflict between the major lineages, he will steal the fun. Luo Zhu's goal is to obtain all the inheritances, even the lowest level of the Namex inheritance, since there is, why not obtain it? In this way, if you complete Vegeta's mission to defeat Frisia and get 10 million reputation points, you can have both the Frozen Demon and the Namex lineage. Vegeta, you have to hurry up and cultivate. Luo Xiu looked at Vegeta eagerly. Vegeta chuckled in his heart, and his face changed color. Vegeta knew that the teacher showed this look, and he was afraid that he was going to be beaten. Luo Xiu suddenly thought, I don't know if there will be such a magical thing as fairy beans in the mall where he eats. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu entered the words fairy bean in the search box in the mall. Sure enough, there is really such a thing as fairy beans in the mall, and the above introduction is exactly the same as the fairy beans in the Dragon Ball world. After taking it, immediately restore all energy and repair all injuries. Look at the price again, 5,000 prestige value. But then, Luo Xiu saw another option other than the first time, called Search Suggestions, which marked a product called Potential Beans. Potential Beans, 5,000 reputation points that stimulate potential energy, effective once eaten. Chapter 019. Potential Beans? Luo Xiu's eyes lit up. This is a good thing. Is this thing the same as the super divine water of the Garen Immortals? Will it tap into the potential energy? Thinking of this, Luo Xiu searched for the 3 words super divine water again. Sure enough, the product Super God Water soon appeared in the drinking system mall, and the price was 3,000 prestige points. Super God Water, 3,000 reputation points. Comparable potential beans greatly stimulate potential energy, but highly toxic. There is a certain chance of poison death. Fairy beans cannot detoxify. Looking at the 2 products of Potential Bean and Super God Water, the price difference is 2,000 prestige value, but the function is slightly different. However, the only drawback is that the Super God Water is highly toxic, and it will hang if it is not good. Luo Xiu took a deep look at Vegeta. Even Sun Wukong could get through. Vegeta was the prince of the Sion. Would he be poisoned? Unlikely, right? Luo Xiu remembered that some Dragon Ball fans said that Sun Wukong had viral heart disease in the later stage precisely because he drank Chao Shen water. This made Luo Xiu a little worried. After all, Vegeta is his own disciple. Even if he dies, he will not die of a heart attack. System, is there any other side effect of Super God Water? For example, will you get viral heart disease or something in a few years? Luo Xiu had to ask clearly. Nope. The system replied. Luo Xiu thought about it, and finally exchanged 3,000 reputation points for Super God Water. On the one hand, this allows you to save 2,000 prestige to buy something to eat, or have other uses. On the other hand, it also wants to greatly tap Vegeta's potential. In comparison, the potential of Super God Water will be greater than that of Potential Beans, but it is dangerous. At least in Luo Xiu's opinion, even Sun Wukong will be fine, and if Vegeta is poisoned, then he can only be blamed for his bad luck. Snap! Luo Xiu's hand flashed with light, and there was an extra small bottle of Super God Water. This small bottle of Chao Shen water is about 100 milliliters, and it is placed in a small jade bottle. Vegeta! Luo Xiu beckoned to Vegeta, who was cultivating hard. Teacher, what are the instructions? Vegeta quickly came over and quickly asked. Although the division has adjusted the gravity to 400 times, your combat effectiveness has increased relatively slowly, and it took more than half a day to increase to 2.3 million, only 100,000 more than before. Luo Xiu shook his head slightly. Teacher! Do you say? Could it be that my Vegeta's potential is gone? Vegeta's lips were trembling slightly, and his face was very ugly. As I said, Super Saiyan is just the beginning. Luo Xiu smiled. That. So what is going on with the teacher? Why is my combat power growing slower and slower? Vegeta asked reluctantly. Don't you think that your previous combat effectiveness increased too quickly? Luo Xiu asked with a smile, and then untied Vegeta's heart knot. In just 7 days, your combat power has increased from less than 20,000 to 2.3 million now. and your combat power has increased 30 times. Master Wei said before that cultivation is a gradual process, it cannot be achieved overnight. If you cultivate well in the future, your basic combat effectiveness will definitely improve. Teacher. Do you mean to tell me that I don't have to practice anymore? Vegeta asked cautiously. There is no need to practice anymore for the time being, because long-term cultivation will make your nerves too tight, and all aspects such as muscles and body will not be able to exert their due strength due to excessive tension. Luo Xiu said this and snapped his fingers. Snap! The gravity of the entire planet immediately returned to its original state. Vegeta only felt that his body was loose, like a feather, almost floating. Here, drink this. Luo Xiu said and threw the small jade bottle to Vegeta. Vegeta took the small bottle with both hands, looked at it for a moment, and did not suspect that he was about to drink the super divine water. Wait, it's highly toxic. Luo Xiu said. Vegeta's hand shook, and he almost dropped the spelling on the ground, and his face changed color. Teacher. You. What do you mean? Vegeta asked, puzzled. This is highly toxic, but it is also a magic potion that stimulates potential. After drinking it, you may be poisoned. If you can survive, the potential in your body will be stimulated. Luo Xiu said with a serious expression, you think about it, do you want to drink it? Vegeta fell into deep thought. After all, this is his life, and he can't be so rash. In fact, even if you don't drink it, with your combat power of 230, if you can transform into a Super Saiyan, it will be no problem to defeat Frieza. Luo Xiu said, although the fourth form of Frieza claims to have 120 million combat power, if he bursts out all his strength, it will cause a serious load on his body, and he will not last long. P.S. There are at least 2 more today, one is more reward, and the other is more 2,000 flowers. In other words, no one commented on Mao. Let's talk about the latest manga of Dragon Ball Ultra, the plot of Gohan and Kavra Gogo. I'll come first. In the super manga, I think that Kavra is weaker than Vegeta during the Buu period, so it's normal to start with Gohan. What do you think? Send 10 comments about Gohan and Kavra, plus 1 more. Send 10 comments about Gohan and Kavra, plus 1 more. Send 10 comments about Gohan and Kavra, plus 1 more. Chapter 020. Vegeta raised his head and took a deep look at Luo Xiu. After a short silence. Teacher, I'll drink. Vegeta gritted her teeth. Luo Xiu nodded. Teacher, if I am poisoned, can you throw my body into the universe? Vegeta asked suddenly. Luo Xiu did not speak. I am a Saiyan, I am a fighting people, we are born for the universe. Vegeta was proud, and after saying this, he no longer had the slightest hesitation, and drank all the super divine water in the jade small bottle in one breath. After drinking the super divine water, Vegeta only felt as if his internal organs were burning, and he cried out loudly in pain. Boom! Vegeta's body erupted with powerful energy, and the vast aura swept around like a storm. The next moment, Vegeta's face turned white and he fell to the ground with a bang. Luo Xiu was taken aback, and hurriedly stepped forward to test Vegeta's breath. Fortunately, this guy is still alive. If he died, so many days would have been in vain. Rothyu also expects Vegeta to defeat Frieza. About 6 hours or so passed. Beep, Vegeta's combat power has been increased to more than 3 million. Congratulations to the host for completing the first part of the mission and gaining a reputation value of 1 million. At this moment, the sound of the system sounded. At the same time, Luo Xiu's system panel also has an extra reputation value of 1 million. Luo Xiu was happy, and this time let Vegeta drink the super god water, which was a right bet. While Luo Xiu breathed a sigh of relief, he also looked at this 1 million prestige value, and he didn't know how to use it for a while. Luo Zhu glanced at Vegeta first and found that he was still sleeping, but his potential had been fully tapped. Since you have already gained 1 million reputation points, why not get the inheritance first? Although Luo Zhu is also very fond of the legendary Super Saiyan inheritance, it requires 10 million reputation points. Only if Vegeta defeats Frieza can he gain 10 million reputation points. Now Luo Zhu really can't wait for a minute, he is too bored on this planet, he must improve his strength, and leave as soon as possible. Thinking of this, Luo Zhu immediately exchanged the name X inheritance. For Luo Zhu, his goal is to obtain all the inheritance, starting with a simple and cheap one, which is not a big deal. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the name X inheritance. The sound of the system rang mechanically. Luo Zhu suddenly felt that his body had undergone tremendous changes, as if he was frying beans in his body, crackling non-stop. About half an hour or so passed, Luo Zhu suddenly felt that an energy in his body was rising. It's an amazing feeling. Luo Zhu was pleasantly surprised, knowing that it was the name X inheritance that worked. Although Luo Zhu was an invincible existence on this planet before, he could not feel the energy in his body. To Luo Zhu, he used to be on this planet, as if he was controlling a high-level character who adjusted his blood to hundreds of millions in a game, and let the other party fight without harm, and his output was very high. But now, Luo Zhu could clearly sense the energy in his body, even if it was just a little, it was better than nothing. Luo Zhu sensed a little, his little energy, converted into combat effectiveness, is estimated to be about 30, which is too little and pitiful. However, Luo Zhu was not disappointed by this, on the contrary. He was very happy. Because this is a big step for Luo Zhu. Moreover, what are you afraid of low combat effectiveness? He is the strongest teacher in the universe, there is everything in the mall, can his combat effectiveness still be improved? At this time, Vegeta finally woke up. Vegeta jumped up from the ground and silently felt the energy in his body. Yes, your energy is growing like crazy. Luo Zhu said with a smile. Yes teacher, it's amazing. Vegeta was excited, and then said with a serious expression, Teacher, I'm going to explode. Luo Zhu nodded slightly. Boom! Vegeta directly burst out all the breath on his body, and the endless energy seemed to roll up 1,000 layers of storm, raging on this planet. Luo Zhu sensed it slightly, and his eyes suddenly widened. Vegeta's basic combat power actually increased to a height of 5 million, which was definitely beyond his expectations. Ha 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 ha! Even Vegeta laughed excitedly, he did not expect that his combat power would increase to this level. 5 million combat power! Vegeta really didn't dare to think, he had never thought that his combat effectiveness would increase to this extent. Thank you, teacher. Vegeta quickly bowed in thanks. Worthy of being the prince of the Saiyans, the potential is extraordinary. Luo Zhu smiled. Now, I should be able to successfully become a Super Saiyan, right? Vegeta's face was full of confidence, well, as long as angry. Saying that, Vegeta began to make up the scene of being bullied by Frieza, and his body couldn't help but scream. P.S. There will be one more later, remember to watch it. Friends who haven't collected see that they don't collect here, it's not authentic. Chapter 021. However, no matter how hard Vegeta tries, it seems that he is not able to become a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, rest first. Luo Zhu greeted. No, if I don't become a Super Saiyan, I will definitely not rest. Vegeta croaked his teeth and once again made up for the scene of anger. Half an hour later, Vegeta was panting and kneeling on the ground, his face full of unwillingness. Why? Why is this? Vegeta's eyes were red, my combat power has clearly reached 5 million, why can't I become a Super Saiyan yet? Okay, Super Saiyan, let it go. Luo Zhu said. No, I won't give up. Vegeta glared angrily at Luo Zhu. Bang! Luo Xiu appeared directly in front of Vegeta and punched him hard in the abdomen. What? Vegeta let out a scream, fell limply to the ground, and passed out. Vegeta slept for 20 minutes before he slowly woke up. However, Vegeta's face was a little confused, and his eyes did not look different. Not being able to transform into a Super Saiyan hit Vegeta too hard. Vegeta, apologize for she here with you. Luo Xiu said in a deep voice. Vegeta turned his head and looked at Luo Xiu expressionlessly. Vegeta, I deceived you for the master before. Luo Xiu sighed, actually, Frisia's combat power is not 120 million, and the fourth form is only more than 4 million. What did you say? Vegeta's eyes widened. Think about it, the first form of Frisia is 530,000, the second form is 1 million, the third form is 3 million, how can the fourth form suddenly jump to hundreds of millions of combat power? Luo Xiu smiled slightly, and had to use this method to comfort. Vegeta's pupils shrank sharply, and he seemed to suddenly understand. Yes, when the teacher said about Frisia's combat power before, Vegeta also felt a little strange. Why did the fourth form suddenly jump to hundreds of millions of combat power? It turns out that the teacher is deceiving himself. But, Vegeta was puzzled, but teacher, why are you doing this? If you don't do this, can you have the motivation to cultivate? Luo Xiu asked with a smile. That and that. So, what about Super Saiyan? Vegeta's body trembled, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. Super Saiyans are just legends. In this world, how can there be Super Saiyan? Luo Xiu shook his head. Vegeta's expression froze, and tears were about to fall. It's too much. That's not right, teacher. You've said that Super Saiyan just started this sentence, and you've said it more than once. Vegeta questioned. Vegeta, in fact, you now have 5 million combat power and are already a Super Saiyan. Luo Xiu sighed, you have successfully become a Super Saiyan. If you think about it, how many times has your combat effectiveness increased now compared to before? 50 times more, isn't it? Vegeta's eyes lit up, and after a brief silence, he nodded gently. You've been here for 7 days, and although you're a Super Saiyan now, it's best to spend 2 days consolidating your strength. Luo Xiu said. Good teacher, I listen to you. Vegeta's heart knot had been untied, and there was no objection immediately. Vegeta was entangled for Super Saiyan before, but now it seems that he is already a Super Saiyan. Vegeta suddenly felt in a good mood. It's just that Vegeta feels as if there is something wrong with a certain link, but he can't find the problem for a while. In the next 2 days, Luo Xiu did not let Vegeta cultivate, but bought some delicacies from the mall and accompanied him to eat and drink. The Saiyan is worthy of being the king of big stomachs, and as a result, Luo Xiu's open delicacy does not matter, and in 2 days, this guy ate a reputation value of nearly 5,000. Looking at the remaining prestige value of less than 500, Luo Xiu's heart was dripping blood. Luo Xiu later decided that he would not entertain the Saiyans at all, and he could eat it. Teacher, the roast chicken you conjured is so delicious, I can eat 30 at a time. Vegeta said with a smile. When you defeat Frisia, I'll let you eat enough. Although Luo Xiu said this, he was unhappy in his heart. Eating 30 at a time is nearly 1,000 reputation points. You eat 1,000 reputation points at a time, can you eat less? However, Luo Xiu has to be a teacher, and although his flesh hurts, he can't show it on the surface. Day 10. Vegeta, go, bring Frisia here. Luo Xiu ordered. Teacher, are you really going to bring him to this planet to fight? Vegeta asked, puzzled. For some unavoidable reasons, Wei Shi can't leave this planet yet, but Wei Shi really wants to meet this universe emperor, so he can only let you run. Luo Xiu patted Vegeta's shoulder. Chapter 022. Teacher, you must want to see with your own eyes how I destroyed Frisia, right? Good teacher, I'll bring him here. Vegeta nodded solemnly. Boom! Vegeta's spaceship streaked a flame of light across the sky, and in a flash, it shot into the chaos of the Infinity Realm, disappearing without a trace. Luo Xiu learned from Vegeta's mouth that if you want to come to this planet, you only need to meditate. Luo Xiu, the most powerful teacher in the universe, please let me be your student. Then, a golden light will appear out of thin air, and the spacecraft will automatically sail in the golden light and send itself to the planet. The time before and after this is up to 1 day. Luo Xiu felt that the system was really pitted, and this spell was too idiotic. System, turn on Vegeta image. Luo Xiu ordered the system. Luo Xiu now does not dare to guarantee that Vegeta will be able to bring Frieza to his planet. If Vegeta can't bring Frieza over, I'm afraid this mission will really fail. This is related to the remaining 9 million reputation value. After all, now Luo Xiu only has less than 500 reputation points and he has to plan well to eat the food in the mall. Yes, host. The mechanical response of the system. Ugh. Luo Xiu then saw that in this projection, Vegeta's spaceship was speeding in a golden beam. 3 hours passed, and I saw Vegeta's spaceship burst out of the golden light and appeared over a brown planet. Boom! Vegeta's spaceship landed smoothly in the planet's spaceship base. Crunch! The spaceship hatch opened and Vegeta flew out of it. Not long after, Luo Xiu saw Vegeta fly directly into a huge castle and saw Frieza in his first form. Your Excellency Frieza! Vegeta bowed slightly, but there was a confident smile on his face. It's Vegeta! Frieza glanced at Vegeta lightly. I heard that you suddenly disappeared. I don't know where you went during this time. Your Excellency Frieza, I have come for this matter. Vegeta said. Oh? What's going on? Frieza smiled and glanced at Vegeta. I accidentally fell into a cosmic black hole and accidentally found a planet. There is a special fruit on the planet. Eating one can increase the lifespan of 500 years. Vegeta said. What did you say? Frieza's eyes widened suddenly, and his face was full of surprise. Originally, I wanted to bring the fruit back and offer it to His Excellency Frieza, but the fruit is so evil that it can only be stored for 10 minutes after picking it, and it will disappear automatically after 10 minutes. Vegeta said. Hey, how many did you eat? Frieza asked. Sorry, I ate 2, and now my lifespan has increased by 1000 years. Vegeta smiled, but don't worry, there are many such fruits on that planet, but unfortunately, it seems that you can only eat 2 at most, that is, you can increase your lifespan by up to 1000 years, and it is useless to eat too much. This way. Frieza rubbed his nose, took a deep look at Vegeta, and suddenly smiled. Vegeta, shouldn't you have dug a trap for me to jump into? Why did Lord Frieza say this? Vegeta pretended to be stunned for a moment, and then smiled gently. Whatever, since you don't believe it, then I take my leave. With that, Vegeta turned around and was about to leave. Slowly. After all, Frieza could not resist the temptation of 1000 years of life, an hour. No, leave in 20 minutes, you lead the way. For Frieza. He was not afraid of someone digging a hole waiting for him. Frieza is the emperor of the universe, how can he worry about these small problems? 20 minutes later, Frieza took Doria and Sob and many other younger brothers and set foot on the spaceship. Vegeta knelt on the ground on her knees and said silently, Luo Xiu, the most powerful teacher in the universe, please let me be your student. Phew! A golden light appeared out of thin air, falling from the sky, shining on Frieza's huge spaceship. The next moment, Frieza's spaceship soared into the air and shot into the golden light. All this was clearly seen by Luo Xiu, and he knew that Frieza would arrive on his planet soon. Luo Xiu did not expect that Vegeta would fool Frieza so easily. I have to say that Vegeta's acting skills are still quite high, and the 1,000 year lifespan really moved Frieza. 3 hours later, Frisia's spaceship slowly landed on Luo Xiu's planet. Frisia flew out of the spaceship with many little brothers. This time, Frisia brought thousands of little brothers, and Luo Xiu's planet was too small. 1,000 little brothers are flying in the air, although it is not crowded, but it has already occupied the entire planet. Vegeta, what are you doing? What about the fruits of life, you say? Sitting on the flying machine, Frisia saw that the planet was bare, with nothing but a person standing, and knew that he might have been deceived. Chapter 023. Hehe, Frisia, the reason why I brought you to this planet has no other meaning, is to defeat you. Vegeta grinned. Cut, it's naive enough. Frisia snorted coldly, I don't know what you're thinking, are you really naive to think, can you beat me? Humph, how do you know if you don't try? Vegeta smiled. Frisia ignored Vegeta, but glanced in Luo Xiu's direction and asked lightly, you are the owner of this planet, right? Did you let Vegeta lure me over? Good. Luo Xiu nodded slightly. What an idiot. Frisia looked disdainful, well, since you want to send you to death, then I will fulfill you. Frisia. Your opponent is me. My teacher is just an audience. Vegeta shouted. Oh? Your teacher? Frisia glanced at Luo Xiu again, and couldn't help but smile, just like that, he is still a teacher. Vegeta, I suddenly felt that your brain is really broken. Even if you don't worship me as a teacher, at least worship Captain Kainu. Less nonsense, let's get started. Vegeta's face showed a fighting intent. Just you? It is not worthy of my personal intervention. Frisia disdained and glanced at the younger brother behind him. Vegeta, let me meet you with Doria. Doria sneered and flew in the direction of Vegeta. Since you came to send you to death, I had to fulfill you. The corners of Vegeta's mouth drew an evil arc. Vegeta, take a good look at your detector, do you know what my combat power is? Tell you well, my combat power is 22,000, how about you? As far as I know, it seems to be only 18,000, right? After Doria finished speaking, he pressed the button on the detector. Bang! However, just as Doria went to check Vegeta's combat power value, his detector exploded on the spot, causing his whole body to tremble. What? How could it explode? Doria was surprised. That's because my combat effectiveness has far exceeded the detection range of the detector, of course it will explode. Vegeta sneered. You? What did you say? This. That's impossible. A cold sweat broke out on Doria's face. Frisia also looked at Vegeta obliquely, rubbing his nose in disdain. I'll let you know what's possible. Vegeta smiled, and his figure suddenly appeared directly opposite Doria, and his hands were placed on each other's bodies. Doria's pupils shrank, and her face turned pale with fright. Goodbye, Doria. Vegeta's hands suddenly released powerful energy. Your Excellency Frisia! Save me! Doria shouted. Boom! With a loud bang, Doria and many of Frisia's younger brothers behind him were swallowed up by this huge energy at that time. Everyone present was stunned, looking at such a strange scene, they were dumbfounded. No one expected that Vegeta would destroy Doria so easily. Even Frisia looked at Vegeta dumbfounded at this time, and then sniffed, and a trace of coldness was wiped in his eyes. Abominable! Sabo was furious, and in a hurry, he directly transformed into the form of a toad and was about to attack Vegeta. Sob, you stand down! Frisia snorted coldly and commanded Sabo. Sob quickly stopped. Maybe you're really not his opponent, this Scion monkey has grown hard wings, humph! Frisia said coldly. Your Excellency Frisia, please teach him a lesson. Sob bowed. You go and destroy the owner of this planet. Frisia ordered. Yes, Your Excellency Frisia. Sob nodded. The next moment, Sob rushed towards Luoxiu with many Frisia little brothers. Looking at the many Frisia juniors who rushed up, Luoxiu did not take a hand, and directly adjusted the gravity of the planet to 300 times. Bang bang! Except for Vegeta and Frisia, who were both sinking, everyone including Sob smashed heavily on the ground and had an intimate contact with the earth. Even, most people were directly crushed to death on the spot by this 300 times gravity. After all, this is 300 times gravity, all aspects of the body will withstand 300 times the previous one. If the physical fitness is not hard, it is bound to die. Even Sob sprayed blood from his mouth, but the blood was not ejected by him because of gravity, but flowed back. System, gravity adjusted to 0. Luoxiu ordered the system. Yes, host. After the words fell, I saw that the little brothers of Frisia who were pressed to the ground by gravity were suspended one by one. Hurrah! The next moment, these little brothers turned into shadows one after another, quickly shot into the boundless space, and disappeared in a flash. Even including Sob, there was no time to resist at all, and he was directly devoured by the void storm of the boundless. Seeing that none of the younger brothers had disappeared, Frisia's pupils shrank sharply, and his face was even more difficult to see the extreme. Chapter 024. Idiot, still want to do something to my teacher? I don't know if I'm alive or dead. Vegeta smiled coldly, disdain on his face. Gee, Vegeta, you've found a good teacher. Frisia rubbed his nose and said coldly, however, you dared to challenge me, it was indeed unexpected. I think back then, your father, King Vegeta, did not have as much courage as you. Che, what is that? When I was 5 years old, I was already more capable of fighting than my father. Vegeta snorted coldly. Humph, hum. Frisia's triangular eyes flashed with resentment, and slowly flew out of the aircraft, its long tail swinging up and down. Frisia, prepare to die. Vegeta's body was full of trembling intent. Self-righteous wild monkey. Frisia was furious, flew up sharply, and kicked Vegeta hard. Looking at Vegeta again, he was standing there, bearing the kick abruptly, as if he was a nobody. What? Frisia's eyes widened suddenly, and he looked at Vegeta with some incredulity. Humph, the gap before and after cultivation is really big. Vegeta smiled slightly, your stunned appearance is really wonderful. Bang! Vegeta flew up with a punch that hit Frisia directly in the abdomen. What? Frisia spewed out a mouthful of acid, and her face turned pale for a moment. Bang! Vegeta kicked out again, and then kicked Frisia in the jaw. Only a crisp sound was heard, and Frisia's jaw seemed to be shattered. At the same time, Frisia's body spun rapidly in midair. Boom! Vegeta crossed his hands together and slammed into Frisia's body. With an earth-shattering bang, Frisia's body hit the ground hard. The grey ground remained intact, bouncing Frisia's body to a height. Immediately afterwards, Frisia fell to the ground again, jumped twice, and then remained motionless. Frisia, get up. I know you have a lot of leeway. Vegeta snorted coldly. Frisia's eyes widened, and he got up from the ground and looked at Vegeta with a gloomy expression. Vegeta, I really underestimated you, I didn't expect to see you for a few days, and your strength has increased to this level. Frisia said this and glanced at Luoxiu. I have to say that your teacher is quite good and can train Vegeta to this extent. Luoxiu smiled. I remembered. You're the guy who advertises and goes around promoting himself as the strongest teacher in the universe, right? Yes, your name is Luoxiu, am I right? Frisia snorted coldly. It's me. Luoxiu nodded. It's really ironic that you claim to be the strongest teacher in the universe in front of the Emperor of the Universe. Frisia smiled, however, I am not in a hurry to kill you, wait until I fix your student Vegeta in front of you, kill him with my own hands, and then slowly torture you. You may not be Vegeta's opponent. Luoxiu smiled. Look down on people less, the strongest teacher, I, Frisia, will let you see and see now, what price will I pay if I provoke a universe emperor? Frisia sneered, and the breath on his body also spread out. Boom! Frisia transformed into a second form. How about Vegeta? I'll transform, aren't you surprised? Frisia smiled triumphantly. Okay, Frisia, hurry up and turn into the fourth form. Vegeta snorted coldly, I didn't kill you in your first form, it was already considered to give you face. Because, with my own ability, I will defeat you at your peak. What? Frisia's eyes widened. You actually know that I still have two forms of transformation. Vegeta smiled, confidence written on her face. Humph, you guys have investigated me really carefully, even Sob and Doria don't know my fourth form. Frisia touched his nose, I think back then, when I destroyed planet Vegeta, I just used the first form. By the way, I think you have already investigated, it was I who destroyed the planet Vegeta, not because of the impact of a meteorite. Are you done talking nonsense? Vegeta squinted his eyes, his face a little gloomy. Since you want to send to death, then I will fulfill you, and I will let you see and see, the true strength of my Frisia. Frisia clenched his fists, and the momentum of the whole person suddenly increased. Boom! With Frisia as the center, one after another vast aura burst out. The endless energy seemed to roll up a huge storm, which spread to the entire planet in an instant. Luo Xiu suddenly felt that this planet was indeed a little small. P.S. This update. Powerful, right? Take a leave first, there is something tomorrow, only 3 more chapters. Chapter 025. Luo Xiu fixed his eyes, and sure enough, Frisia had already turned into the fourth form. This is your final form? Judging from the strength of your breath, the combat power is about 4 million. Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief. Frisia didn't speak, and after turning into the fourth form, the injuries on his body were completely healed. I saw Frisia stretch out a finger and aim it at Vegeta's body. Phew! A bright red flame of light burst out of the air, like a laser, and rushed straight towards Vegeta. Vegeta's pupils shrank and he slapped it sharply. Bang! The bright red flame of light was directly shot away by Vegeta. Frisia took a deep look at Vegeta, his face was as calm as water. Frisia, come on! Vegeta shouted. Frisia didn't say anything more and beckoned to Vegeta. Ugh! Vegeta also immediately raised his energy to the extreme, and rushed towards Frisia. Bang! Vegeta punched hard. Frisia looked indifferent, stretched his left hand forward, blocked Vegeta's attack, and clenched his fist with his right hand, hitting Vegeta the abdomen. Vegeta, however, waved his hand sharply and slapped Frisia directly in the face. Frisia's gaze became gloomy. Bang bang! Vegeta, however, punched and kicked Frisia, knocking him out of his power. Boom! Immediately afterwards, Vegeta released a huge flame of energy light, which swallowed Frisia inside at once. Humph! The victory and defeat have been divided. Vegeta breathed a sigh of relief and smiled proudly. As the smoke dissipated little by little, Frisia's figure was gradually revealed. Oh? You're pretty tough. Vegeta was a bit of a surprise. Yes, Vegeta, you are indeed very good, I underestimate you. Frisia sniffed and said lightly, you can replace Captain Kainu, I believe you can do better than him. Bah! Vegeta spat out, less disgusting people there. You think I'm still willing to be your puppet? You dream, Frisia. Now you should worry about yourself, because you will soon be killed by me. Oh? Is it? Are you so confident? Frisia said coldly. That's right, because standing in front of you is the Super Saiyan you fear the most. Vegeta pointed to his nose with a thumbs up. Super Saiyan. Hearing this name, Frisia's pupils shrank sharply, and his face changed color slightly. But then, Frisia laughed and said disdainfully, "Don't tease, Vegeta, are you still a Super Saiyan?" "You're kidding." "I'm not kidding, you learned it just now, right?" Vegeta snorted coldly. "Okay, I'm too lazy Frisia to play with you." Frisia narrowed his triangular eyes and said coldly, "Vegeta, although you are very strong, strong enough for me to use the fourth form against you, you are still far behind." "Cut, bragging who wouldn't?" Vegeta smiled coldly. "I have already calculated that I only need to use half of my energy to make you turn into dust in the universe." Frisia's expression was indifferent, and he glanced at Luo Xiu again. "That strongest teacher, you may be disappointed, your apprentice is about to die. But don't worry, when I destroy him, I will repair you properly." "Only half the energy." Vegeta's forehead bruised. "Frisia, you're less stunned." Saying that, Vegeta no longer had the slightest hesitation and rushed straight to Frisia's side. Boom! Vegeta threw a powerful punch at Frisia. It was only the next scene that completely stunned Vegeta. I saw that Frisia only extended a finger and easily blocked his attack. He. He's not bragging. Vegeta was stunned, his face changing color. "How about Vegeta? Aren't you a Super Saiyan?" Frisia smiled coldly and slapped Vegeta to the ground. Ah! Vegeta let out a scream, feeling that the whole person had been hurt a lot. The next moment, Vegeta hurriedly looked at Luo Xiu, his eyes full of shock and puzzlement. Vegeta didn't understand, why did teacher Luo Xiu deceive himself? Ugh! Frisia's long tail wrapped around Vegeta's neck and lifted him high. "Vegeta, where is the momentum just now?" "Yes? Aren't you a Super Saiyan?" Frisia said coldly, punching Vegeta in the back. Poof! Vegeta spewed out a mouthful of blood, and all thoughts were ashen. Vegeta knew that Frisia's combat power was really 120 million, and the gap between himself and him was not 1 point or 2. Snap! At this moment, Vegeta saw teacher Luo Xiu suddenly appear behind Frisia and patted him on the shoulder. P.S. There are at least 2 more at night. Tip 1 person plus 1 more. Chapter 026. Frisia was stunned for a moment and turned to look back. Bang! Luo Xiu slapped Frisia away. Then, Luo Xiu stepped forward to help Vegeta up, and said a little apologetically, "Vegeta, it is true that the teacher deceived you. I know that with your current strength, no matter how hard you try, it is impossible to defeat Frisia, so I had to let you bring him to me. You have done a good job, and the rest is left to the teacher." "Che, you're really teasing people," Vegeta smiled wryly. "No way, he is the emperor of the universe, it is really not easy to surpass him." Luo Xiu said in a deep voice, "I think that even if it is me, I am afraid that I am not his opponent." "What do you say? You are also no match for him?" Vegeta's face became even more ugly. "I don't go to hell, who goes to hell?" Luo Xiu smiled, his expression extremely hearty. "Teacher, you. What do you want?" Vegeta's heart sank, as if he realized something, and quickly drank. Luo Xiu smiled, did not speak, his eyes were far-reaching, and his expression was firm. "Teacher, this is a feud between us Saiyan and Frisia, and you have nothing to do with you, teacher. Don't get involved!" Vegeta exclaimed. "Vegeta, since it is for the division to deceive you, for the division has to be responsible for this matter, if there is no participation for the division, maybe you will not have the mind to deal with Frisia, and there will be no danger to your life, all because of the division." Luo Xiu's righteousness was awe-inspiring. "Teacher! I know you're all for my good." Vegeta gritted her teeth, her eyes reddened. "However, without a teacher, I wouldn't even be qualified to challenge Frisia. Now at least I can let him fight me in his final form, I'm already content. It's not that the teacher taught badly, it's not that I, the student, didn't learn well, blame this guy for being a monster, he's too perverted. Don't talk first, the rest is up to the teacher. After Luo Xiu finished speaking, he smiled at Vegeta, and then rushed towards Frisia's side. Bang bang! Luo Xiu punched and kicked Frisia, who had just slowed down, knocking Frisia to the point where he couldn't fight back. System, turn on the virtual image. Luo Xiu saw that the time was almost up, and ordered the system. Yes, host. The mechanical response of the system. Ugh! Luo Xiu himself disappeared at an extremely fast speed, like a flash of electric light. And in the next moment, Luo Xiu had already appeared behind the planet. What replaced Luo Xiu was a high-tech virtual image. The virtual image is exactly the same as Luo Xiu, as if it is a clone of Luo Xiu. The virtual image is extremely real, almost fake. At least Vegeta and Frisia present can't see that Luo Xiu has been replaced long ago. Success or failure, you can only watch this last wonderful performance. This is related to the remaining 9 million reputation points, and Luo Xiu paid for it for 10 days. During these 10 days, Luo Xiu went hungry 3 times for Vegeta and gave all the nutrient solution to Vegeta. During these 10 days, Luo Xiu worked hard to teach Vegeta Kung Fu and accompanied him in his cultivation day and night. During these 10 days, Luo Xiu taught by example and silently influenced Vegeta in some aspects, striving to give him a peaceful heart. If this last performance didn't work, Luo Xiu confessed. After all, this is also a nightmare-level task. And this task is relatively too difficult. Bang bang! Luo Xiu's virtual image is still punching and kicking Frisia. Frisia was so angry that his nose was crooked, and he suddenly reached out to block it, grabbed Luo Xiu's virtual image's arm, and anger flashed in his eyes. Boy, have you fought enough? Frisia said coldly, but what made him a little puzzled was that the opponent's attack seemed to have become smaller. What was going on? Of course, Frisia didn't think much about it, thinking that maybe this kid had no strength. Not enough. Luo Xiu's virtual image shouted. Snap! The virtual image slapped over and slammed into Frisia's face. Although this slap was not heavy, this naked slap made Frisia's face very ugly. Bang! Frisia was furious, knocked Luo Xiu's virtual image to the ground with one punch, and stomped on his head with his foot. This teacher, your ability is not small. Frisia wiped the corners of his mouth, and found that purple blood was already oozing out of it, and he couldn't help but be furious, increasing the strength under his feet. Luo Xiu didn't say anything. Isn't it? Now at Frisia's feet is just a virtual image of Luo Xiu. Of course, he is not in pain. However, in order to make it more realistic, Luo Xiu manipulated the virtual image and made it spew blood from his mouth, looking extremely tragic. Che, I thought you were amazing, the strongest teacher in the universe? I really laughed off my big teeth, and I was still a teacher to such a little extent. Frisia's face was full of disdain, and he trampled Luo Xiu's virtual image under his feet like this, looking more proud and proud. P.S. Keep asking for tips, that inheritance vote helped to click. Chapter 027. Frisia, let him go. Vegeta's eyes were bloodshot and he shouted angrily. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta's body erupted with vast energy, and it bombarded Frisia's side. Bang! Vegeta's heavy punch hit Frisia's chest at that time. Frisia's body trembled violently, causing him to grin in pain, and his face turned pale for a moment. Bang! Vegeta chased after the victory, and another punch hit Frisia directly in the face. Frisia whimpered, and his face became extremely ugly. Frisia, I'm going to kill you! Vegeta shouted and flew up to attack Frisia again. Snap! Frisia, however, easily blocked Vegeta's attack with a slight block, and knocked Vegeta to the ground with one tail. Vegeta fell to the ground, gasping for air. Vegeta, I didn't expect you to have so much strength. Frisia sneered, it's a pity that your strength is too far behind mine. Vegeta, you hurry up and leave in a spaceship, there is a good saying, it is not too late for a gentleman to take revenge for 10 years. Luo Xiu stood up slowly. Your basic skills have been completed now, as long as you cultivate for no more than a year, you will definitely surpass Frisia. Teacher, Vegeta's body trembled slightly. Hurry up, I'll pester him. Luo Xiu said, and threw himself towards Frisia's body. Of course, this is just a virtual image of Luo Xiu. Phew! Frisia didn't move, and a bright red flame of light shot out from his hand. Bang! This bright red flame of light directly penetrated the heart of Luo Xiu's virtual image. Luo Xiu's virtual image was stunned at that time, his face turned white, and he fell to the ground with a bang. Cut, useless things, what Frisia hates the most is the teacher's preaching. Frisia snorted coldly, being a teacher at this level? It's a laugh. Teacher! Teacher! Vegeta's pupils turned white and his body trembled. Oh? Your expression is rich, Vegeta. Frisia looked at Vegeta with a smile and said with interest, well, I'll let you send someone to your teachers so that you can enjoy a more wonderful scene. Speaking of this, Frisia reached out and aimed at Luo Xiu's virtual image. What are you doing? You stop me! Vegeta said in a hushed voice. Interesting. Frisia smiled coldly, directly controlled Luo Xiu's virtual image, and gently lifted it up to the sky. Ugh! I saw Luo Xiu's virtual image, and it fluttered into the sky so lightly. Luo Xiu's appearance was miserable, his body was scarred, and his mouth and chest were covered in blood. However, Luo Xiu held his head high and did not mean to admit it. Of course, these are just virtual images of Luo Xiu, and the real Luo Xiu is eating roast chicken on the back of the planet. Hey, that strongest teacher, what last words do you have to say to your student Vegeta? 10 seconds for you. Frisia's face was written with mockery. Vegeta, stand up your chest and raise your head, you are the prince of the Sion, you are the most talented warrior. Luo Xiu said to Vegeta seriously. Vegeta's body shook violently and nodded vigorously. Oh? It's so touching. 3 seconds left. Frisia smiled softly. Vegeta, it's for the master to fail you, I hope you don't, continued Luo Xiu. Bang! However, before Luo Xiu finished speaking, he saw Frisia squeeze his hand hard. Only a muffled sound was heard, and the virtual image of Luo Xiu suspended in the sky turned into a blood mist and exploded into pieces. Blood fell from the sky, staining half of the sky red. Cut, useless things, and presumptuously call a teacher? It's the funniest joke under the sun. Frisia laughed, his face becoming more smug and proud. Shhhhshhh. Watching Luo Xiu turn into a blood mist and his body turn into pieces, Vegeta's body trembled violently, and his pupils were covered with bright red blood. Nope. No. Vegeta gulped. The heavens and the earth seemed to tremble by him. Boom! Suddenly, a golden lightning bolt fell from the sky and smashed into Vegeta's body. Snap! Vegeta's hair turned golden in an instant. What? What is this situation? Frisia's eyes widened, and he looked at Vegeta with some incredulity. Back of the planet. It's done. Luo Xiu clenched his fists excitedly. It's not easy. In order to make this guy Vegeta a Super Saiyan, is it easy for me to be a teacher? Vegeta, do you know the good intentions of the teacher? Boom! Vegeta's body was shining with gold, and her hair was originally standing up, but it didn't change much, but the color became golden. At the same time, a layer of golden light appeared on the surface of Vegeta's body, and the color of his pupils turned turquoise. P.S. Ask for flowers. Ask for tips. Chapter 028. Frisia, I can't spare you. Vegeta's body trembled violently and walked towards Frisia's side step by step. This. What is this change? Aren't Scions only giant ape transformations? Frisia was a little confused, and looked at Vegeta, who came forward without blinking. Bang! Vegeta's heavy punch hit Frieza directly in the face. Immediately afterward, Vegeta grabbed Frieza's neck and slammed it hard. Boom! Frieza's head collided with the planet's ground. Frieza only felt his head dizzy, and many small stars appeared in front of his eyes. Unrelieved, Vegeta pressed Frieza again, pushing him to slide across the ground. It's just that the ground of this planet does not know what material it is made of, and it has not suffered a little damage. Sensing Vegeta's aura rushing towards his side, Luo Xiu quickly changed places. 1 lap. 2 laps. 3 laps. 10 laps. Vegeta pushed Frieza's head and circled the planet 10 times before kicking him into the air. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta flew up and stomped heavily on Frieza's back again. Boom! Frieza's body hit the ground like a cannonball, bouncing up a height, and his internal organs seemed to be misplaced. Get up! Vegeta stood beside Frieza and said with a cold face. Frieza gritted her teeth and jumped up from the ground to glare at Vegeta. Show all your strength, I will kill you under your 100% energy to sacrifice my teacher. Vegeta snorted coldly. You bastard wild monkey! Frieza was furious, and a bright red flame of light in his hand shot towards Vegeta's body. Snap! Vegeta just lightly slapped his hand and flew this flame of light. This. Humph, if hit, you're dead. Frieza sneered. Try again. Vegeta smiled softly. What do you say? You give me less pride. Frieza was furious, and a bright red flame of light once again condensed in his hand. Bang! This flame of light directly bombarded Vegeta's forehead. Looking at Vegeta again, the forehead was intact and unharmed. You. This. What's going on? Frieza's eyes widened. Idiot, standing in front of you is Super Saiyan Vegeta. Vegeta said coldly. What? Super Saiyan? Frieza's pupils shrank sharply and he shouted incredulously, this can't be. That's impossible. How could you become a Super Saiyan? You killed my teacher, you inspired endless anger in my heart, it was my teacher who made me understand that in this world, there is. And the friendship between teachers and students. So, I became a Super Saiyan. Vegeta's expression was flat, but after thinking of the teacher's death because of herself, the bruises on her forehead burst out, and a killing intent flashed in her eyes. What? Did you transform out of anger? Frieza was remorseful. I already knew that the Saiyan was this kind of urine, so why should I provoke him? Frieza, release 100% of your energy, I'll give you time. Vegeta said coldly. Humph, you're really arrogant. Frieza's face was ugly, he stared at Vegeta with a grin, and smiled coldly, okay, I'll let you know how strong I am. I want you to see the true strength of my Frieza. On the back of the planet, Luo Xiu was in a hurry. Vegeta, this kid is really too inky. You've become a Super Saiyan, just get rid of Frieza. Don't know if I'm still waiting for those prestige points? Just now, Luo Xiu received another 1 million reputation points. And this 1 million reputation points were the reward for Vegeta's transformation into a Super Saiyan. Luo Xiu first exchanged an Emperor Crab and watched the battle while eating. Subsequently, Luo Xiu was not very enjoyable, so he simply went to the mall to exchange a swivel chair to sit on, at least he didn't have to sit on the ground. Boom! In the distance, with a huge bang, Luo Xiu knew that it was Frieza who released all the energy. However, Luo Xiu knew that the victorious side was naturally Vegeta. After all, Vegeta's basic combat power was 5 million, which was much higher than the Monkey King in the original work. Bang bang! Frieza, who burst out with all his strength, rushed forward and unleashed a set of combo punches at Vegeta. 3 minutes later. Haha! How about Super Saiyan Vegeta? Frisia gasped with exhaustion. It's not good, it's so disappointing for me. Vegeta smiled softly, it turns out that this is all your strength, I thought you were amazing. You? What did you say? Frisia's eyes widened. Sure enough, as the teacher said, if your energy is converted into combat power, it is about 120 million. Vegeta said coldly, Frisia, do you know what my combat power is? P.S. There are things today, up to 4 more, if there is a tip, add more tomorrow. Chapter 029. You say? Frisia croaked. My combat power is 250 million, more than twice as much as yours. Vegeta smiled. You. What did you say? Frisia's pupils shrank sharply, his face became ugly, and he roared loudly, this is impossible, you just blow hard. Humph, then let me prove it with facts. Vegeta's eyes narrowed slightly. Ugh! In just a blink of an eye, Vegeta had already appeared directly opposite Frisia. What? This guy's speed! Frisia was flabbergasted. Bang! Vegeta's heavy punch hit Frisia directly in the abdomen. What? Frisia spewed out a mouthful of acid, her face pale for a moment. This punch is for my father. Vegeta said coldly. Bang! Immediately afterwards, Vegeta bombarded the past with another heavy punch. This punch is for all the scions you killed. Bang! This punch is for me to be played with by you all these years. Bang! This punch is for the planet Vegeta that you destroyed. Every time Vegeta bombarded Frisia's body, he uttered a word with a black face. After the 4 punches, Frisia's face turned pale, his pupils shrunk together, and his anger reached the extreme. The last punch was for my teacher. Vegeta shouted angrily. Bang! With this last punch, Vegeta burst out almost all his energy, and the heavy punch directly penetrated Frisia's chest and shattered his heart. Frisia's body rose a height and slowly fell. Bang! Frisia's body bounced off the planet a few times, already delirium. Ahem! Frisia coughed up blood, apparently dying up. Vegeta. Ahem! I'm Frisia enough, at least, I killed your teacher, hum. Before dying, Frisia looked at Vegeta with a smile. However, Frisia's eyes suddenly froze in the next moment. Because, he was shocked to see that Luo Jiao was sitting on a chair not far away, holding a king crab in his hand, and eating there was very happy. Even, Luo Jiao stretched out one of the king crab's legs and smiled at Frisia, meaning to ask him if he wanted to eat it. You, Frisia stammered you for a long time, but the next words did not come out again, but his eyes widened and he died on the spot. Looking at Frisia, who had died, Vegeta slowly closed his eyes, but his body couldn't stop shaking. Teacher! Woohoo! Vegeta burst into tears. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta's knees went limp, he knelt on the ground, and kowtowed to the sky. At the same time, the golden light on Vegeta's body also suddenly dissipated. Teacher, I've already defeated the Cosmic Emperor Frisia, and I've also become the Super Saiyan you said. You're so powerful, you're not going to die, are you? Vegeta's voice choked, his hands clasped together, his eyes red. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta's tears could no longer be stopped, and they flowed down her eyes. Woohoo, teacher! Vegeta was heartbroken, and he suddenly felt as if he had lost someone worthy of respect. Vegeta! At this moment, Vegeta suddenly heard a familiar voice behind him. Vegeta's expression froze and he hurriedly looked back. Standing behind Vegeta was none other than Luo Jiao. It's just that this Luo Jiao is still a virtual image of Luo Jiao, and he still has a golden aura on his head. Teacher! You are, Vegeta was shocked and looked at Luo Jiao a little strangely. Vegeta, your heroic performance here has been seen by the division, congratulations, you have successfully turned into a Super Saiyan. And you have successfully defeated Frisia. Luo Zhu said with a smile. It's not. Teacher. Now let's not talk about Super Saiyan and Frisia. What is that golden halo on your head? Vegeta asked, puzzled. Wasn't I killed by Frisia? This aura means that I am already a dead man. Luo Zhu smiled disapprovingly. What? Teacher. Is the teacher still dead? Vegeta's heart sank. Don't worry about me, I'm dead, but my soul is still alive. Luo Zhu smiled and comforted, Lord Yan Luo, thinking that I have saved the entire universe, will deliberately preserve my physical body and let me live in heaven. But teacher, Vegeta's tears rolled down. Vegeta, man is inherently dead, either heavier than Tarzan, or lighter than a feather. Luo Zhu said. Yes, teacher. Vegeta's worldview has also changed a lot. When the master is gone, you must cultivate well in the future, do more good deeds, and do less bad deeds. After Luo Zhu said this, his figure also became illusory. P.S. Suddenly found that the tip 100 book coins are not displayed on the right, at least 588, do any friends tip 588? Plus 2 more, something today, add tomorrow. Chapter 030. Snap. Vegeta knelt down directly, put his hands together reverently, and kowtowed to Luo Zhu. After a short silence, Vegeta stepped back on Frisia's spaceship in 3 steps and pressed the start button heavily. Phew! The spacecraft soared into the sky, and under the golden light, it quickly disappeared. Looking at the disappearing spaceship, Luo Zhu walked out from the back of the planet. Finally completed, Vegeta's task, finally completed successfully. As for the matter of deceiving Vegeta, Luo Zhu certainly would not admit it. Since this is a lie, a white lie, let this lie continue forever as good. What made Luo Zhu's heart move now was the remaining 8 million reputation points that arrived. Coupled with the 1 million reputation points obtained by Vegeta transforming into a Super Saiyan, Luo Zhu's total reputation has now reached 9 million. Just, what is this 9 million used for? Luo Zhu thought about it a little, and directly exchanged the Saiyan inheritance, using up 8 million reputation points. After redeeming the Saiyan inheritance, Luo Zhu obviously felt that his combat effectiveness had improved somewhat, but it was not very much, only about 50 combat effectiveness. It seems that even if he obtains the 2 inheritances of Namex and Saiyan, Luo Zhu will have to rely on his own cultivation to improve his combat effectiveness. Even if he now had the 2 lineages of Namex and Saiyan, Luo Zhu would not be able to become the most powerful warrior all of a sudden. Not on this planet, of course. Now, with 1 million reputation points left, Luo Zhu felt that what he was most in short of now was a house. If this were another student, would he still have to live in the open air? However, when he saw the price of the house in the mall, Luo Zhu almost burst into a foul sentence. The price of a house in the mall is 31,000 square meters, or a rough house. After living in, the decoration of the home and the furniture have to consume prestige points. 30,000 square meters. This Nima caught up with the housing prices of the city where Luo Zhu lived in his previous life. Luo Zhu was unhappy in his heart, this Nima has come to the Dragon Ball world, and the house price is still so expensive. Although the universal capsule of the Dragon Ball world is now available, it can also be used in the world where Luo Zhu is. But there is a big problem, that is, the house made of universal capsules is too brittle, and a slight large Qigong wave aftershock, the whole house may collapse. The material of the house exchanged through the system is the same as the material of the planet's surface. According to the description of the system, even if it is the full punch of the Great Priest, it is impossible to destroy the house exchanged by the system. Fortunately, although the house in the system mall is expensive, it can be purchased by the square meter, starting from 10 square meters. Of course, 10 square meters is not enough for Luo Zhu. After buying it like that, it will really become a small black house. Luo Xiu gritted his teeth and bought 30 square meters, used 50,000 prestige points to decorate the room well, and then bought several home appliances such as TVs and computers from the mall. If calculated in this way, Luo Xiu's reputation value is only 20,000. But unlike before, Luo Xiu now at least has entertainment facilities such as a TV, as well as a 2-meter-wide large bed. No longer need to sleep in the wind, and no longer have to drink nutrient solution every day to live. 3 days flew by. When Luo Xiu was taking mineral water from the mall this morning, he suddenly saw a number written on it. Stock, 3 bottles. System, what does this inventory mean? Luo Xiu suddenly had a bad premonition. Inventory is the quantity of items left in stock in the marketplace. The system answered. Nonsense, of course I know what this means. What the hell is 3 bottles in stock? Running out? Luo Xiu asked. If the host runs out of goods in inventory, the item will disappear from the store forever. The system said mechanically. Why didn't you say it earlier? Luo Xiu's whole person is not good. The host didn't ask. The system replied. Luo Xiu hurriedly checked the inventory in the mall. Then Luo Xiu discovered a problem, that is, the things in the 2 shopping malls of the eating mall and drinking mall were in stock, even including immortal beans and super god water. The stock of both Sendu and Chao Shen water is 10, but Chao Shen water has now become 9 because it has been used once. And the rest of the ordinary goods, the stock is 99. Among them, Luo Xiu drank the most mineral water these days, and unconsciously only 3 bottles remained. It is no wonder that Luo Xiu felt that mineral water was not expensive, and in addition to drinking it as water all day, he even used it to flush the dust on his body and take a bath for himself. Luo Xiu has been here for so long, he can't help but take a bath. The number of this inventory is actually under the goods, the number is not very obvious. Luo Xiu just opened the mall, he was attracted by a variety of goods, who would have thought that there was such a thing as inventory? System, what are you looking for? If I don't have mineral water, I can't drink every day, right? Luo Xiu drank angrily. P.S. I'm really sorry, there are more things today, only 3 changes, 5 a.m. scheduled for tomorrow. Chapter 031. Also, drinking mineral water in the mall is not as many brands as in reality, only one brand with Luo Xiu's head printed. Even beverages such as cola and Sprite are Luo Xiu's own brand. Hosts can buy streams through prestige points, mine rivers, and use them as water sources. The mechanical response of the system. Buy a creek? Mining rivers? Luo Xiu was slightly startled, and then asked, where to buy? In the LE Mall. The system replied, including expanding the area of the planet, all in this. Luo Xiu opened the LE Mall. Sure enough, there are options for expanding the area of the planet, and even planting plants on the planet, building mountains and rivers, creating vast seas, etc., can be purchased through reputation points. It's like a god's option to build the planet in every way. However, when he saw the price here, Luo Xiu withdrew directly. Just to create a small lake of 10 square meters, you need 1 million reputation points to build a big mountain, and according to the calculation of the area, 1 square meter also gets 100,000 reputation points. Grab money. Luo Xiu now only has 20,000 prestige values left, and he can't afford anything there. If he spent all these 20,000, Luo Xiu could only rely on nutrient solution to get by. In this way, it will be the end of the calf, and you must quickly continue to recruit apprentices. System, it's been 3 days, why haven't there been any disciples yet? Luo Xiu asked angrily. Vegeta has already left the master, it is said that the grades are still good, there should be new disciples here. It should be soon. The system responded. On the afternoon of the 4th day after Vegeta left, Luo Xiu suddenly sensed an extremely powerful aura rising in the sky. Immediately afterwards, a golden light shot straight down from the sky. Ugh! Swish! The next moment, two figures fell one after the other from the golden light. Hey! Number 18? Shrew? Luo Zhu was immediately stunned when he saw the two people who landed. How could these two get together? It is said that no matter what time and space, it is impossible for the two of them to team up. Luo Zhu took a closer look. The current Shailu is the second form, not yet a complete body. Looking at number 18 again, his face was full of horror, and his delicate body trembled slightly, very panicked. Humph, number 18, you can't run. Be a part of my body. Shailu snorted coldly, and after saying this, the long tail fell towards the 18th. At the same time, when Shailu's tail approached number 18, he enlarged several times, as if he was about to devour number 18. Teacher Luo, save me! Number 18 grabbed the edge of Shrews' tail with both hands and cried out with a look of despair. Bang! Luo Zhu immediately slapped over and knocked Shailu to the ground. Number 18 looked at Luo Zhu who appeared in front of him, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly hid behind him. At this time, Xiao Yu covered his face and jumped up from the ground, looking at Luo Zhu with a gloomy face. You are Luo Zhu, who is known as the strongest teacher in the universe, right? Shailu snorted coldly. I didn't expect that this place really existed, I thought it was a lie. What's going on? Luo Zhu ignored Shailu, but looked at number 18 and asked. Shailu wants to absorb me, ask teacher Luo to help me kill him. No 18's face was cold and said to Luo Zhu. I'm a teacher, not a killer, you go back. Luo Zhu's expression was flat. What did you say? No 18's face changed color. Hehe, number 18, now you have no way to escape, right? Shailu snorted coldly, I advise you to obediently become a part of my body, as long as I absorb you, I will become the most powerful artificial human in the universe, don't you want to witness this historical moment? You're dead this heart. Number 18 said angrily. No 18, come on, I'm inside Shrews' body now, merging with his body, I've never had this wonderful feeling. At this time, the voice of the 17th came from Shailu's body. Number 17. Number 18 was slightly startled. How about the 18th, you still promise me? Shailu looked at number 18 eagerly, as for Luo Zhu next to number 18, it was nothing compared to his complete body. Less deception, you just imitated the voice of the 17th. I said, you die this heart, I won't let you absorb it. Number 18 gritted his teeth and said angrily. Okay, then I had to forcibly absorb you. Shailu smiled coldly and walked up towards number 18 step by step. When approaching Luo Zhu, Shailu glanced at him obliquely, and a killing intent flashed in his eyes. This strongest teacher, you'd better not be nosy, you just hit me when I was defenseless, I won't count with you, of course, if you want to die, I can fulfill you. Shrew threatened. Teacher Luo, don't you want to accept students? I am willing to be your student on the 18th, as long as you help me defeat Shrew. Number 18 looked at Shailu, who was approaching step by step, and quickly said to Luo Zhu. Chapter 032. Beep, do you accept the 18th as a student? At this time, the sound of the system also suddenly sounded. Receive. Of course, Luo Zhu will not object, he is worried that there is not much reputation left, and now the beautiful student of number 18 suddenly appeared, it is unreasonable not to accept it. Congratulations to the student named host number 18 for gaining 1000 reputation points. Well, since you spoke, I'll reluctantly accept you. Luo Zhu nodded slightly at number 18, and then waved at Shailu, who was approaching. Shailu, what did you just say? I said, if you want to die, I can fulfill you. Shailu snorted coldly, just because you still want to be the teacher of No 18. You are so naive. It's not this sentence, it's the previous sentence. Luo Zhu continued. Last sentence? You just hit me? I don't think about this sentence with you? Shrew smiled contemptuously. That's right, that's it, the strength just now is not enough. Luo Zhu grinned and slapped it over. Bang! Then, Shrew's head quickly rotated around his neck for more than 30 times. Snap! The next moment, Shrew's head was separated from his body at that time, and he rolled to the ground with a grunt. After seeing such a scene, number 18 behind him widened his beautiful eyes and looked shocked. Number 18 just came to Luo Zhu's planet with the mentality of trying it out, and she didn't think that Luo Zhu could defeat Shailu at all. What number 18 didn't expect was that Luo Zhu really killed Shailu, and with just a light slap, Shailu's head fell off. How powerful this Rashura teacher must be! Although Shailu's head fell, he did not die, his eyes widened, and his eyes were full of incredulity. Immediately afterwards, Shailu's head rushed to his body, and connected to his body, returning to normal. He. He's alive! This monster! Number 18's face changed. However, Shailu does not dare to act rashly now. The other party is a person who can slap his head off, which makes Shailu's heart a little desperate. Shrew believed that even if he burst out all his energy, he could not be this person's opponent. On the 18th, I am your teacher, and I can fulfill one of your wishes. Luo Zhu ignored the reborn Shailu, but looked at number 18 and said, Fulfill one of my wishes. Number 18 was slightly startled, and then asked, I said I wanted to kill Shailu with my own hands, can you help me achieve it? Beep, Advanced Mission, improve the strength of number 18 and defeat Shailu at this stage. The system's task prompt sound was also transmitted into Luo Zhu's mind. System, you are not kind, let the 18th defeat Shailu at this stage, this should belong to the nightmare level mission. Luo Zhu said angrily. After all, the current number 18 is much worse than Shrew, and this task is not a small difficulty compared to Vegeta's mission to defeat Frisia. As a result, the system only determines that it is an advanced task. For advanced missions, the final reputation value reward is only 1 million. The host can also elevate missions to nightmare level. The system replied. Oh? How to improve? Luo Zhu asked curiously. Eating them all to exchange for the complete pill of Shailu can assist Shailu to complete the complete body, train the 18th, and defeat the complete body of Shailu, which belongs to a nightmare level mission. Fuck off! Luo Zhu drank angrily. You know, the strength of the complete body Shrew is close to the second order of the Super Scion. With the strength of number 18, it is already remarkable to be able to defeat Shailu, who absorbed number 17 into the second form. As a result, the system challenges herself to a nightmare level mission and allows her to defeat the complete Shailu. Isn't it okay to find uncomfortable? However, Luo Zhu then thought about it, and he had a feeling of eagerness. In the Dragon Ball Super anime, no 17's strength surpasses the strength of the third tier of Super Saiyan, and it can even be said that his strength is comparable to Super Saiyan Blue. And most importantly, the energy of the 17th is never exhausted. Even in the manga version of Dragon Ball Super, although the 17th is not as exaggerated as stated in the anime version, it is appropriate to surpass the third level of Super Saiyan. It can be seen that after the cultivation of Artificial Man 17, the strength can also be greatly improved. Since the 17th can become stronger through cultivation, why can't the 18th? The 18th in the original book, because he married the bald-head Klin, and later had children, has since become a good wife and mother, and gave up his cultivation. And as a woman, number 18 didn't want to cultivate, and the strength of the body did not increase much. However, Luo Zhu believes that as long as he is carefully cultivated, number 18 will definitely achieve new heights and defeat the complete Shailu. Okay, I accept a nightmare level mission. Luo Zhu's expression was firm, which was a challenge to himself. At the same time, Luo Zhu also wants to exchange these reputation points for the legendary Super Saiyan inheritance. If you can transform into the legendary Super Saiyan, wouldn't it be beautiful? P.S. Today I have to make up for yesterday's tip, and the friends who have been rewarded don't need to tip anymore. Let me slow down. Chapter 033. That strongest teacher, you said you are a teacher, you are not a killer. Shrew had a scowl on his face, gritted his teeth, and muttered in his mouth. If you dare to yell at me again, I don't mind smashing your mouth. Luo Xiu's gaze was cold, and he squinted at Shailu. Sha Lu was suddenly stunned, and was so frightened that he stopped talking. Teacher, he absorbed number 17, I want to avenge number 17 with my own hands, can I kill him with my own hands? No 18's delicate body trembled slightly, and asked Luo Xiu. If you want to kill Shailu with your own hands, you need to cultivate hard, and the master can help you teach him a lesson, but the matter of revenge is still yours. Luo Xiu looked at number 18 with a serious expression. Yes, teacher. The 18th bowed respectfully. It's just that under her bending over, Luo Xiu accidentally saw the two snow-white landscapes. Luo Xiu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. No 18's breasts are quite big, and he remembers that in the anime, she looks good with a B. Now it seems that at least it has to be C. Ahem. I'm a teacher, not a beast. What to think? Luo Xiu quickly corrected himself, but still swept towards the neckline of number 18 with a little reluctance. Number 18 was unaware, standing there respectfully, but his face was cold. When Sha Lu heard that Luo Xiu would not kill himself personally, he was overjoyed, and his arrogant character was revealed again. The strongest teacher, I admit that you are very strong, the most powerful person I have ever met. Shailu smiled, looked at Luo Xiu and said, however, if I can become a complete body, I will definitely not lose to you. Want to be a complete body? Luo Xiu smiled lightly and looked at Shailu with interest. Sha Lu suddenly felt a little hairy, and he suddenly felt that Luo Xiu's eyes were very unfriendly. Shailu was taken aback, hurriedly smiled bitterly, and corrected the words just now, this. Okay, let the 18th challenge me, about the time? How about a month? No need, 10 days. Luo Xiu did not object. Now the time limit for nightmare level missions is 10 days, and the reputation points obtained after 10 days will be greatly reduced. This is the basic requirement to be the strongest teacher. After all, if there is no time limit, let number 18 live here for a year or two, adjust the gravity to 100 times, even if she does not practice, she can surpass Shailu. 10 days? Ha 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 ha, are you sure? Shrew laughed. Do you have an opinion? Luo Xiu's eyes narrowed. Sha Lu suddenly couldn't laugh, and couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Teacher, 10 days. It's a bit short. The 18th is also bottomless. Don't worry, Master Wei will let you defeat Shailu. Luo Xiu comforted with a smile. Yes, teacher. The 18th bowed again and saluted. Luo Xiu couldn't help but sweep towards the neckline of number 18, which could be described as a feast for his eyes. The 18th is wearing a zebra-striped t-shirt today, with a wider neckline, which is bound to reveal part of it if it is slightly bent. Of course, Luo Xiu could not see the whole picture, only a small part of the hemispherical shape. Rao is so, and it is also quite satisfactory for Luo Xiu. Even, Luo Xiu also saw the bra color of No 18. Well, white, patterned. Ahem. I am the strongest teacher, how can I look at my own students? Diathesis. Diathesis. Luo Xiu quickly took a deep breath. On the 18th. The strongest teacher peeked at your chest. Shrew said suddenly. Hearing Shailu's words, number 18 also glanced down at his neckline, suddenly alerted, and hurriedly looked at Luo Xiu with an indifferent face. However, Luo Xiu's gaze had long since shifted. Shailu, if you want to provoke a conflict between me and my students, your trick is too lame, right? Luo Xiu said lightly. You just saw it. Watched it twice. I saw it all. Shrew snorted coldly. Shrew is unwilling. Shrew dreams of being a complete body. When he was on Earth before, Shalo smoothly absorbed number 17, and just when he was about to absorb number 18, he didn't expect a golden light to fall and ran to this ghost place. Shalo thought that even if he went to this strange planet, he could absorb number 18 into a complete body. As a result, Shrew really underestimated the strongest teacher who advertised, "This guy is too powerful." Now, Shalo just wants to provoke Luo Jiu and number 18, let the two of them make a fuss, and let himself take the opportunity to absorb number 18. Shalo. I deliberately let my teacher see it, do you have any comments? Number 18 snorted coldly. Shalo was speechless. Luo Jiu also stopped talking, the 18th is really tough enough, specially let me see? Your provocative means are really despicable enough. Luo Jiu moved his hands, suddenly I feel that my hands are a little itchy. You. What do you want? Shrew has a bad feeling. P.S. The rest of the plus starts after 8 p.m. Ask for a tip of 588. Chapter 034. Beat you up, of course. Luo Jiu grinned. Don't come here. Shrew fell backwards. However, Shalo may have been too nervous, and accidentally tripped his left foot on his right foot. Snap! Shalo directly threw a butt squat, sat on the ground, and looked at Luo Jiu who was pressing step by step with a look of horror. Luo Jiu did not relent, and kicked towards Shalo's body. However, at this moment, Shalo's tail was like a long snake, speeding towards Luo Jiu's. Snap! Shalo's tail was impartially tied to Luo Jiu's left arm. Teacher! Be careful, number 18 was pale, and it was too late when she shouted out. The 18th was suddenly not very calm. This is over, even the teacher was given by Shalo. The 18th feels that the end of the world is really coming, and he will be absorbed by this ugly monster. Hehe, you are deceived, the strongest teacher, give me all your life essence. Shrew was proud and laughed. Just now, Shalo deliberately pretended to fall to sea, just to take advantage of Luo Jiu's carelessness and give him a ride with his tail. Shalo believes that as long as he absorbs the life essence of this teacher, his strength will go further. Moreover, this guy who gets in the way will also burp, and without anyone obstructing, he can finally become a complete body. Shrew feels that the time for him to dominate the universe is finally coming. However, just after Shalo said this, he suddenly felt a piercing pain in his tail. Ah! Shrew let out a miserable cry, his tail shrinking uncontrollably. The next moment, Shrew squeezed his tail in his hand and took a look in front of him. Then Shrew was horrified to see that the end of his tail had become flat. You. Who are you, exactly? Shalo was really stunned. After his tail was pierced into this person's body, it was like being stuck on a piece of steel, and he didn't enter it at all, and he broke his own tail. Bang bang! The answer to Shrew was a fat beating. Number 18 took a deep breath, and the tension on his face disappeared. 10 minutes later, Shrew was unloaded in 8 pieces. Shalo recovered his body with difficulty through regeneration, gasping for breath, his face full of despair. Bastard! Bastard! As long as I become a complete body, I will definitely not lose to you. Shrew gasped and shouted angrily. Is it? Will you be able to defeat me by becoming a complete body? Luo Jiu asked with interest. Of course. Shalo hurriedly said, the computer tells me that as long as I become a complete body, my intelligence, my strength, my speed, and other aspects, I will become the strongest existence in this universe. Oh! Luo Jiu thought thoughtfully. Teacher, number 18 chuckled in his heart. The strongest teacher, aren't you claiming to be the strongest existence? What do you think? Do you want to challenge my strongest form? Shrew found out there was a drama and struck while the iron was hot. Okay, I can make you a full body. Luo Zhu smiled. Teacher. You. No 18's cold face changed color. Ha 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 ha, great, great. You deserve to be the strongest teacher. Shailu laughed, looking more proud and proud. No 18's heart sank, and she felt that she was really finished this time. With the help of this strongest teacher, how could he also be absorbed by the monster of Shiru? Number 18 suddenly looked like ashes, and he didn't even want to escape, and slowly closed his eyes. Because no. 18 is very clear that with his current strength, he simply cannot escape Shailu's clutches. Ha 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 ha, number 18, you are mine. Ouch, Shiru was flying towards number 18 with a maniacal smile on his face, and he knew how proud he was. Who knows, when Shailu was close to number 18, he was kicked down by Luo Zhu. The strongest teacher. What are you doing? Shailu fell to the ground and asked with a look of resentment, you said you wanted me to become a complete body, did you lie to me? Hearing this movement, number 18 opened his eyes and looked at Luo Zhu with some puzzlement. I didn't lie to you. Luo Zhu smiled. Then why didn't you let me absorb No 18? Shiru questioned. Speak well. Luo Zhu's face turned cold. Shailu was taken aback and hurriedly and cautiously asked, excuse me, can I become a complete body? Yes. Luo Zhu nodded. You said it. Shiru was a little excited again. I said it. Luo Zhu smiled. You lied. You are teasing me on purpose. Shiru saw it and said angrily. If you want to become a complete body, you don't need to absorb No 18. Luo Zhu said lightly. What? Is it okay not to absorb the 18th? Shailu was slightly startled, a little confused. Number 18 also looked at Luo Zhu with some surprise, not understanding what he meant by this. Here, eat this. Luo Zhu exchanged a Shailu complete dan and threw it to Shailu. Chapter 035. Shailu complete dan only needs 1 reputation point in the eating mall to redeem it. After all, this is something that increases the difficulty of the task, and the price is certainly not too expensive. If this thing needed 120,000, Luo Zhu would be a little distressed. What is this? Sha Lu looked at the black elixir and couldn't help but ask. After eating, you will become a complete body. Luo Zhu said. This thing isn't poison, is it? Shailu looked at Luo Zhu with some suspicion. I'm going to kill you, why use poison? Luo Zhu smiled softly. Shailu thought about it, with the strength of this strongest teacher, he could indeed easily destroy himself, and there was no need to use poison at all. Could it really be that this thing can make itself a complete body? No matter. Eat it and try it again. Shailu no longer hesitated and swallowed the elixir in one gulp. Suddenly, Shailu felt a vast energy emerge from his body. This energy is, Shailu was overjoyed. Boom! Endless energy erupted from Shailu's body, forming quite a storm in this area. Did he eat that really became a full body? Number 18 frowned and asked. Yes. Luo Zhu nodded. You? What do you mean? No 18's face was not very calm. Originally, in Shailu's current form, number 18 was not sure of winning, and now if Shailu became a complete body, the possibility of defeating was almost minimal. Even, number 18 felt that this teacher might not be able to defeat the complete Shailu. He was digging his own grave. Shailu has become a complete body, and he will no longer think about you. Luo Zhu said to number 18. No 18's body trembled slightly, and a touch of emotion filled his heart. It turned out that the teacher did this for himself. It's just. If Shiru becomes a full body, can you be his opponent? Number 18 asked uneasily. No 18, since Master Wei dares to say that he is the strongest teacher, of course he has the certainty of victory. Luo Zhu smiled. He's starting to change, Number 18 looked in Shailo's direction. The aura on Shailo's body at this time became more and more powerful, and he was already infinitely close to the second order of Super Saiyan. Of course, there is still a gap between the complete Chiru and the second order of the Super Saiyan, and the gap is not small. Ugh! The breath emanating from Shailo's body was absorbed into his body little by little. At the same time, Shailo's appearance has also undergone tremendous changes. Chiru, finally a complete body. At this time, Shailo's appearance became more handsome, his figure became shorter than before, and his tail behind him was also shrunk to his butt. After becoming a complete body, Shailo's expression became much calmer than before, and his face was full of confidence. Sha Lu looked at Luo Zhu with a bit of gratitude. "Thank you, Mr. Luo, the computer told me that my current state is indeed complete." Luo Zhu smiled. "Teacher Luo, may I challenge you?" Chiru also became much more polite. "Teacher," number 18 was a little worried, but what reassured her was that Chiru would not absorb herself anymore. "Don't worry, Master Wei will not lose to him." Luo Zhu smiled. "Teacher Luo, then I'm welcome." Chiru put on an offensive stance with a confident smile on his face. "Come on." Luo Zhu just stretched out a finger, but his left hand was behind his back. Seeing Luo Zhu's posture, Sha Lu's eyes widened suddenly. "Teacher Luo, are you going to fight me like this? Are you sure?" Shailo was a little annoyed. "Come on." Luo Zhu hooked his fingers. "Too much deception. Do you really think I'm the Chiru before?" Sha Lu was furious, and slammed in Luo Zhu's direction. Snap! Luo Zhu just used one finger and pressed it directly on Shailo's head. Sha Lu suddenly felt as if the strength in his whole body could not be exerted, and his face became extremely ugly. Bang! Luo Zhu's index finger bent slightly, and then flicked out. Only a muffled sound was heard, and when he looked again, Shailo was shot out, and slid around the planet for a full circle, appearing behind Luo Zhu, and only then stopped. Poof! Chiru spewed out a mouthful of blood, already seriously injured. Chiru's face showed endless horror. Number 18 also widened his beautiful eyes, and his pupils were full of incredulity. Number 18 finally understood that the teacher did not exert his full strength before daring to love. How powerful this teacher must be! You! Shailo spewed out a mouthful of blood again, terrified. Still fighting? Luo Zhu smiled slightly. Humph! Shailo seemed to have thought of something, and after a cold snort, he quickly soared into the sky. P.S. Edit to slow down the update and save some popularity. Only 5 changes at most. Chapter 036. What does he want to do? A hint of uneasiness flashed in No 18's eyes. Humph! Strongest teacher, disappear with this planet. Shailo said while condensing the turtle sect Qigong waves. Between the whiskers, a Qigong wave with a diameter of at least 50 meters was condensed by Shailo. This huge energy bomb levitated high in the sky, as dazzling as the sun. The diameter of this thing is almost the size of the entire planet. Ha ha ha, aren't you the strongest teacher? If this planet disappears, I see how you, an ordinary human being, can survive in this universe. Chiru's face was covered with a vengeful smile. This bastard! Number 18 said angrily. Don't worry, just rely on him. Luo Zhu smiled contemptuously. Go and die. Sha Lu drank fiercely, and slammed the condensed Qigong bomb towards Luo Zhu's side. Looking at the rolling down Qigong bombs, Luo Zhu's face was joyless and sad, and his expression was as calm as water. Teacher, run! Get off the planet! The 18th shouted. Hey! Luo Zhu suddenly burst into laughter. Ugh! Then, that huge Qigong bomb, like a soap bubble, was blown into the sky by Luo Zhu's breath. Phew! The next moment, this huge Qigong bomb quickly rushed into the boundary, disappearing without a trace. Both Shiru and number 18 were stunned. Neither of them expected that Luo Zhu would blow away such a huge Qigong bomb just by blowing his breath. It seems that you don't know the lesson. Luo Zhu smiled coldly and slammed into the void with a punch. Bang! The style of this punch hit Shailu's chest at that time. Shailu's face was distorted and deformed for a while, and a mouthful of black blood directly spewed out, rolling down from the sky. This time, Shailu was not lightly injured, and tried to stand up, but several of them fell to the ground again. Want to beat me? You're still tender. Luo Zhu smiled contemptuously. You, Shailu was unwilling. Okay, you can roll, in 10 days, I'll let the 18th challenge you. Luo Zhu said lightly, during this period, I don't want to see you kill innocent people. You. Are you really going to let the 18th challenge me? Shailu was slightly startled. Am I like a joker? Luo Zhu squinted his eyes and asked. No, Shailu waved his hand, hurriedly answered, and then asked, you let number 18 challenge me. Are you sure you won't help? No, you can rest assured. Luo Zhu said lightly. Well, that's what you said. Shailu croaked. Ugh! A golden light fell from the sky and shone on Shailu's body. In the middle of the whiskers, Shailu was shrouded in golden light, quickly shot into the void of the boundless, and disappeared in a flash. Hey! System, this time Shiru and the 18th came directly, can you do it without taking a spaceship? Luo Zhu looked at Shailu's departing figure, thinking that he and number 18 both appeared from the golden light, and did not use spaceships or the like, but he was a little curious. This is because the host has completed 2 tasks, and the system has also been upgraded to the version, which can directly transmit people over, and during the transmission process, oxygen and other survivable gases are automatically replenished. And the transmission time has also been greatly improved, it only takes 1 hour to come from anywhere, and even teleport people to anywhere. The system responded. So, you used to have to use a spaceship to come over? Luo Zhu asked. Yes, host. No wonder the first mission waited so long, it turned out that a spaceship was needed. System, do you know how long it takes to build a spaceship? Luo Zhu asked angrily. After speaking, Luo Zhu no longer paid attention to the system, but silently glanced at number 18. Getting the 18th to surpass Shiru in 10 days was a more challenging mission than Vegeta's previous mission. And through the battle with Shailu just now, Luo Zhu already knows the strength of Shailu, so that the 18th is promoted, and she can also judge whether she can defeat Shailu. In the Shailu period, the combat effectiveness was already billions of dollars, and it was obviously not appropriate to judge the strength by combat effectiveness. Number 18. Luo Zhu spoke. In. Number 18 wanted to bow and salute, but suddenly thought that his neckline was looser today, and thought of Shiru's words, so he had to stand upright. It will not be difficult for you to accompany you to cultivate well in the next 10 days and defeat Shailu. Luo Zhu said. Yes, teacher. Number 18 nodded slightly. Well, in order to greatly tap the potential in your body, I decided to adjust the gravity of this planet to 100 times that of the Earth. Luo Zhu said. 100 times gravity? What do you mean? Number 18 was slightly startled. However, just as the 18th voice fell, she suddenly felt her body sink. Caught off guard, number 18 was on his knees and knelt in front of Luo Zhu, his hands were also grasping around, firmly grasping Luo Zhu's trouser belt. P.S. Ask for tips, 5 more today. 3 changes in the morning, 2 changes in the evening. Editors, let's slow down updates and accumulate popularity. I'm so sorry. However, it will definitely explode after it is on the shelves, rest assured Dragon Ball fans. Chapter 037. Number 18 snorted, and his lips were also attached to Luo Zhu's pants. Luo Zhu was stunned. The 18th was also stunned. This picture. Can't bear to look directly. Luo Xiu also mentioned how embarrassed he was, and hurriedly let the system restore the gravity of the planet, and helped number 18 up. No 18's face was red to his neck, and his eyes looked at Luo Xiu even more coldly. Accident, accident, Luo Xiu patted the door of his head. You did it on purpose, right? Number 18's face was black. I said to adjust gravity to 100 times, didn't I prepare you? Luo Xiu defended. You didn't say. Number 18 snorted coldly. Okay, let's not discuss this. Luo Xiu wiped his sweat. Humph, number 18 snorted coldly, it's clear that you have a loss. You are a girl, I will take care of you, adjust the gravity of the planet so that you have a mental preparation. Luo Xiu reprimanded angrily, do my previous disciples still use to greet in advance? When he ran around the planet, I directly adjusted the gravity to 100 times more. Number 18 didn't speak, but I don't know why, I like to hear the teacher say the 3 words girl. Is she still a girl? At this age, it seems that it is more appropriate to call a woman, right? 100 times gravity, prepare. Luo Xiu said. Number 18 nodded solemnly. Ugh! A heavy feeling suddenly attached to No 18's body, and No 18's body couldn't help but sink. However, with the current strength of number 18, 100 times gravity is really nothing to her, and it will take her to adapt in a while. Moreover, because the 18th is the type of energy that never consumes, this gravity will not feel tired even if it persists for a year or 2. It's so relaxed. Number 18 smiled proudly. Don't be too happy first. Luo Xiu's expression was flat, 200 times gravity. No 18's body sank again, and he almost fell to his knees. However, 200 times gravity is still relatively easy to withstand for the 18th. A minute later, the 18th walked like a fly on Luo Xiu's planet, with a calm demeanor. Good, now the challenge is more difficult. Luo Xiu nodded, 300 times gravity. There was no objection on the 18th. After adjusting the gravity to 300 times, number 18 felt a little strenuous, and even not long after, there was already fragrant sweat slipping off his face, and the clothes on his chest were even more wet, clinging tightly to his body, looking like a special flavor. The reason why Luo Xiu did not directly adjust the gravity to 300 times was also because he was worried that No 18's body would not be able to eat it. Although the strength of number 18 has far exceeded that of ordinary Super Saiyan, it does not mean that she can withstand 300 times gravity. Gravity training is a step-by-step process. Of course, if you change to an ordinary male student and directly adjust the gravity to his maximum, it is nothing. 300 times the gravity, it took more than half an hour for number 18 to gradually adapt. However, number 18 is no longer walking on the planet like before, and she has to spend some of her energy to resist the planet's gravity. For the 18th, this consumption is undoubtedly relatively large. Although the energy of the 18th is never exhausted, if the energy consumption is too heavy, it will be reflected in her. It can be seen from the sweaty appearance on No. 18's body that 300 times gravity really makes her feel hard. 300 times gravity is nothing. Number 18 snorted and said with some disbelief. Since she just put her mouth on Luo Xiu's pants, number 18 seems to have a little opinion about Luo Xiu, and she feels that Luo Xiu must have done it on purpose. Therefore, number 18 now does not have the word teacher on Luo Xiu's title. Well, from now on, I will always maintain the gravity of the planet at 300 times, whether it is eating or sleeping. Luo Xiu said. What? Number 18 turned pale. Don't you think 300 times gravity is nothing? Luo Xiu smiled. Isn't it something? But I always sweat and I feel bad. Number 18 said, looking down at his clothes, and suddenly not very calm. Number 18 found that the clothes on his body were completely attached to his body because of sweating too much, and the lines on his body, as well as the skin color inside his clothes, were also looming. Hey, you did it on purpose, right? The 18th didn't know what to say. Number 18, I admit that you are very good looking and have a good figure. Luo Zhu said seriously, but do you really think that you are the type I like? You underestimate me too much. I am a high god, how can I like a mortal? How can I be moved for the sake of a mortal? Blow, you just blow hard. Number 18 gave Luo Zhu a roll of his eyes and said coquettishly, restore gravity, I want to take a bath. P.S. The collection is still a little small, the exposure rate of this book is too low, ask for 588 tips. Chapter 038. You go back. Luo Zhu was really speechless. He said next time that he would not accept any female students. I'm not going back, you said I'm already your student, don't play tricks. Number 18 snorted, forget it, don't worry about you, I'll go take a bath. Hurry up and restore gravity. It's okay to stay, 300 times gravity will not change. Luo Zhu said lightly. You, number 18 glared dryly, helpless. 5 hours later. It was already dark. Number 18 was already soaked all over, and even the sweat on his body was ticking down from his clothes. Teacher. I was wrong, number 18 was really speechless, because Luo Zhu never meant to adjust the gravity back. In this way, the 18th has to constantly release energy to resist gravity, causing a load on the body, which is discharged through sweat. The 18th even felt that the smell on his body was already bad. Know what's wrong? Luo Zhu sat on the sofa at home, watched TV, and glanced at number 18. Luo Zhu still doesn't believe it, he is the king of this world, and he can't cure a cold beauty. Well, I don't the teacher anymore. When number 18 said this, his body trembled slightly. No 18, for the teacher wants to see beautiful women, it can be said that it is a hand-to-hand, do you really think that the teacher is such a person? Luo Zhu said, directly controlling the system to project a virtual image of a beautiful woman, with very few clothes on her body, did you see it? Is the teacher like that? It is worth mentioning that this virtual image can only be activated and used after having students. Otherwise, Luo Zhu could also pass the time by looking at these every day before accepting students. Number 18 widened his beautiful eyes and looked at the virtual image in amazement. Snap! The image disappeared. Okay, go get busy. Luo Zhu waved his hand and adjusted the gravity to 200 times. I'm going to take a shower. Number 18 felt too uncomfortable, said, and walked towards the bathroom. Luo Zhu exchanged for a 30 square meter house, with only one bedroom, as well as a bathroom. The area of the bathroom is not small, Luo Zhu set 10 square meters, and there is also a bathtub installed in it, which is convenient for bathing. How did Luo Zhu's mineral water run out? It was in order to add water to this bathtub that more than 80 bottles were used. Luo Zhu took a bath in it, but forgot to drain the water. By the way, there is only so much bath water, you save some use. Luo Zhu suddenly remembered this and quickly said to number 18. Number 18, who was just about to enter the bathroom, stopped. Only so much bath water? What do you mean? Number 18 asked puzzled. Didn't you find out? There is a severe water shortage on the planet. Luo Zhu said. Rather, this planet is only grey like marble paved earth, and there is nothing else. Number 18 also walked around the planet, nodding his forehead, but how are you going to eat? I still have food, but I don't have water. Luo Zhu told the truth, the remaining bottles of mineral water, he really couldn't bear to drink. Lack of water. Number 18 was stunned, glanced at the water in the bathtub, and couldn't help asking, then how did the water in this bathtub come from? More than 80 bottles of mineral water, poured into bottle by bottle. Luo Zhu said, also, I bathed in this planet before you came to this planet. What? Have you already used it? Number 18 was suddenly speechless. Yes. If you dislike it, don't use it. Luo Xiu replied. It's too much. Number 18 cried and laughed, but after a short silence, he snorted coldly, "Humph, the more you don't let me use it, the more I want to use it." After speaking, number 18 closed the bathroom door heavily, took off his soaked clothes, took out his long legs, and entered the bathtub. However, when he thought of the water in this bathtub, which Luo Xiu had used, no 18's body couldn't help but flush. 20 minutes later. "Hey, do you have new clothes there?" Number 18 shouted in the bathroom. "Nope." Luo Xiu felt that this girl was too rude, and he didn't mean to go to the mall to buy her clothes. "What do you say? I'm soaked in this outfit, how do you let me change my clothes?" Number 18 was immediately annoyed. "You can wash it and dry it with energy," Luo Xiu suggested. "It's too much," number 18 looked helpless. However, number 18 has no other way but to put his clothes in the bathtub and wash them well. Then, number 18 controlled his own energy, and hot air came out of his hand, trying to dry the bra first. Snap! It's just that number 18 is not very skilled in controlling the energy output of its own strength. One is not careful, the output heat is too large, and the bra directly burns with a roaring flame. "I'll go." Number 18 hurriedly put out the flames, but the bra was completely destroyed. P.S. There are 2 more in the evening, ask for 588 tips, ask for flowers. Chapter 039. The 18th wants to cry without tears. Forget it, it doesn't matter if you wear this thing or not. The 18th can only comfort himself in this way. However, when holding his own small library in his hand, number 18 did not dare to export his own energy. If only this burned the small warehouse. What to do? You can't always wear a small library, right? "Hey, do me a favor!" the 18th shouted. "Speak well." Luo Xiu drank angrily. There was a silence in the bathroom. 10 seconds later. "Teacher, do me a favor, my energy control is not good, it is easy to burn clothes, you help me dry." Number 18 took a deep breath and pleaded with a dark face. "Take it out," Luo Xiu said. "I'm not dressed, how do I get out?" Number 18 said angrily. "Wait." Luo Xiu got up, came to the bathroom door, and knocked on the door. "The door is unlocked, you just come in." Number 18 covered his body with the bath towel used by Luo Xiu. The door opened. Number 18 handed Xiaoku his blouse and pants to Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu did not look at No 18's body, but looked at No 18's white pattern small library, feeling so delicate. However, Luo Xiu is not that kind of person, he is a teacher, and as a teacher, he must be a teacher. Luo Xiu immediately took No 18's clothes to the bedroom, and the hot air in his hands surged, and after just a while, he dried all her clothes. However, Luo Xiu was stunned, and the number 18 he found seemed to be missing an important piece of clothing. Of course, Luo Xiu didn't think much about it, knocked on the door, entered the bathroom again, and handed her the clothes of number 18. When he went out, Luo Xiu almost smiled when he saw the burned bra in the garbage can. 5 minutes later. When number 18 came out dressed neatly, he found that Luo Xiu was not in the room. When I opened the door, number 18 saw Luo Xiu set up a dining table outside the house, and there were 6 plates of delicacies on the table with meat and vegetarian matching, which looked very appetizing. "Let's eat." Luo Xiu greeted number 18. Whom the 18th learned well this time, did not contradict Luo Xiu. She knew that with this teacher's personality, if there was no more politeness, she would not be able to eat this meal tonight. On the 18th, she was still relatively ladylike when she ate, and she looked good at eating. However, Luo Xiu was a little depressed in his heart. Now that Luo Xiu has the inheritance of the science, his combat effectiveness has not increased much, but his food intake has doubled. If you eat like this, the food in the mall will be eaten by him sooner or later. Luo Zhu even regretted exchanging the scion inheritance so quickly. In fact, it was Luo Zhu himself who was lazy, and after sending Vegeta away, he did not go to cultivate, but watched TV at home every day, and slept when he was tired. With a combat strength of 50, Luo Zhu was really not in the mood to cultivate. I didn't expect your dishes to be quite delicious. The 18th tasted these 6 dishes one by one and couldn't help but praise. On the 18th, you have to hurry up and cultivate, and you must ensure that you surpass Shailu within 10 days. Luo Zhu said seriously. Actually, you just wiped out Shailu? I don't have to work so hard. Number 18 hummed. It was you who said that you would kill Shailu with your own hands and avenge the 17th. Luo Zhu looked at number 18 angrily. I'm just casually talking. You actually took it seriously, number 18 shook his head. You mean, you don't want to cultivate anymore? Luo Zhu's heart tightened. If this girl didn't want to cultivate, no matter how hard she tried, it would be useless. Luo Zhu is still waiting for the 10 million reputation value. Now listening to the tone of number 18, it seems that cultivation is a very boring thing. Actually, teacher, you can just go over and help me kill Shailu, anyway, he can rest in peace when he dies on the 17th, the reason is the same, don't you say? Number 18 said with a cold face. On the 18th, you will kill your brother's killer with your own hands, so that your brother will truly rest in peace. Luo Zhu was angry and did not fight anywhere. How do you know that number 17 is my brother? Number 18 was slightly stunned. I said, I am God, and I know everything about you. Luo Zhu replied angrily. Oh. Do you know how big my chest is? Number 18 blinked and asked with interest. Don't make trouble. Luo Zhu really felt speechless for this woman, he was afraid that he would see her body before, but now he actually began to take the initiative to lead the topic in that direction. However, having said that, Luo Zhu couldn't help but glance at No 18's chest position. The number 18 bra was burned by herself, and now she is wearing only a t-shirt, and the outline on it is more and more obvious. Teacher. Or you help me kill Shaluxing, I really don't want to cultivate, and I sweat all over. And what about the next bath? You can't use the previous bath water, right? Number 18 sighed, then blinked his eyes and asked, or let me cultivate, is there a cultivation without sweating? P.S. Thank you for the Super Scion Super 10, Light Wind and Night Rain, and Logging Vest for the rewards. Chapter 040. Nope. Luo Zhu replied with a dark face. Think that when Vegeta was cultivating, he sweated less? Did Vegeta complain? And from beginning to end, Vegeta did not bathe. Luo Zhu suddenly felt that accepting a student like number 18, although it was very comfortable to look at her, but he was tired. If you want me to kill Shailu with my own hands, it's not impossible. Luo Zhu muttered. You said, I will promise you any conditions. The 18th agreed without thinking. Be my woman. Luo Zhu said. Number 18 was obviously stunned, followed by his eyes widening and glaring angrily at Luo Zhu. Luo Zhu looked calm. After a brief look at each other. Humph, didn't you say you didn't like mortals like me? Now how do you explain? Number 18 blushed and looked up to question. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean you can't be my woman, there are some things that you can do without liking it, don't you say? Luo Zhu said lightly. Stop. Stop. I cultivate, I can't cultivate. Number 18 gave a cold shiver, I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person, Luo Zhu wiped his sweat, in order to make number 18 cultivate, his own personality collapsed. This girl, if you don't teach a lesson well, you really lose the face of this teacher. It's just that number 18 said that he wanted to cultivate well, and Luo Zhu also seriously began to train number 18, but to Luo Zhu's feeling, number 18 subconsciously did not cooperate with Ben. The next 2 days. On the 18th, now I have adjusted the gravity to 300 times, and the division is going to attack. Luo Zhu said. Number 18 nodded, smiled flatly, didn't say a word, straightened his chest and walked towards Luo Zhu's side step by step. Be serious. Luo Zhu reprimanded. I'm serious. Number 18 looked at Luo Zhu seriously. If you mess around again, I'll just... Luo Zhu stretched out his hands, and his 5 fingers formed into claws. You try it. Anyway, if you catch me, I won't leave, and I'll follow you in the future. The 18th did not back down this time, but stepped forward. After more than 2 days of getting along, number 18 had already penetrated Luo Zhu's temper. Number 18 is very clear that Luo Zhu is really the type of teacher. And I don't know why, after these 2 days of getting along, number 18 feels that Luo Zhu is more cute. Moreover, looking at the age, Luo Zhu and number 18 are not much different. Luo Zhu was really speechless to number 18, looking at number 18 who was approaching step by step with his chest straight. Luo Zhu really wanted to try the gentleness there. In addition, the bra of number 18 has long been burned by herself, and now it is not worn inside. Rao is so, the two scenery does not have a sagging feeling. Luo Zhu can't help but look at it for a moment every time he sees it. However, Luo Zhu knew very well that if he really made a move on number 18, I am afraid that this 10 million reputation value would be completely lost. And the 18th has almost become his own woman, and will live on this planet with himself in the future. Looking at the few prestige points that were already left, Luo Zhu felt that if he let number 18 stay and live with him, sooner or later he would sit on the mountain. Also, at present, water resources are extremely scarce, although drinking the essence of water can quench thirst, but usually without water really can't do. Especially with girls on the planet, Luo Zhu also wants to take a bath every day and make his body clean. Luo Zhu felt that even if he really wanted to take down the 18th, he would at least let the family live a good life, right? You can't let the 18th suffer with you, can you? System, cancel this task, I'll knock this woman down today. Luo Zhu gritted his teeth and said to the system angrily. It's too much to deceive, my 10 million reputation is not worth it. Whatever is said today, the 18th will be taken. If the host interrupts the task that has been received, all the construction on the planet will disappear, and the mall will be closed, the planet will be reduced by half, and everything will start again. The return of the system machinery. You're not mistaken, are you? System. Luo Zhu was stunned for a moment. That's right. System Dao. Luo Zhu wiped his sweat. What if you can't complete the task? Luo Zhu asked again. If there are no unfinished tasks, the maximum duration of each task is 3 months, and if it still cannot be completed, it will be handled the same as interrupting the task. The sound of the system sounds. Everything disappears, the size of the planet is halved. Luo Zhu's heart sank. This punishment of the system can be said to be very immoral. If you fail to complete the mission, the mall will be closed, and the existing house and other purchased items will disappear immediately, and the planet will shrink by half. What would the planet look like if it were half smaller? I'm afraid that if you kick a rock, you can fly out and hit your back. System, you are too pitted. Luo Zhu scolded. The system is not a pit. The mechanical response of the system. Very good, your sentence is very beautiful, read aloud 10,000 times, plus the host is very handsome 4 words. Luo Zhu ordered. System. Then, the system itself is constantly repeating the phrase the system is not a pit, the host is handsome. P.S. Thank you for loving Hai Rong, Wang Zihao, so sad, AAS reward. Chapter 041. Luo Zhu was big for a while, and the task he took could not be cancelled, and the punishment he received was quite a lot. Before Luo Zhu took over the task of Vegeta and Klin, although he also said words to let them go back, but it was all to scare them. Luo Zhu really did not give up on them. But today I met the 18th, and Luo Zhu was considered to have learned the privilege of a woman. Luo Zhu really didn't want to accept the student number 18. In fact, if you think about it, in the original work, number 18 is indeed lazy, has been living on Turtle Immortal Island, and does not work, let alone cultivation. In the manga of Dragon Ball Super, number 18 did not improve much when he participated in the All-King Power Conference, and he was beaten down not long after his appearance. Teacher, I've been practicing for more than an hour today, you see I'm sweating again, I want to rest. Number 18 blew a breath of aroma at Luo Zhu. By the way, as long as you cultivate well, the master can fulfill any of your wishes. Luo Zhu suddenly thought of the Dragon Ball, and his eyes lit up. Wish. Number 18 was stunned for a moment and looked at Luo Zhu silently. Yes, any wish can come true. Luo Zhu nodded. Wish? My wish is for me to be as strong as you, and then kill Shiru and avenge the 17th. Number 18 thought about it and said to Luo Zhu. This wish is not difficult, as long as you cultivate well, Master Wei will definitely let you defeat Shailu. Luo Zhu nodded. Cultivation again. Number 18 shook his head and said disappointedly, Humph, I don't like cultivation. My wish is to eat well and sleep well every day, always young, always beautiful, and always in good shape. You are Bulma's wish. Luo Zhu felt that he was being circled back again. Bulma? It's the little girl from the Universal Capsule Company, right? Number 18 was slightly startled. You know her? Okay, you are serious, I said, any wish can help you come true, as long as you cultivate well. Luo Zhu emphasized again. My wish is to bring the 17th back to life? Can it be achieved? Number 18 pinched his chin and looked at Luo Zihudeo. Yes, of course. Luo Zhu nodded. The premise is to let me cultivate well. Rhetorical question number 18. Provided that you defeat the intact Shiru with your own hands. Luo Zihudeo. Teacher, it's not me who said you. You made Shailu a complete body, I don't have any fighting spirit now, if the previous Shailu who absorbed number 17, I think I can still work hard. Number 18 complained. Well, you don't want to be resurrected on the 17th? Luo Zhu asked. Humph. Number 17 is used to life in another world, right? What if you are resurrected? Absorbed by Shiru again? Number 18 shook his head and said the head. Shiru is already complete and will not absorb you anymore. Luo Zhu said angrily. Then there is no need for him to be resurrected, isn't he? Number 18 winked and retorted. It seems that the master spoiled you too much. Luo Zhu didn't fight anywhere, and immediately grabbed the void, and a white towel flew from the bathroom, covering his eyes. Teacher, what do you want to do? No 18's cold face changed color slightly. You have to be careful, I can't see anything now, don't blame you for beating you. Luo Zhu grinned. You? Don't you dare. Number 18 was a little scared. Okay, let's go. Luo Zhu shouted. Then, Luo Zhu began to sense the position of number 18. Although no. 18 is an artificial human and has no aura fluctuations on his body, on this planet, Luo Zhu can easily perceive it. Of course, this time Luo Zhu really closed his eyes, he couldn't manage so much, and he had to close his eyes and fix this girl well. Ugh! Luo Zhu appeared on the opposite side of number 18 in an instant and bombarded her with a palm. Luo Zhu grasped the strength just right, only slightly higher than number 18, even if he hit her, he would not let her get hurt. Snap! Just after Luo Zhu slapped his palm over, he felt that the position of the hand was very soft. Round. Hey, you touched my chest, the voice of the 18th also sounded. Luo Zhu's hand shrank slightly, ignored it, and attacked number 18 again. Just then, Luo Xiu suddenly smelled a burst of women's aroma coming from the tip of his nose. The next moment, Luo Xiu only felt that his body was soft, as if the 18th threw himself in his arms. "Teacher, you hold me, how can we fight?" Number 18 asked with a red face. "No 18, since you want to dedicate yourself to the teacher will fulfill you today." Luo Xiu was really angry, since number 18 threw himself into his arms, he had nothing to worry about. The mall is gone, and it can be reopened. The planet has shrunk and can be re-expanded. No big deal. Take down the 18th first. Thinking of this, Luo Xiu pinned number 18 to the ground. "Teacher, is it really appropriate for you to do this?" Number 18 asked calmly. "P.S. Update 3 chapters in the morning, start adding more after 8 p.m, add 2 changes at most, no more. Blame me, the signing contract is still on the way, the first time I sent it wrong, and I didn't edit before signing to slow down the update speed." Chapter 042. "I can't see anything." Luo Xiu hummed. "You can't see it, you can feel it, can you?" When number 18 said this, after a slight pause, he suddenly said, "Look, there is a flash of golden light, is someone coming?" "Less nonsense, don't you want to cultivate? Then be my woman honestly." When Luo Xiu said this, he was already sitting on the lower abdomen of number 18. Number 18 lay on the ground, neither struggling nor resisting. "I'll give you another chance at the end, are you going to cultivate, or are you having fun with me?" Luo Xiu asked. "No, someone is coming." Number 18 said. "Don't change the subject." Luo Xiu shouted. "Ahem." However, just after Luo Xiu finished saying this, a coughing voice sounded from behind him. Luo Xiu was slightly startled, hurriedly took off the towel on his eyes, and glanced behind him. "That! It seems that I landed in the wrong way. I'm bothering you. Or? Do I land all over again?" Behind Luo Xiu appeared was a girl with an explosive hairstyle, about 18 years old, with only a light red dress covering her chest. On her upper body, her shoulders and navel were not covered in the slightest, and her lower body was a dark purple thick pants. "Califra." That's right. Luo Xiu recognized this girl at a glance, it was Califra from the 6th universe. "Excuse me, is Teacher Luo there?" Califra looked at Luo Xiu, then at number 18, and asked curiously. "I am." Luo Xiu quickly got up from No 18's body and nodded at Califra. "Hey? Are you the strongest teacher in the big name?" Califra's eyes widened and she looked at Luo Xiu in disbelief. "Yes, it's me." Luo Xiu nodded. "Ooh, I didn't bother you guys just now, did I?" Califra asked with a grin. "Are you here to worship the teacher?" "Califra." Luo Xiu directly said Califra's name. Califra's eyes suddenly lit up, looked at Luo Xiu with some surprise, and couldn't help but glance at number 18. From Califra's eyes, Luo Xiu could clearly see that Califra did not know number 18. In this way, the era in which Califra is located is estimated to be before the All-King Power Conference has not yet begun. "It's such an honor that you know me." Califra grinned and nodded. "In that case, then I'll say it bluntly." "Please say." Luo Xiu smiled. "Soon the universe will hold a tournament called the All-King Power Conference, and I heard from my companions that in the 7th universe, there is a scion named Sun Wukong who can transform into a more advanced Super Scion. I want to cultivate well and break through myself before the Power Conference opens. I wonder if Teacher Luo can teach me?" Califra said. Well, Luo Xiu was a little hesitant, it's not easy for female students to bring a. "But Teacher Luo, don't worry about agreeing first, if you want to be my teacher, you have to defeat it first." Califra grinned, and as she said this, her body bloomed with golden light, her hair was tied up high, and she turned into a Super Scion. "Little girl, you better not ask for hardship." Number 18 couldn't help but interject, you can't even beat me, let alone him. Califra glanced at number 18, but suddenly became interested. Auntie, can't I beat you? Califra smiled. Who's auntie? Number 18 said angrily. Slip of the tongue. Don't be angry. Califra smiled. I don't like this little girl at all. Number 18 huffed and said to Luo Zhu. Teacher Luo, are you here to challenge me? Or let your woman challenge me? Califra's face was full of fighting intent, and she said to Luo Zhu with a grin. I'm not his woman. Number 18 said angrily. Big sister, don't admit it, I saw everything when I came just now. Califra waved her finger, and a smile was written on her pretty face. You. Number 18 glared angrily. Come on, Califra. Luo Zhu put his hands behind his back and said to Califra, within 5 minutes, you can hit me, count me as losing. So easy. Califra's eyes lit up and she shook her arm. Well, you're welcome. Saying that, Califra rushed towards Luo Zhu's side at a rapid speed. Whoops! Califra punched quickly, and her dense fist greeted Luo Zhu's body like raindrops. Luo Zhu was slightly stunned, judging from the strength shown by Califra now, it is definitely not weaker than number 18, and it should be between number 18 and number 18. It seems that the scions of the 6th universe are still very powerful. And Luo Zhu could see that Califra should have just learned to transform into a super scion for a few days. In fact, think about it, scions in the 6th universe such as Califra are already very strong in basic combat power, so it is normal to have this strength after transforming into a super scion. However, although Califra is powerful, she is much worse than Luo Zhu. Chapter 043. 5 minutes later. Califra knelt on the ground panting, her hands also supporting the ground, and her tired body was sweating. It's so powerful, Mr. Luo, I can be regarded as having learned your speed, I believe that your strength must be very strong, and I am willing to worship you as a teacher. Califra said with some excitement. Beep, do you want to take Califra as a student? The sound of the system suddenly sounded. First of all, what kind of difficult task is this? Luo Zhu is smart this time, can't he take on all tasks, right? Moreover, although Califra is a scion, she is also a woman. Luo Zhu was really defeated by the woman. Before I thought that although number 18 was a woman, she was different from normal women, and I thought that she would definitely cultivate well. The result? Luo Zhu was really a little desperate. Advanced quest to teach Califra to transform into the Super Scion 4th Order or Super Scion God. The return of the system machinery. System, you wait. Luo Zhu said quickly. Host, please say. Califra is just an ordinary Super Scion now, right? Let me teach her to become the Super Scion God or Super Scion 4th rank. This difficulty should be a nightmare. Luo Zhu said angrily. The system judged that this task is advanced, and the difficulty is not up to the nightmare level. The system answered. If you don't take it, the woman's task won't be accepted in the future. Luo Zhu thought about it, but decided to give up. Women are not good to serve. Moreover, Califra is a scion and a big stomach king, how can there be enough food in her maul? The host should have found out, right? Each time after receiving the next task, another task will appear in the middle, which is a feature of the system, called task interaction, which can more conveniently assist the host to complete the first task. The system said. Luo Zhu thought about it, and there was nothing wrong with the system saying so. Before taking over Vegeta's task, I was worried that there were no fairy beans, but as a result, the Kid Klin appeared, and sent 7 fairy beans, which made Vegeta's combat effectiveness have a qualitative leap. So, Califra, who appeared this time, also came to assist number 18 in completing the mission. Now Califra's strength is the strength that has just transformed into a Super Scion, right? However, no 18's strength is under Califra, and if number 18 and Califra compete with each other, it will greatly help the progress of both of them. Advanced tasks, how long will it take to complete? Luo Xiu asked. For 10 days, transform into Super Saiyan Blue or Super Saiyan Tier 4 and reward 1 million reputation points. Okay, I'll take it. Luo Xiu made up his mind, and at the same time said angrily to the system, the task of number 18 should be regarded as hell level, this woman refuses to cultivate, it is impossible to complete it. The system has judged that no 18's cultivation concept is very low, otherwise with no 18's qualifications, as long as you cultivate well, you can easily defeat the complete body shrew. The system replied, because of this, the mission of number 18 was determined to be a nightmare. Luo Xiu wiped his sweat, and the reason why the task of feeling number 18 belonged to the nightmare level was not that her qualifications and talents were not good, but that this girl refused to cultivate. Beeb. Congratulations to the host for accepting Califra as a student and gaining 1000 reputation points. Califra, you are now my student, you and number 18 first know each other. Luo Xiu ordered, by the way, she is your senior sister. She's senior sister? So to speak. Isn't she a teacher's woman? Califra lowered her voice and leaned into Luo Xiu's ear and asked. Of course not, you think too much, Luo Xiu looked at Califra and replied. Really? Califra didn't believe it. It's really not, sometimes, seeing is not necessarily believing, you misunderstood. Luo Xiu replied, she is also my student, and she came before you, so you have to be called senior sister. Senior sister? Califra snorted, teacher, you can't decide the seniority by coming first. Oh. Luo Xiu smiled. Teacher, I think strong people are qualified to be senior sisters. Califra had just heard number 18 say that she was stronger than herself, and she thought she was a teacher's woman, so how could she respect her? As a result, the teacher said that she was not a senior sister, but a senior sister. This made Califra not very happy in her heart. You're right, I'll let you recognize me as a senior sister. Number 18 smiled slightly, and leaned over to Luo Xiu's side, asking with some puzzlement, who is this little girl? Is it an accomplice of Monkey King? She is a scion from the 6th universe. Luo Xiu did not hide it, anyway, the 18th would have to know this sooner or later. You and Sun Wukong and Shailu all belong to the 7th universe, and Califra is a mirror universe from the 7th universe, which is called the 6th universe. P.S. Don't walk away, there is a plus change at night. Ask for 10 evaluation votes, ask for tips. In other words, to push number 18 and Califra? Please leave a comment to comment. Chapter 044. And the 6th universe? It seems to be interesting. Number 18 understood, nodded slightly, and smiled. She can emit golden light, but she is quite similar to Vegeta, but Vegeta is my defeated subordinate, and this little girl is definitely not my opponent. Number 18 comes from the time when Shailu had just absorbed number 17, and Vegeta and Trunks had not yet come out of the room of spirit and time. Before that, she had a fight with Vegeta and severely abused Vegeta. So subconsciously, number 18 felt that defeating Califra was not a big problem. Califra is 17 years after the era of the 18th. It is said that when these two people came into contact in the original book, number 18 and Klin already had children, and the children would play soy sauce. However, because of Luo Xiu, the strongest teacher, the two met in different times and spaces. Hey, big sister, shall we start? Califra greeted. Who is your eldest sister? Number 18 drank angrily. Before, Luo Xiu still called herself a girl, but now when she ran into Califra's mouth, she actually became an aunt and a big sister. Number 18 admits that Califra is younger than herself, but she is not too old. Snap! Califra directly transformed into a Super Saiyan, with a confident smile on her face and a fighting intent in her eyes. Number 18 smiled, and the energy in his body was all improved. Hey? It's strange that I can't sense your breath. Khalifa couldn't help but mutter. Nothing strange, look how I fix you, little girl. Number 18 snorted coldly. Cut, who repairs who is not necessarily yet. Khalifa didn't let it go. Bang bang. The two girls quickly exchanged hands in front of Luo Xiu. As soon as she fought with Khalifa, No 18's face changed color, and she was shocked to find that this little girl's strength was actually comparable to herself. No, to be exact, it is stronger than yourself. Because, this little girl had challenged Luo Xiu before this battle herself, and her energy consumption was a lot. When did the scions become so powerful? Number 18 no longer dares to be careless. She knows very well that if she is careless, I am afraid that she will lose to this little girl. In that case, it would be a shame to call this little girl senior sister. Bang bang. As Luo Xiu expected, the strength of the two girls was between Boss Hong, and in comparison, Khalifa was slightly stronger. However, if Khalifa wants to defeat number 18, it is not so simple. After all, No 18's energy will never run out. It can be said that between the current Khalifa and number 18, it is like assimilating the gods Vic and number 17. Khalifa's eyes widened at this time, and her face was incredulous. What Khalifa didn't expect was that this woman, who didn't have a little breath on her body, would actually be so strong. Not bad, big sister, I underestimate you. Khalifa grinned. You're not simple either, I thought you could only brag. Number 18 snorted coldly, but his fists and feet did not mean to relax, and launched a fierce attack towards Khalifa. I'm senior sister, I'm going to defeat you. Khalifa shouted loudly, and the energy in her body burst out loudly. Bang bang! Khalifa launched a fierce attack, and for a while actually suppressed the 18th step by step. Khalifa hopes to take advantage of this explosion of energy to take down the 18th in one fell swoop. However, number 18 also reacted quickly, luckily dodging Khalifa's attack. However, no. 18 was scared out of a cold sweat. If he was a little careless just now, he would really lose. Bang! The 18th saw the timing and punched Khalifa in the abdomen. What? Khalifa let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground, and the golden flame of light on her body suddenly collapsed. Khalifa's energy was almost completely consumed, and even the energy of the Super Saiyan transformation could not be maintained. Still fighting. Number 18 had a triumphant smile on his face. Not this time. Khalifa was unwilling. Doesn't count. Number 18 said with a smile. Before I fought with you, when I attacked the teacher, I consumed a lot of energy. So I'm not fighting you at your peak, of course not. Khalifa regretted in her heart, she had known that this woman was so powerful, and she should have recuperated before challenging her. Losing is losing, hurry up and call senior sister. Although number 18 said this, his heart was a little empty. Because number 18 is very clear that he is taking advantage of the energy that never runs out, if Khalifa is in her peak state just now, he may not be able to defeat her. Don't call. Not just now. Khalifa hummed. Losing is losing, don't play tricks. The 18th shouted. Chapter 045. Not counted. Khalifa hummed. Call senior sister. It doesn't count, it just doesn't count. As they spoke, the two girls were about to quarrel. Ahem, Luo Xiu couldn't stand it anymore and coughed. Number 18 and Khalifa turned their heads and glanced at Luo Xiu and ignored it. I don't like brutal junior sisters. Number 18 snorted coldly. I don't like unreasonable junior sisters at all. Khalifa pouted and stuck out her tongue at number 18. Stop arguing. Luo Xiu said with a serious face. Only then did the two girls stop arguing. However, the two girls were for tat, and there was an arc flashing in each other's eyes. For this reason, although Luo Zhu was very serious on the surface and looked like a teacher, he was actually stealing pleasure in his heart. Sure enough, it was right to take Calivra in, which gave number 18 a sense of crisis. In fact, it was not that number 18 was lazy and did not want to cultivate, but she felt that Luo Zhu was too powerful. Sometimes that's the case. If I'm a little stronger than you, you think there's still hope to catch up with me. But if I could trample you to death with one foot, you would lose your fighting spirit. This is the case on the 18th. In her opinion, the intact Zhiru was already very strong, and as a result, the teacher repaired him with only one finger. The 18th suddenly felt that he still had something to cultivate. Isn't it better than anything to hold the teacher's thigh? After all, number 18 is not a scion, and she is not belligerent. Now a girl with a strength comparable to number 18 suddenly appeared, which suddenly gave number 18 a sense of crisis. It's okay to lose to Luo Zhu, but if you lose to this little girl who is younger than yourself, number 18 feels too humiliating. Especially this little girl is still clamoring to be a senior sister. In this way, since none of you are willing to admit defeat, let's win 2 wins in 3 games to determine the victory, and then compete twice, and the winning side is senior sister. Luo Zhu spoke. It's still fair, teacher. Califla couldn't fight again. Cut, losing is losing, what else is there to compare? Number 18 was a little stunned in his heart. Don't you dare, big sister. Califra grinned. What do you say? Who do you say will not dare? Number 18 had a black face and drank angrily. Just say you. Just say you. Califra stuck out her tongue. Okay, hit it, don't cry if it hurts. The 18th was also angry, feeling that if he took it seriously, he might not lose to her, so he simply agreed, you make an appointment. I will accompany you to the end. I eat something to regain my energy and get started. Califra couldn't wait to get back early, and then asked, Teacher, give me something to eat. There is a bowl of nutrient solution over there, drink it, your physical strength will immediately return to peak state, and hunger will disappear. Luo Zhu pointed to the bowl of nutrient solution not far away. What? Milk? Califra stepped forward, looked at it silently, and then did not hesitate, took the bowl and drank it. That? Is that thing to drink? Number 18 was stunned and asked Luo Zhu. Yes. Luo Zhu nodded. Con, I thought it was a wash basin. Number 18 wiped his sweat. You. Did you wash your face? Luo Zhu's face was not very calm. I wiped my chest with a towel. Not to mention, this thing is good for the skin, and it is wiped very clean. Aren't you going to change the water in that bathtub? Number 18 said this, looked at Luo Zhu and asked, You won't drink it, will you? Luo Zhu glared. Luo Zhu didn't want to drink the nutrient solution, but the body inherited by the scions needed to consume a lot of food, and the few dishes in the mall every day were simply not enough to eat. Therefore, Luo Zhu had to drink some nutrient solution to fill his hunger. No wonder drinking this nutrient solution these 2 days feels a little special taste, and the 18th of the feeling is used to wipe. Wiped my chest. This chick is so bad. What do you say? Califra leaned over and asked curiously. Didn't say anything, didn't say anything. Number 18 quickly waved his hand. Fortunately, Califra didn't hear it, otherwise it would be embarrassing. Teacher, I'm also your student, you can't be partial. Califra thought that Luo Zhu was biased towards number 18. No, I will treat it fairly. Luo Zhu smiled. But teacher, don't say, this nutrient solution really works, after drinking it, my energy is all restored. Califra nodded in satisfaction. Luo Zhu held back a laugh and really wanted to tell Califra that she was drinking the water that wiped her chest on the 18th. However, Luo Zhu thought about it, why didn't he give the chest of number 18 indirectly? Luo Zhu couldn't laugh, in fact, take a closer look at number 18, it seems, this is also a special taste. Now that your energy has recovered, let's start over. Number 18 is also embarrassed, she really didn't mean it, she really felt that the thing was very comfortable to wipe the body, and it also had a whitening effect, so she used it. P.S. Thanks to Little Blue Wind for the tip. There are a little few friends who tip today. Ask for your tips. Chapter 046. Starting, I will definitely defeat you this time. Califra clenched her fists, her face full of confidence, and then thought of something and asked, by the way, wait a minute, you also eat something to restore your energy and physical strength, I don't want to take advantage of you. No, let's get started. The 18th certainly doesn't get tired. Really no? Don't regret it. Califra was stunned for a moment. I said no, no. Number 18 snorted. The two stopped talking nonsense and fought fiercely on this planet. Califra's energy had returned to its peak state, and she transformed into a Super Saiyan and launched a fierce attack on the 18th. For a while, number 18 was a little overwhelmed and kept retreating. Big sister, you lost. Califra increased the output of energy. You draw conclusions too early. Number 18 responded calmly. Number 18 is very clear that as long as he guards this wave of energy well, he can turn defeat into victory. Therefore, number 18 does not go head-to-head with Califra, just blindly dodges, anyway, her energy will never run out. In a protracted battle, the 18th will definitely not lose to Califra. 10 minutes later. Califra's offensive weakened considerably. The 18th took advantage of this opportunity and launched a counter-offensive. Bang! Number 18 flew up and kicked Califra's body, kicking Califra backwards tens of meters. Immediately afterwards, number 18 smiled slightly and quickly swept towards Califra. Wait! Wait a minute! Califra hurriedly waved her hand. How? Number 18 stopped and looked at Califra with a smile. Teacher, what's going on? Califra turned her head to look at Luo Xiu and asked puzzled, I found that the eldest sister's energy is not reduced. Did she cheat? If you can't beat it, you can't beat it, don't look for a reason. Number 18 snorted coldly. It's not for a reason, I need to know why. Califra looked unwilling. Califra found that she was indeed stronger than number 18, but what made her disturbed was that no matter how she fought, this woman's energy did not decrease. The physique of number 18 is special, and energy will never be consumed. Luo Xiu explained. Hey? What the? Energy never runs? Califra suddenly widened her eyes, looked at number 18 with an incredulous expression, and asked in surprise, She? Who is she? Earthlings. Luo Xiu smiled and did not tell Califra that number 18 was an artificial human. After all, the name of artificial human, number 18 has always been more contradictory. Earthlings. Califra was slightly startled, holding her chin and muttering, I remember that our universe seems to have the planet Earth, but it died a long time ago, and no human beings were born on it. I really didn't expect that the energy of the Earthlings would never be consumed. Not all Earthlings are like this, her physique is more special. Luo Xiu smiled slightly. Can't fight yet. Number 18 took a deep look at Luo Xiu, and a trace of gratitude appeared in his eyes. Luo Xiu did not say that he was an artificial human, so that number 18 suddenly felt as if he was really a normal woman. Don't fight, my energy is almost exhausted, but your energy will never be consumed, how can I fight? Califra hummed. Call senior sister. Number 18 said lightly. Califra was silent, and the breath on her body burst out again. However, thinking that the energy of number 18 was not consumed, she immediately gave up. After a short silence. Senior sister. Califra bowed her head and said. That's right. The joy of victory appeared on the face of the 18th. Wow whoa, me off, me off." Califra grinned, so angry that her chest was shaking up and down, and then quickly came to Luo Xiu's side and pleaded, "Teacher, please train me strictly, I will defeat her." "Califra, have you done gravity training?" Luo Xiu wants this effect, he still doesn't believe it. When the time comes, Califra's strength will be improved, and it is strange that number 18 can be as leisurely as before. "Gravity training? What do you mean?" Califra asked, puzzled. "Which is heavier than here, the gravity of planet Sherida?" Luo Xiu asked. "It's lighter here, I just came to this planet, and I feel that this planet is so light." Califra grinned, and the golden light on her body also dissipated. Previously, Luo Xiu temporarily returned the gravity to normal under the strong request of number 18, otherwise in the case of 200 times the gravity, Califra would lose faster. After all, in the case of 200 times the gravity, Califra's energy output will be higher and the consumption will be faster. On the contrary, the 18th will not have energy consumption. "Now, you become a Super Saiyan first," Luo Xiu said. Chapter 047. "Yes, teacher, as long as you can beat the big senior sister, I listen to the teacher," Califra said, her body blooming golden, and she turned into a Super Saiyan again. "Very good, increase the gravity of the planet by 100 times, and act on Califra alone," Luo Xiu ordered the system. "Yes, host." Ugh! Califra felt a huge force pressing on her body, and her body couldn't help but sink. However, Califra has already become a Super Saiyan, and she will not be overwhelmed at that time. Rao was so, and Califra also felt that the action was a little difficult. "Good, you adapt to 100 times gravity first, and then come to me," Luo Xiu said. "It turns out that this is gravity training, it seems to be interesting." Califra nodded happily and beckoned to number 18, "Hey, great senior sister, don't think that I call you senior sister now, you are the real senior sister, I will definitely defeat you and let you call me senior sister." "Humph, then I'll wait for this day to come." Number 18 laughed. Califra ignored number 18, but flew to the side, punched and kicked into the air, and began to practice hard. "On the 18th, you go watch TV, your cultivation will be suspended for a while," Luo Xiu said lightly to number 18. "What do you say? You said you wanted me to defeat Shailu, you can't repent." Number 18 suddenly felt nervous. "Don't you want to cultivate? It's okay, I'll help you destroy Shiru." Luo Xiu smiled. "There is no need, I will kill him with my own hands." The 18th was reluctant. "Anyway, I have long seen that Shailu is not good, or I will solve it with my own hands," Luo Xiu replied lightly. "I said no, no, no." Number 18 hummed, "You adjust gravity for me, I want 300 times gravity." 300 times is overloaded for you." Luo Xiu shook his head slightly, 100 times, just the same as Califra." "I want 300 times." Number 18 said. 300 times gravity, you will sweat, don't you feel uncomfortable?" Luo Xiu asked rhetorically. "I don't care." Number 18 hummed. "Well, if you can't bear it, you can come to me at any time, and I'll cancel gravity for you," Luo Xiu said seriously, and with a wave of his hand, he adjusted the gravity of number 18 to 300 times. The 18th withstood this powerful coercion and began to cultivate in another direction. Califra didn't mean to stop cultivating, and she was practicing in the distance and sweating, hoping to surpass the 18th earlier. Seeing that the two girls were already competing, Luo Xiu suddenly felt that he also had to cultivate. "Can't always stay on this planet, can you? How nice it is to go out and go around the world. System, give me a separate adjustment to gravity to double." Luo Xiu ordered the system. "System? System, why aren't you talking? All the cultivation of the host on this planet is ineffective, especially the gravity cultivation, and even the super god water and potential beans in the mall will not have any effect on the host. The system spoke. You mean to let me leave this planet to cultivate? Luo Xiu's whole person was not very calm. Because the host is bound to the system, it is an invincible existence on this planet. If others step into this planet, it is actually equivalent to entering the control of the system. Even if God comes, they cannot escape the sanctions of the system. The system gave the answer, and the system is located in the infinity realm, which is the existence that separates the major universes, and the kings of the Dragon Ball world have no right to erase. Hearing the system's words, Luo Xiu basically understood the reason why he was strong on this planet. Well, I can't cultivate on this planet? If you want to cultivate, you can't do it unless you leave this planet and go to the outside world. It's just that with Luo Xiu's combat power of 50, he won't be tortured to death in minutes when he goes out. However, if you can't cultivate, you can't cultivate, let Luo Xiu teach the students can, but if he lets him cultivate, he really can't bear that suffering. Number 18 practiced for about an hour, her whole body was already soaked, and her blouse was tightly attached to her body, especially because she didn't have a bra. That position was even more obvious. The 18th felt uncomfortable all over his body and wanted to rest. However, when the 18th was just about to rest, he saw the golden glow blooming on Califra's body, and the range of golden light was greater than before. Califra, well done, you only took an hour to adapt to 100 times gravity, and now you have to adjust gravity to 200 times for the division. Luo Xiu said to Califra with satisfaction. Yes, teacher. Califra nodded. Ugh. Califra felt her body sink, and after 200 times the gravity applied to her body, she still felt heavier. After all, Califra hadn't done gravity training before, not that she was now a super scion and could adapt to 200 times gravity. Teacher, I will work hard. Califra said seriously. Chapter 048. Come on. Luo Xiu nodded. Seeing that Califra had adjusted the gravity to 200 times, No 18's face was a little uncalm. Number 18 gritted his teeth, and he couldn't care about the fragrant sweat on his body, so he could only continue to step up his cultivation. Another 3 hours passed. Califra has already started 300x gravity training. The 18th suddenly had a greater sense of urgency. The day passed quickly. By the time the sky gradually darkened, both number 18 and Califra's bodies were completely soaked. Have a good rest first. Luo Xiu returned gravity to normal. In the words of teacher Wu Tian, cultivate well, eat well, sleep well, study well. Cultivation can't be about keeping yourself in a tight state all the time, which is not good for your body. So tired, so tired. Califra let out a long sigh of relief. The 18th is also a little tired, although her energy never runs out, but after so much sweating, her body is still very tired. But teacher, don't say it, I feel that my energy has improved a lot. Califra grinned. Luo Xiu smiled, he also found that Califra's strength had greatly improved. However, the 18th has also improved a lot, and if the two people compete again, it is estimated that the situation is similar to before. This is also the result of No 18's hard work. If number 18 doesn't cultivate just now, he will really be surpassed by Califra. By the way, if I fight her now, who will win? Number 18 suddenly lowered his voice and leaned over and asked. Do you want me to tell the truth? Luo Xiu asked. Of course. Number 18 nodded. If you judge by the level of energy, her energy has surpassed you, but your energy will not be consumed, so it is similar to before. As long as you hold her fierce attack at the beginning, it is you who wins. Luo Xiu told the truth. I love to hear that. Number 18 breathed a sigh of relief. However, I think that with the cultivation power of this girl Califra, sooner or later it will surpass yours. Luo Xiu sighed. I'll work hard. Number 18 snorted coldly. As she spoke, Karif pulled out. 5 minutes later, Califer moved her body and came to stand in front of Luojiu. Ask the teacher to help me adjust the gravity to 300 times. Califer said. Chapter 049. You're not resting anymore. Luojiu was also stunned by Califer's cultivation motivation. There is no time to rest. It is estimated that the power conference will open soon, and I must surpass Sun Wukong. Califer clenched her fists. How many days is the power conference to be held? Luojiu was stunned for a moment and asked. In Luojiu's impression, there was only 50 hours of preparation time from the time the king and the great priest released the information about the convening of the power conference. Now that Califer has learned that the power conference is about to be held, does that mean she only has 2 days to cultivate? Don't know yet. This matter has not been decided, but it is estimated that it is also a sure thing. Califer said, it was Lord Elephant Pa who told us, so I have to plan ahead and not lose to the 7th universe. Speaking of the 7th universe, Califer also deliberately glanced at number 18, and she knew that number 18 was the 7th universe. Luojiu nodded slightly, since it was Califer who was told by Xiongpa, it should be Bardos who revealed the matter of the power conference to Xiongpa. However, Califer really underestimated the 7th universe. In this universe-wide power conference, Super Saiyan Blue is really nothing. Hey, it's dark, don't you eat? Number 18 was slightly startled and quickly asked. I'm not hungry, that nutrient solution works. Califer turned to number 18 and said, I'll surpass you. Abominable. I won't lose to you. Number 18 gritted his teeth and said to Luojiu, adjust my gravity to 300 times. Luojiu wanted this effect, and he wished that these 2 girls would leave the school early. Ugh! Luojiu directly applied 300 times the gravity on No 18's body. The 2 girls did not give in to each other, and each began to cultivate hard under this night. On the contrary, Luojiu himself was a little bored. Beep! The host's student Vegeta defeated the Kurds. Congratulations to the host for gaining 100,000 reputation points. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from Luojiu's mind. Before Luojiu could react, this voice sounded again. Beep! The host's student Vegeta defeated Gura. Congratulations to the host for gaining 200,000 reputation points. System, this is. Luojiu looked at the 300,000 reputation value that arrived, and he couldn't keep up with the rhythm for a while. In the past few days, Luojiu province has eaten frugally, Rao is so, the reputation value of 20,000 has also been used up by 5,000, and only 15,000 reputation value remains. Luojiu felt that he had to be meticulous, otherwise his reputation would run out, and he couldn't even afford to entertain these 2 girls. Luojiu thinks that he is a man and their teacher, so he can't at least let the 2 of them eat and drink well like he did with Klin and Vegeta before. Girls, although they are combative, are also used for care and care. Now that there are 300,000 more prestige points, for Luojiu, it is simply a pie in the sky. If a student thinks of the host during the battle, after defeating the opponent, the host will be given a certain reputation value, and the higher the opponent, the higher the reputation value obtained by the host. Luojiu was overjoyed in his heart. Vegeta, you are such a good student of mine. At this critical moment, Vegeta sent himself 300,000 reputation points, which was really powerful. With 300,000 reputation points, Luojiu felt that he had to do something. Water is scarce now, and drinking water and bathing are problems. If there were all men on this planet now, everyone would have nothing to do with each other, but now with 2 more beautiful girls, the situation is different. Girls love to be clean, and they cannot bathe, but they can't let number 18 and Califer not bathe every day, right? After thinking about it, Luojiu gritted his teeth and decided to buy a natural hot spring. Of course, with Luojiu's current purchasing strength, he can only buy 2 square meters. 2 square meters of hot springs require 200,000 prestige points. Luo Xiu first looked at the price, and then went to the shopping mall to find the 3 words tap water. There really is. However, the price is not low, and it requires 50,000 prestige points. System, after this tap water is purchased, how many faucets will I install in that room? Luo Xiu asked. Faucets can be purchased separately, and you can pack a few. The system replied. Oh? How many can you fit? Luo Xiu suddenly thought of something, and quickly asked, you don't want to tell me that if you install tap water, you have to charge a water fee, right? Yes, host. The system responded. So? The TV and the lights in that room also charge for electricity? Luo Xiu asked. Yes, host. The system answered. Let's talk about how much is the utility bill. Luo Xiu asked. 1 kilowatt-hour of electricity has 1 reputation value, and 1 ton of water has 3 reputation values. The system replied. P.S. Guarantee 3 changes, reward 1 person plus 1 change. Chapter 050. Hearing the words of the system, Luo Xiu breathed a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, the utility bill was similar to the Earth world before him, and it was not too expensive in this huge reputation value. However, Luo Xiu knew that the reason why he felt inexpensive now was because the planet had not yet been built, and if the scale was expanded, the utility bill would be astronomical. Of course, those are still far away for Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu immediately bought a 2 square meter hot spring and put it on the ground. The hot spring was held by Luo Xiu in his hand, flashing with a faint light, as if it were a small toy. Note that once the hot spring is placed, the location cannot be changed. The sound of the system sounds. Location can't be changed? Luo Xiu understood it, and the position of this thing was placed, and it could no longer be changed. Where is it appropriate? Luo Xiu thought about it, and finally placed the hot spring about 10 meters directly opposite the door. The door faces the hot spring water, and the family has a group of wives and concubines. Think too much, think too much. Snap! After the hot spring water was placed on the ground, it suddenly expanded several times. When you look at it, the hot spring water is steaming white. Luo Xiu put his hand in and tested the water temperature. The temperature was about 39.5 degrees, and the bath was just right. Luo Xiu did not immediately go to the hot spring, but first went to the room to turn on the running water, and installed a faucet and a shower in the bathroom. Faucets and showers are not expensive, a total of 300 prestige points. Twisting the faucet, Luo Xiu saw tap water flowing out, and he felt better. Luo Xiu thought about it, can't he run to the house every time he drinks water, right? So I installed a faucet next to the hot spring and even bought a wash basin. Now, water resources are solved. In the future, there will be no need to buy mineral water from the mall. However, after Luo Xiu tasted the taste of tap water, he felt that it was really not much different from the second water of his own world. System, how much chlorine do you add to this water? Luo Xiu asked angrily. The host can use a purifier to purify water. The system replied. How much? Luo Xiu asked. The upgrade installation cost is 100,000 yuan, and the water fee per ton has increased from 3 prestige values to 10 prestige values. The return of the system machinery. Luo Xiu felt a pain in his flesh. Tap water, right? What purified water do you want? Anyway, he now has the dual inheritance of Scion and Name-Seeing, and it is already good to have tap water to drink. Looking at the steaming hot spring water, Luo Xiu first went back to the room to buy a pair of swimming trunks in the mall, and then quickly rushed to the hot spring pool. So cool! After Luo Xiu came to this world, this was the first time he had taken such a comfortable hot bath. Before bathing in mineral water, although he heated it with energy, he did not have this natural comfort. Bang bang! In the distance, number 18 and Calivra were still practicing hard. The two practiced for more than 3 hours. At a glance on the 18th, I saw the extra hot spring water under the light. Number 18 hurriedly flew over, landed next to the hot spring pool, and stared at Luo Zhu without anger. Is something wrong? Luo Zhu looked at number 18 and asked. Where did this pool come from? Number 18 asked breathlessly. Just conjured. Luo Zhu said. You. Why didn't you conjure up earlier? Then I don't need used water to take a bath. Number 18 shouted angrily. On the 18th, conjuring this thing requires a lot of my divine power. It's not that I don't want to change, it's that the divine power is limited at that time, and if it doesn't change well, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. Of course, Luo Zhu would not tell them about the prestige value between them. Let me soak for a while. Number 18 did not dwell on the question just now, but swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said to Luo Zhu. This hot spring pool came at such a good time, and number 18 really wanted to jump off now and take a good dip. However, thinking of the difference between men and women, number 18 is embarrassed to use the same pool with Luo Zhu. At this moment, Calipher was obviously attracted by the movement on this side and quickly flew over. Wow, is this a hot spring? Calipher was pleasantly surprised, and immediately in front of Luo Zhu and number 18, Mari took off all her clothes, took off her long legs and came in. The 18th was stunned. And this operation? Even Luo Zhu was a little calm. Why didn't this little girl pay attention to the impact at all? If you come in, at least wear a swimsuit. You are like this. What is the system? What is the system? What is the system? Luo Zhu stared intently at Califra's body. What a system! Wow, it's so comfortable, Califra exclaimed excitedly. This hot spring pool is only 2 square meters, 2 meters long and 1 meter wide, and there is no problem sitting 3 people side by side. No 18's delicate body trembled slightly, she was really defeated by this shameless little girl. Humph! Number 18 snorted, but not as bold as Califra, hesitated for a moment, and entered the bath wearing only a small library and a shirt. After entering the pool, no 18's top was completely wet, and the clothes and body were tightly pressed together, and the scenery inside loomed. P.S. Tips added. The tip is opened again by one person plus one more, and it ends at 24 o'clock on the 29th. Chapter 051. I said, Senior Sister, do you still need to get dressed for a bath? You see how comfortable I am. Calivra couldn't stand it anymore. You are you, I am me. Number 18 said angrily. What is there to be afraid of? We women are not yet for men to appreciate. Since the teacher likes to watch it, I will show it to him. Califra looked surprised. Number 18 did not hit a single place, and his chest rose and fell and rippled with the waves. Luo Zhu is in this hot spring pool, it is not to see, nor is it not to look at it. Be a teacher. Be a teacher. Be a teacher. Teacher, are you tired? I'll give you a shoulder press, right? Califra suggested. This. Not quite, right? Luo Zhu couldn't help but snort. Teacher, you worked hard, that skill to control gravity must be very physically demanding, right? Califra asked. Yes. Luo Zhu nodded. Teacher, you lie on your stomach, I will press your shoulders and back. Califra said. No, no, no. Square peg. Luo Zhu was really a little embarrassed. What's wrong with the teacher? I'm a scion, and I'm not pretentious like Senior Sister. Califra said. Who do you say is contrived? Number 18 asked with a dark face. You are clearly interesting to the teacher, but you are so high-minded, humph, don't you know it? Califra stuck out her tongue at number 18. You. What are you talking nonsense? No 18's heart trembled, but his face turned red. "Teacher, come, lie down, I'll press you," Caliph said. "Then you're welcome." Luo Zhu was also not pretentious, and immediately lay on the edge of the hot spring pool, with his back to Caliph, but his eyes glanced at number 18. Luo Zhu thought to himself, could it be that number 18 really liked himself? No way. It's impossible. Luo Zhu felt that it was unlikely, so he had only been with number 18 for a few days? Is the 18th so easily conquered by itself? Luo Zhu no longer thought about this problem, guessing that Caliph said this to gain the upper hand in words. Immediately afterwards, Luo Zhu suddenly felt that his shoulders were soft, and Caliph's hand was already on his shoulder. Because Caliph wanted to press Luo Zhu's shoulders and back, she was bound to be closer to Luo Zhu, and when she lowered her body slightly, her breasts accidentally touched Luo Zhu's body. Number 18 pouted and did not speak. Half an hour later, the two girls were finally comfortable. Luo Zhu also came out of the hot spring pool, bought some delicious food in the mall, and treated them well. The 300,000 reputation value provided by Vegeta was too timely, and after Luo Zhu bought hot springs and tap water, there were still 30,000 left. In this way, Luo Zhu's total reputation value is now close to 50,000. After a good meal, number 18 and Caliph were indeed tired today, and went to bed early. Caliph is a scion who does not pay much attention to sleeping places, and directly lies on the sofa and falls asleep. Out of care for the female students, Luo Zhu gave up the bed to number 18, exchanged another recliner for himself, and lay down. The next day, before dawn, Luo Zhu was woken up by a girl's aroma. Luo Zhu opened his hazy eyes and looked at the time. It was only 5 o'clock in the morning. When I looked at it, it was Caliph who was blowing into her face. "What are you doing?" Luo Zhu asked. "Shhh. How?" Luo Zhu was a little embarrassed. Could it be that Caliph was going to talk to herself early in the morning? "Can't it?" "Teacher, I want to cultivate, can you adjust the gravity to 300 times? Caliph whispered in Luo Zhu's ear. Luo Zhu suddenly realized that he had thought too much. Luo Zhu nodded and did not object. It was really worry-free to accept a student like Caliph. She didn't need to teach too much, she took the initiative to ask for cultivation. Thanks. Caliph was excited. Today I must break through the barrier of ordinary Super Saiyan. Luo Zhu took a deep look at Caliph. This little girl is worthy of being a genius girl in the 6th universe. If you give her time, I believe she will surpass Sun Wukong. Unfortunately, there was too little time left for Caliph. Hey! Outside, Caliph had already begun to cultivate. The 18th, on the other hand, was sleeping soundly. Luo Zhu will not blame number 18. Everyone's lifestyle is different, and it can't be said that it is not good if the 18th refuses to practice. Scions are belligerent, the 18th is not belligerent, this is a matter of race. Since scions are warlike, they naturally like to cultivate in order to make themselves stronger. Number 18 belongs to that kind of standard earth woman. If it weren't for defeating Shailu, she wouldn't have cultivated. If it weren't for not being defeated by Caliph, number 18 wouldn't be so desperate. By the time I woke up on the 18th, it was already past 9 o'clock in the morning. Number 18 walked out of the room, saw the tired and panting Caliph, couldn't help but feel a little bad, and quickly asked Luo Zhu, how long has she been cultivating? P.S. There is also a plus change at night, and one person is rewarded plus one more. Chapter 052. It's been 4 hours since I started cultivating at 5. Luo Zhu said. What? Why don't you call me? No 18's pretty face changed color. Caliph woke up on her own, not me. Luo Zhu shook his head. Number 18 had a black face and a sense of crisis. Immediately, number 18 asked Luo Zhu to adjust himself to 300 times gravity, and quickly went over to cultivate. Time passes day by day. The 8th day of the 18th came to this planet. Califra is on her 5th day here. Boom! Suddenly, Califra's body erupted with amazing energy, and the vast aura bloomed outward. At the same time, the golden flames of light around Califra became brighter, and her hair was tied up high, and there were more flashing arcs of electricity in the golden flames. Hey, it's done! Califra said excitedly, I broke through. Number 18's eyes widened and he was surprised. Teacher, how's it going? Now how does my transformation compare with the Monkey King of the 7th universe? Califra asked excitedly. This is the 2nd order of Super Saiyan, and Sun Wukong will meet early. Luo Zhu said. In the Dragon Ball Super anime, Califra transforms into the Super Saiyan 2nd tier with little to no obstacles. It's just that in the Dragon Ball Super manga, when Califra participated in the Power Conference, she did not transform into the 2nd tier of Super Saiyan. Luo Zhu guessed that the Califra who came over this time should be the comic version. Dragon Ball Super is divided into 2 versions, which makes Luo Zhu also feel a little painful. Hey? No way? Is it an early meeting? Califra was stunned. Isn't my current transformation a more advanced Super Saiyan? Sun Wukong was already able to transform into the 3rd tier of Super Saiyan 3 years ago. Luo Zhu said. What? Super Saiyan 3rd tier? Sounds so cool. Califra's eyes widened, and her eyes were full of expectation. Don't be happy too early, Sun Wukong's current strength is already far beyond the 3rd order of Super Saiyan. Luo Zhu continued. Hey? He has already surpassed the 3rd tier of Super Saiyan? What a horrible guy! Califra stuck out her tongue, and then asked, So, teacher, is Monkey King now the 4th rank of Super Saiyan? It's not the 4th order, it's Super Saiyan Blue, a transformation with the realm of gods. Luo Zhu said. The realm of God? It seems that challenging him now has difficulty. Califra scratched her head and asked, Can the teacher make me transform into Super Saiyan Blue? In fact, in addition to the realm of gods, there is also a simple energy realm, which is what you said about the 4th order of Super Saiyan. Luo Zhu smiled slightly, looked at Califra and said, Your physique cultivation Super Saiyan 4th order is more suitable, and the powerful energy aura is not lost to the Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue. Yes. Califra's eyes lit up, and she quickly asked, That teacher? Can you teach me how to transform into Super Saiyan Tier 4? Master Wei will naturally help you complete the transformation. Luo Zhu nodded. Thank you, teacher. Califra excitedly took Luo Zhu's hand and asked again, That teacher? What should I do now? First stabilize Super Saiyan Tier 2, then become Super Saiyan Tier 3, and then become Super Saiyan Tier 4? No, after stabilizing the 2nd level of the Super Saiyan. You can skip the 3rd level of the Super Saiyan and directly perform the 4th level transformation. Luo Zhu smiled. Yes. Califra felt a burst of excitement in her heart, and ran to stabilize the realm with a puff of smoke. You just said that Monkey King has surpassed her so much? Really fake? Cold sweat broke out on No 18's face, although she could not sense Califra's breath, but she could see that Califra's transformation just now was indeed not simple. Perhaps, Califra's strength has far surpassed herself. The 18th suddenly felt a sense of frustration. It's true. Luo Zhu nodded slightly. Then with Sun Wukong's character, he won't let Shailu do nothing, right? Number 18 frowned. If he is so powerful, he can't beat Shailu, right? On the 18th, you and Califra come from different space-times, different universes. In your time and space, the Monkey King will not yet be transformed by Califra. Luo Zhu said. Hey? What do you mean? Number 18 was stunned for a moment, even more puzzling. To put it simply, Caliph came from another universe in your time 17 years from now, do you understand? Luo Zhu smiled slightly. The Monkey King in that period was already very powerful, and even if he released energy with all his strength, he could destroy the entire universe. Number 18 widened his beautiful eyes and was really stunned. It turns out that she and Calivra are not people of the same era. Chapter 053. You. Who are you, exactly? Why is it possible to bring people from different eras together? Number 18 was even more shocked by Luo Zhu's identity. Luo Zhu smiled and did not speak. Are you really a god? The 18th was shocked. No 18, Shailu's strength is weaker than the current Califra. If you can defeat Califra, there will be no problem in challenging Shailu. Luo Zhu diverted the topic. Oh? As long as I can defeat her now, I can defeat Chiru? No 18's heart moved. Luo Zhu nodded. The 18th was a little hesitant. Eat this. Luo Zhu took out a potential bean and handed it to number 18. This. What is this bean? Number 18 was slightly startled. After eating it, your potential will be burst out. Luo Zhu said with a smile. Is it? I'll try it. Number 18 looked solemn and immediately ate the potential beans. Suddenly, number 18 felt that his energy was growing rapidly. This. Teacher, I feel that I seem to be much stronger than before. Number 18 was surprised to feel the changes in his body, and said to Luo Zhu with some excitement. Go ahead. Luo Zhu smiled slightly. Yes, teacher. Number 18 nodded solemnly, and also had some respect for Luo Zhu. Number 18 walked step by step in the direction of Califra. Senior sister, what are you doing here? You're not trying to challenge me, are you? Califra stopped her cultivation and asked with a smile. Yes, let's continue. No 18's face was also full of confidence. Senior sister, you may not be my opponent now. Califra grinned, let me tell you, my Super Saiyan second tier transformation, but 4 times the strength of the previous Super Saiyan, are you sure you want to fight me? I am your senior sister, and I am stronger than you. Number 18 smiled. Well, I won't put water. Califra said with a smile. Neither will I. Number 18 smiled. The two quickly set up a fighting stance. Boom! Califra's body erupted with a powerful aura, and the golden flames on her body flashed, and the arc jumped. No 18's body has not changed at all, and her energy seems to be restrained into her body. Bang bang! 2 girls fought fiercely on this planet. I have to say that after eating the potential beans, the strength of number 18 has been greatly improved. However, Calivra was stronger after all, and suppressed number 18 in energy. As before, after Califra's energy explosion, she did not defeat number 18, and after fighting for a while, her energy was a little unable to keep up with the output. In this game, it was the 18th that won the final victory. Narrowly won. I'm so stupid, I'm too arrogant. Damn, I should have drunk the nutrient solution before fighting her. Califra looked up and sighed. Number 18 wiped his sweat, but also secretly lucky, and took a long breath. No, not this time, I drink the nutrient solution, and we compete again. Califra was not convinced. Whatever you want. Number 18 smiled. Califra quickly ran over and drank the nutrient solution in one gulp, and her physical strength and energy were completely restored. Seeing the battle between the two just now, Luo Zhu breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from the current performance of number 18, she has surpassed the current Chiru. In this way, Luo Zhu's nightmare-level task was finally almost completed. Luo Zhu decided to exchange 10 million reputation points for combat power this time, right? Although it can only be exchanged for 100,000 combat power. It can at least leave the planet temporarily. 100,000 combat power, as long as you choose an era with relatively low combat effectiveness, you can also go to play. Of course, this is only Luo Xiu's preliminary plan, and it will be considered when he really gains prestige value. Come again. Califra's face was full of fighting intent. I won't show mercy to my subordinates this time. Feel free. The 18th is not afraid. Bang bang. The two girls fought on this again. For Califra, number 18 was still relatively shrewd, according to the method Luo Xiu said, first avoided Califra's series of attacks, and then took advantage of Califra's energy consumption to a certain extent, began to counterattack. Bang! However, Califra grinned and punched number 18 in the abdomen. Poof! Number 18 spewed out a mouthful of acid, and his face turned pale. Hee hee, senior sister, you are deceived, my attack just now was just a bluff, I didn't release too much energy, I know you will take advantage of it to attack me now. Califra grinned. No 18's face turned cold, and he hurriedly fell backwards quickly. At the same time, the light flame in No 18's hand kept flickering, and bombarded it in the direction of Califra. In just a moment, dense blue balls of light flashed in the sky, about 1,000, and were aimed in the direction of Califra. Junior sister, admit defeat, if all these energy bombs hit you, you may not be able to withstand it. Number 18 smiled. Chapter 054. You, Califra gritted her teeth, refusing to admit defeat. Junior sister, do you really not admit defeat? Number 18 asked with a solemn expression. I won't throw in the towel. Come on. Califra clenched her fists. Then I'm welcome, don't be killed. Number 18 smiled and glanced at Luo Xiu, meaning that he had accidentally killed Califra. Luo Xiu nodded lightly and signaled that there was no problem with number 18. Number 18 no longer hesitated, controlling thousands of blue energy bombs, whistling towards Califra's location. Boom! With an earth-shattering selection spirit, thousands of blue energy bombarded Califra's body. After the smoke cleared, I saw a protective shield appear on Califra's body. The shield you used was the same as the shield, but this one is very energy-consuming. Number 18 smiled slightly. Califra bit her lip. Indeed, in order to resist the energy bomb released by the 18th, she consumed a lot of her energy in the form of a protective shield. Ugh! Number 18 sped in the direction of Califra. Not good. Califra was in a hurry, the light flame in her hand flashed, and an energy bomb shot in the direction where the 18th came. Bang! The energy condensed in the number 18 hand, and with a wave of his hand, the energy bomb that flew over was knocked away. At the same time, number 18 also quickly appeared directly opposite Califra and bombarded it with a punch. I won't throw in the towel. Califra gritted her teeth and fought back. It's just that the energy that Califra just consumed is too great, but the energy of number 18 is never exhausted, and the gap is revealed little by little. Bang! In the end, Califra was knocked to the ground by number 18, and the golden light on her body suddenly dissipated. You lost, junior sister. Number 18 smiled. I will surpass you. Califra's face is full of unwillingness. She has become the second tier of Super Saiyan, why can't she beat the number 18? I won't give you that chance. Number 18 smiled slightly. No more than 3 days, I will definitely surpass you. Califra clenched her fists. Is it? Then I wait for this day to come. Number 18 pouted. At noon that day, after lunch on the 18th, he pulled Luo Xiu aside and offered his leave. Go, with your current strength, defeating Shailu is 90% certain. Luo Xiu nodded seriously. Luo Xiu knew what the 18th meant. The reason why number 18 chose to leave at this time was also because she really couldn't continue to cultivate. After so many days of continuous cultivation, it's not that the 18th can't bear it, it's that she feels too bitter. Number 18 believes that Califra is a cultivation maniac, and if she continues to stay here, number 18 believes that Califra will definitely surpass herself. The second order of super science is so powerful, the 18th is the energy that is stimulated by eating potential beans. If she really becomes the fourth order of super scion, then how to fight? Number 18 is still self-aware, and she doesn't want to be the first in the universe, and her motivation for cultivation is to avenge her younger brother. Only 90% sure? Isn't it 100% sure? Number 18 was stunned for a moment and asked rhetorically. You must destroy Shalo with lightning speed, and you cannot give him a chance to breathe. Luo Xiu instructed, Shalo will be reborn, remember this. Good teacher, I remembered. Number 18 nodded slightly. Go ahead. Luo Xiu waved his hand. But did not keep number 18. That's 10 million reputation value, Luo Xiu still wants to get it early. As long as the 18th defeats Shalo earlier, then he can get this 10 million reputation points. Luo Xiu felt a little excited when he thought about it. Teacher, thank you for teaching these days. Before the 18th, he still respected Luo Xiu. This is what I should do. Luo Xiu smiled, come on. Number 18 nodded. Califra, who was cultivating, suddenly felt that the situation was not quite right here, and immediately stopped her cultivation and flew over. Hey, why are you going? Califra asked. I'm already out of the school, junior sister, goodbye. Number 18 smiled slightly. Hey? Discharged? Is this leaving? Califra was stunned. Yes. Number 18 had a triumphant smile on his face. Don't, we haven't decided between winners and losers yet. Califra was anxious, when I defeat you, you will go back. Didn't I say that? I will not give you this opportunity. Number 18 smiled weirdly. Califra. Califra finally figured it out, daring to say that the 18th did not give herself a chance, it was someone who wanted to leave here. It's so cunning, Califra held her head, speechless. P.S. As of 24 o'clock on the 29th of this month, 1 person plus 1 change is rewarded, and it is not capped. Chapter 055. Junior sister, cultivate well. Turn around on the 18th. A golden light shot down from above the sky and shrouded No 18's body. Junior sister, I wish you an early transformation into the fourth order of Super Scion. Number 18 waved at Califra and took another deep look at Luo Xiu. Ugh! The golden light rose up into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Looking at the back of the disappearance of number 18, Luo Xiu suddenly felt a little reluctant. Teacher, why did senior sister leave the school so quickly? Califra asked puzzled. Number 18's wish is to defeat a monster named Chiru, whose strength is weaker than your current one. Luo Xiu explained simply. So, Califra seemed to understand. Okay, how is your current Super Scion second tier stable? Luo Xiu asked. Teacher, give me 2 more hours, I don't think it's a big problem. Califra replied with a solemn expression. 2 hours later. Teacher, I've stabilized the Super Scion second tier. Califra said to Luo Xiu. Good, now we're going to try Super Scion fourth tier. Luo Xiu looked at Califra and said. Yes. Teacher. Califra was excited. Super Scion fourth order. Califra wondered how powerful the Super Scion fourth tier would be. First of all, take off your pants first. Luo Xiu ordered. Hey? Take your pants off? Califra was stunned, and looked at Luo Xiu with some confusion. Although Califra doesn't pay much attention to things between men and women, after all, it's a girl, and the teacher lets herself put on her pants. Califra felt a little strange. Teacher, what do you mean? Califra grinned, although I admit that I am very beautiful, but teacher, don't be so direct, isn't it good for us to be subtle? When I was soaking in the hot spring, I found traces of a tail behind you, you scions of the 6th universe, although the tail has degraded, but I think it should still be possible to pull it out. Luo Zhu did not follow Calipha's words, but said the tail thing seriously. When Calipha heard that the teacher was not going to have a special relationship with her, her face immediately turned red. And after hearing what the teacher said about tail, Calipha was also slightly startled and a little dazed. Tail? Yes. I remembered that in the ancient texts of the planet Sherida, it was indeed recorded that we scions once had tails, but then slowly degraded. Calipha nodded, and then asked, Teacher, is the tail related to the fourth order of the Super Scion? Luo Zhu nodded. Grow a tail? He, seems interesting. Calipha grinned, immediately stopped ink, and directly took off her pants. Okay, now I'm going to pull out your tail. Luo Zhu glanced at it, and sure enough, he saw that behind Calipha, there were traces of tail degradation. Luo Zhu could see that although Calipha's tail had degenerated, it was not that the degradation was gone, but it was introverted into the body. As long as you give a certain amount of strength, you can definitely pull out the tail. I'm going to pull it out, it might hurt. Luo Zhu said. Well, teacher, I'm not afraid of pain, as long as I can become the fourth order of Super Scion. What is the pain? Calipha nodded. Okay, you grab this basin. Luo Zhu ordered. This. Teacher. I'm not going to unplug the basin, am I? Calipha asked. No, didn't you find out? All the facilities here cannot be destroyed. Luo Zhu smiled. Yes. I didn't pay attention to that. Calipha's eyes lit up, and she stepped forward and grabbed the basin tightly. Luo Zhu pressed his index finger and thumb on Calipha's restrained tail and gently tugged outward. Ah! It hurts. It hurts to death, it hurts to die. However, before Luo Zhu could exert himself, he heard Calipha shouting there, and he couldn't wait to eat the wash basin in one bite. Luo Zhu had to let go. Teacher, did the tail come out? Calipha took a deep breath and quickly asked. It's not started yet, Luo Zhu wiped his sweat. Aren't you afraid of pain? That. So why does it hurt so much? It feels like it's being torn apart. Luo Zhu. Teacher, that tail will always come out a little, right? Calipha asked again. Only a millimeter came out. Luo Zhu said. It's only a millimeter. Oh my god, Calipha almost fainted. A millimeter hurts so much, if I pull it out, I'm not going to be hurt to death. Bear with it. Luo Zhu said. Teacher, I gritted my teeth, and you pulled it out at once. Calipha gritted her teeth. You can't push too hard, otherwise you accidentally pull it off, but it's out of play. Luo Zhu shook his head. P.S. Guaranteed 3 more. Tip 1 person plus 1 change, add more at night. The activity ends at 24 o'clock on the 29th of this month. Chapter 056. Hey? That is, you have to pull it out little by little? This isn't torturing me, Calipha smiled wryly. The division knows that this is a bit difficult for you, but once you grow a tail, you will have a great advantage when fighting, and the tail can also be your weapon. Luo Zhu said, as far as I know, the ring of the power conference is forbidden to fly, but if your tail is well controlled and rotates fast enough, it can be used as a helicopter to levitate your body. Hey? Teacher, you have a good idea. Calipha's eyes lit up, and she gritted her teeth and said, Come on, teacher, let's continue. Luo Zhu nodded slightly, seeing that Calipha was almost ready, he put his hand on Calipha's tail again, and pulled it outward little by little. Half an hour later. Calipha was in so much pain that Luo Zhu had to stop. How much? Calipha took a moment to rest and asked. See for yourself. Luo Zhu smiled slightly. Hey? It seems to be 30 centimeters, Calipha touched her tail behind her. Pull out a small half. Luo Xiu nodded. Califra tried to wag her tail, happy. After a short break, Califra picked up the basin again. It hurts. Immediately afterwards, Califra's heart-rending voice spread throughout the planet. Another full hour or so passed, and Califra's tail was finally completely pulled out. Whew! It's not easy. Califra lay on the ground, gasping for breath, completely disregarding her image. Luo Xiu was embarrassed to look at it. After all, Califra was not wearing pants. Is it appropriate to lie down like this? After resting for a while, Califra jumped up and asked excitedly, "Teacher, can I now become the 4th rank of Super Saiyan?" "Not yet." Luo Xiu shook his head and stepped forward and pinched Califra's tail. "Ah! There is no strength." Califra's body trembled slightly, and her face changed color slightly. "The tail will provide power to the Saiyans, and it is also the weakness of the Saiyans," Luo Xiu said, "so before you transform into the 4th tier of Super Saiyan, overcome the weakness of the tail first." "Yes, teacher." Califra nodded solemnly. After cultivating for a whole afternoon, the weakness in Califra's tail was finally overcome by her. It has to be said that Califra belongs to that kind of genius type of warrior. "Go and drink the nutrient solution, and try to perform the Super Saiyan 4th order transformation tonight," Luo Xiu said. "Yes, teacher." How excited Califra was there! At this time, the sky was already dark. "System, build an artificial moon." Luo Xiu ordered the system. Between the whiskers, an artificial full moon hung above the sky, emitting a pale yellow light. "Teacher, what is this?" Califra was stunned for a moment. "Moon." However, just when Califra finished saying this, she felt that her heartbeat was speeding up, and the intensity of her heartbeat had increased a lot. "Ah! Teacher! Mimi, what's wrong with my body? I'm so uncomfortable." Califra's expression was a little painful. "You're about to transform into a great ape." When Luo Xiu said this, he saw that golden hairs had grown on Califra's face. Sure enough, the Saiyans of the 6th universe, as long as they have tails, can also turn into giant apes. Roar! The next moment, Califra transformed into a golden gorilla. This golden gorilla is so big, almost a quarter the size of a planet. It's a complete behemoth. Luo Xiu is now concerned about whether Califra will lose her mind after turning into a gorilla, and if she loses her mind, it will be more troublesome to recover. Roar! The golden gorilla roared wildly, his fists constantly pounded his chest, and then he looked at Luo Xiu's location and stepped on it fiercely. Bang! The huge body of the gorilla shook the entire planet, trembling slightly. It's just that the gorilla's foot fell short, and Luo Xiu had already dodged away. "Califra, wake up, I'm your teacher," Luo Xiu greeted. Roar! When Califra found that Luo Xiu had escaped, she immediately became furious, grabbed it with her big hand, and held Luo Xiu in her hand. Then, Califra caught Luo Xiu in front of her like this, stared at a pair of fierce big eyes, and glared angrily at Luo Xiu. It seems that Califra is also trying to crush Luo Xiu, but no matter how hard she tries, she feels that Luo Xiu's body is very tough, leaving her helpless. "Califra, do you remember being a teacher?" Luo Xiu called softly. Boom! Seeing that Luo Xiu could not be crushed, Califra was furious in her heart, and with a fierce flick of her hand, she smashed Luo Xiu towards the ground. P.S. Today's 3 changes are completed, and the tip will be added in the evening, and the tip will be added to 1 person. Note, per person. Today's 3 changes are completed, and the tip will be added in the evening, and the tip will be added to 1 person. Note, per person. Today's 3 changes are completed, and the tip will be added in the evening, and the tip will be added to 1 person. Note, per person. Chapter 057. Ugh! It's just that this is Luo Xiu's territory, and with just a slight movement of his mind, he landed safely on the ground without being harmed in the slightest. Roar! Califra, the golden gorilla, was full of anger, her hands kept beating her chest, and she stepped on Luo Xiu's body again. Luo Xiu dodged and avoided. It's not that Luo Xiu is afraid of being trampled, but he is worried about breaking Califra's foot. Bang bang! Califra was very irritable and chased and beat Luo Xiu for a while. Luo Xiu couldn't think of a way to make Califra sober up for the time being, shook his head slightly, and flicked his hand, making the moon in the sky disappear. Losing the moonlight, Califra's huge figure trembled violently, followed by a rapid shrinkage. Ugh! Califra turned into her original form and fainted on the ground, missing a single thing on her body. Luo Xiu took a bath towel from the bathroom and covered Califra and silently waited for her to wake up. Califra was unconscious for 40 minutes before waking up with a yawn. Califra looked around, looking a little confused. "Teacher, am I asleep?" Califra scratched her head and sat up from the ground, but the bath towel on her body slipped from her body. The scene of his body was captured by Luo Xiu. However, Luo Xiu didn't mean to stare at other girls. If he wanted to look, he could take a closer look when Califra was unconscious just now. "Oh, what about my clothes?" Califra was stunned and turned her head to look at Luo Xiu. "Teacher, you won't take advantage of my sleep. Did something excessive to me? Don't you remember anything about what happened before?" Luo Xiu asked. "What happened?" Califra scratched her head and asked. "Take a good look for yourself." Luo Xiu waved his hand lightly, and a three-dimensional image appeared in front of the two out of thin air. In the video, it is Califra who transforms into a giant ape and attacks Luo Xiu. Then, Califra carefully saw that after she fell into a coma, the teacher covered her body with a bath towel and did not take the opportunity to move her hands and feet. Califra felt a little touched in her heart. Although scions are relatively indifferent to things between men and women, girls are girls after all, and they do not want to do things to themselves without their consent. "Hey? Is that golden gorilla me?" Califra's eyes widened, and her face was filled with shock. "You're not impressed?" Luo Xiu asked. "No, the last memory in my brain was that I seemed to be uncomfortable, and then it was like I slept, and when I woke up, I didn't have any clothes." Califra grinned, then asked, "Teacher, don't tell me. That gorilla is the fourth order of Super Scion." "Of course gorilla is not, but gorilla's strength is equivalent to the Super Scion God," Luo Xiu said with a smile. "Hey? Gorilla equivalent to Super Scion God?" Califra's face was full of excitement. "Don't be happy too early. After you become a gorilla, I have to find a way to awaken your memory. Your violent state will hurt even my own people at that time," Luo Xiu said. Califra nodded sheepishly. "Califra, tell the teacher what you remember the most," Luo Xiu said. "What are the things I remember the most?" Califra sat on the ground, looking up at the grey sky. "I am an orphan, and I lived with my brother when I was sensible. When I grew up, I moved out, and I set up an orphan camp outside, taking in many people like me. I cherish my time with these friends. But these don't seem to be memorable things. I'll think again." Luo Xiu secretly made a note. "Teacher, in fact, my life is very simple. I also have a carefree life on the planet Sherida. I really can't remember anything deep." Califra scratched her head and suddenly asked, "When I was 8 years old, I shattered the clothes of a 16-year-old girl. Is it a memorable thing?" "Forget it." Luo Xiu was not good at expressing his opinion. "When I was 9 years old, I kicked Gabe into a stinking gutter. Does it count?" Califra asked again. "Reckon," Luo Xiu smiled. Califra said several more things, but they were all bullies. It can be seen that this girl is on the planet Sherida in the 6th universe, which can be regarded as a sideways existence. However, the light in Luo Xiu's eyes flickered, as if he had thought of something, and there was a smile on his face. By the way, teacher, I don't know how senior sister is. Did she defeat that monster? Califra asked suddenly. Let's see. Luo Xiu was also a little worried about number 18, and immediately let the system release the stereoscopic image of number 18. Ugh! A flash of light and shadow fell from above the sky. Chapter 058. Between the whiskers, a set of chic house projections fell on Luo Xiu's planet. Then, little by little, the camera zooms in, penetrating the roof of the house, projecting the number 18 in the room from the perspective of God. Is it really senior sister? She seems to be watching TV. Califra said excitedly. Luo Xiu also swept in the direction of number 18. Number 18 had already changed her clothes, but perhaps because she was alone in the house, she wore less, only a bra and a small library. Number 18 didn't know that Luo Xiu and Califra were watching her. Did senior sister defeat that monster? Califra asked. Not yet, the two should not have fought yet. Luo Xiu said affirmatively. If number 18 defeats Shailu, he should get 10 million reputation points. At this moment, Luo Xiu suddenly noticed that a familiar face appeared on the TV program enjoyed by number 18. It is Satan. Luo Xiu hurriedly controlled the system and asked the system to play the sound of the TV on the 18th side loudly. Mr. Satan, what do you think of this Shuru game tournament? At this time, a reporter interviewed Satan. Humph, everything Shailu did on TV was to plant a bomb in advance. I have long seen through his tricks. If it is a head-to-head confrontation, Satan can defeat him in less than 10 rounds. Satanic pride. Cut, idiot. The 18th shook his head and changed the channel with the remote control. Luo Xiu understood that after daring to love Shuru back to earth, he still held a tournament of Shailu games. Perhaps after returning to earth, Shuru must have happened to meet Vegeta and Trunks, who came out of the spirit and time cabin, and then tortured them and decided to hold this tournament. The tournament of the Shuru game? Shailu, I will defeat you with my own hands. Number 18 snorted coldly. Teacher, can I go to the scene and take a look? Seems interesting. Califra's eyes lit up, but she was interested. Luo Xiu also quickly contacted the system and asked if the system Califra could travel through time and space and go to the time and space where number 18 was located. The same group of students can cross each other, but students in different groups do not have this condition, such as the current Califra cannot travel to the time of student Vegeta. The system gives the answer. Well, I see. Luo Xiu bowed his head slightly. You can go, but wait until the time of the Shuru game tournament. I believe you will already be the 4th tier of Super Saiyan by then. Luo Xiu suggested. Yes, teacher. Califra was excited. Being able to appear in front of number 18 in the form of the 4th order of Super Saiyan, Califra felt excited when she thought about it. Califra, do you still have strength? Try turning into a great ape again. Luo Xiu said. Okay, no problem. Califra looked solemn. Snap! Above the sky, a round moon suddenly appeared, emitting a golden light. Califra's body trembled violently, and then she transformed into a golden gorilla. After Califra transformed into a giant ape, she also immediately lost her mind and began to wreak havoc again. However, all the buildings here were purchased by the system mall, and no matter how hard Califra tried, they could not be destroyed. Califra was restless, and energy spread out of her body, as if she wanted to destroy the planet as well. At this moment, a girl dressed in red makeup appeared in front of the gorilla. Big sister, it's me, I'm Kyer. The girl said softly. Bang! As if she didn't know Kyle, Califra slapped her to the ground like a fly. And this Kyer was naturally transformed by Luo Xiu through the system, not a real person. Ugh! Kyle resurfaced in front of Califra, tears streaming down her face. Big sister, what's wrong with you? Wake up, I'm Kel, don't you know me? Kyle sobbed. Snap! Califra's scarlet eyes flashed with gold, as if she realized something. But immediately after, Califra slapped her body hard, and at that time smashed Kyle's body. Big sister, take care of yourself. When Kale broke, his voice also drifted into Califra's ears. Califra's huge body trembled violently, and the golden light in her scarlet eyes kept flashing. Cal? Is that you? Where are you? Califra spat out a voice. Luo Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. Califra has finally regained her senses, and as long as she regains her senses, she will not be far from the fourth order of Super Saiyan. Well, how do I feel that the planet has become smaller? Califra suddenly came to her senses. Califra, now you try to become a Super Saiyan. Luo Xiu's voice floated up from below. P.S. I found that there are a few friends who did not write their nicknames, and the nickname is empty after the tip, which is not good to count. I always thought it was the same person tipping. Remember to write the nickname before tipping. Chapter 059. Teacher? Am I a gorilla? Califra looked at her huge body and was surprised. By the way, did Kale come just now? Kyle didn't come, that's just her image. Luo Xiu smiled slightly. It turns out that the teacher awakened my sanity through Cal. Hee, teacher, you are so smart. Califra suddenly realized, and then her face was full of confidence. Teacher, I will try to transform into a Super Saiyan now. Boom! The next moment, a golden flame bloomed on Califra's body, and the light dyed almost the entire planet a golden color. Immediately afterwards, Califra's body was slowly shrinking. When she looked again, crimson hair appeared on Califra's upper body, and she also had an extra set of clothes out of thin air. It's the Super Saiyan 4th tier. Beep! Congratulations to the host for assisting student Califra to complete the 4th level transformation of Super Saiyan and gain 1 million reputation points. The sound of the system sounded at this time. Luo Xiu was overjoyed in his heart. This million prestige was really worth it. I didn't expect Califra's cultivation to go so smoothly. This time he accepted Califra as a student, and Luo Xiu himself hardly had much difficulty teaching, so that Califra became the 4th order of Super Saiyan. It is estimated that this is also the reason why the system decided that Califra's task was an advanced task. Of course, without Luo Xiu, Califra would naturally not have been able to have a breakthrough at this level. Teacher, this is the 4th order of Super Saiyan. I obviously feel that the energy in my body is very powerful, surpassing how many times I didn't know before. Califra was excited, stepped forward and put her arm around Luo Xiu, and a mouthful came to his face. Thank you, teacher. Califra's mission is only to transform into Super Saiyan Blue or Super Saiyan 4th tier, but she doesn't say who she wants to defeat, so this mission is over. Next, as long as he defeated Shailu on the 18th, Luo Xiu could gain another 10 million reputation points. Califra, although you have transformed into the 4th tier of Super Saiyan, the All-King Power Conference is very cruel. Luo Xiu took out the Super God Water and handed it to Califra. This is Super God Water, after drinking it, your potential will be greatly tapped. Super God Water? That's a good thing. Califra quickly took the Super Divine Water with both hands. This is a potential bean, which can also tap potential energy, and the effect is 1 level worse than that of Super God Water. Luo Xiu asked Califra to choose for herself. However, the Super God Water is highly poisonous, and it will be life-threatening after drinking it, so you should consider it yourself. Hey? Life-threatening? Califra pulled her hand and almost threw away the bottle of supernatural water. After thinking about it carefully, Califra finally chose the potential bean. She felt that the 4th level of the Super Saiyan was already very powerful, and there was no need to risk her life to drink the Super God Water. Gat! Califra bit and ate the potential beans, and sure enough, her strength has been greatly improved. Have a good night's rest, and tomorrow you can return to your universe. Luo Xiu said with a smile. No, teacher, I have to stabilize the transformation of the fourth order of the Super Saiyan, otherwise I won't go. Califra grinned. How? Isn't the teacher welcoming me? Welcome. Of course welcome. Luo Xiu smiled. Okay, I'll go and stabilize the transformation first. The fourth tier of the Super Saiyan that Califra has just transformed into, the excitement has not passed, and naturally she will not sleep. It was enough to play in this transformed state for 3 hours, and Califra was really tired and lay directly on the ground and fell asleep. The next day, when Luo Xiu got up, Califra had already begun to cultivate. I have to say that Califra is really a cultivation maniac, no wonder the 18th hurried away. Teacher, you're awake. Califra hurriedly came over to say hello. Luo Xiu nodded slightly, silently looked at Califra, and said with a smile, Congratulations Califra, your Super 4 transformation has stabilized. Califra was also excited, and then asked, Teacher, I want to visit senior sister. You're not going back to your universe? Luo Xiu asked rhetorically. Don't worry, I'll go to play with senior sister first. I know I'm afraid that after separating from senior sister this time, it will be difficult for me to see her in the future. Califra said. Okay, there you go. Luo Xiu did not object. It just so happened that Luo Xiu was also a little relieved about number 18. Although No 18's current strength has been greatly improved, comparable to the second tier of Super Saiyan, Shuru is also a destabilizing factor. I believe that with Califra on the sidelines, at least the 18th will not be life-threatening. However, you can go to your senior sister, but you are not allowed to transform into the fourth tier of Super Saiyan if you have no last resort. Luo Xiu instructed. Chapter 060. Hey? Don't let the transformation into Super 4? Califra pouted, suddenly interested. The reason why Califra is going to find number 18 is to show off in front of her, and now she doesn't let her transform into a Super 4, what's the point? Go, take care of your senior sister. Luo Xiu patted Califra's shoulder. Okay, I see. Califra nodded slightly. Ugh. Califra returned to her normal state. With a golden pillar of light falling straight down, Califra also disappeared with a bang. Luo Xiu opened the image of number 18 and was surprised to find that she was flying in space. Luo Xiu immediately pulled the camera away, and vaguely saw that in front of number 18, a ring appeared, and it was Shalo who was completely standing in the ring. It seems that today is the day when the Shalo game begins. Let's hope everything goes well on the 18th. I don't know if Califra will catch up smoothly. After all, Califra had to travel for an hour in the golden pillar of light. Snap! About 5 minutes later, the 18th landed on the edge of the Shuru arena. At this time, on the edge of the ring of the Shuru game, the warriors such as Son Goku, Son Gohan, Vegeta, Trunks, and Vic and Klin have already arrived. Even teasing Satan is also pretending to be chopping tiles in the ring. The arrival of the 18th surprised Sun Wukong and others present. Number 18? Aren't you Cyborg 18? You're alive? Sun Wukong looked at the number 18 that appeared, a little puzzled. How? Do you have an opinion? Number 18 snorted coldly and looked at Shuru coldly. Number 18, where is your teacher? Shalo was startled and hurriedly asked. He won't come here to fight with a little shrimp like you, it's enough to deal with you and me alone. Number 18 said with a cold face. Oh? Didn't come? That's great. Shalo breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that Luo Xiu would also come over, so that the Shalo game was more than a fart. However, Shalo was still not at ease, looked around, and guessed whether Luo Xiu would hide. No need to look for it, the teacher disdains to fight you. Number 18 said lightly. That's good. Shuru felt a little relieved. Number 18? What is this situation? Clin asked with some bewilderment. It's a little strange, didn't Shailu absorb the 18th to become a complete body? How is the 18th still alive? Tianjin Rice was also confused. Che, this woman came just right, after I destroy Shailu, I will kill her, and everything will be peaceful. Vegeta snorted coldly and glanced at number 18 with disdain. At this time, the number 16, which was repaired by Bulma, also fell from the sky. When the 16th saw the 18th appear, he was stunned. No 16, long time no see, are you already well? Number 18 smiled slightly. Number 18, what's going on? Weren't you absorbed by Shiru? No 16 was also puzzled, when number 18 and Shailu were swept away by golden light, and number 16 was already unconscious. Who said I was absorbed by him? Number 18 smiled and didn't explain much. Okay, it's time, who comes first? Shailu spoke, is it Son Goku or Vegeta? Or the 18th? As soon as these words came out, everyone was a little surprised. Did you hear that? Why did Shailu mention the 18th separately? It's strange, isn't the 18th very powerful? It's impossible, the 18th is not as good as Bike, right? After all, the 17th and Vic were not much different, but they could definitely surpass the 18th. And Vic had been cultivating in the room of spirit and time for a year. Could it be that Shailu can also absorb number 18 to transform again? Don't scare people. The soldiers present were talking about it. Vegeta, do you come first or do I come first? Monkey King did not feel how powerful number 18 was, but looked at Vegeta and asked. Whatever, anyway, it's me who decides the winner. Vegeta smiled confidently. Okay, I'll come first. Sun Wukong stepped into the ring with his legs open. Hey, you people, come first, you know? It was me Satan who came first. Satan was not happy and shouted. Annoying flies. Shailu frowned, and with a wave of his hand, the void directly shocked Satan. The audience in front of the TV was immediately dumbfounded. Okay, Sun Wukong, you come first. Shiru smiled and beckoned. Then, I'll come. Sun Wukong calmly stepped into the ring. Boom! Sun Wukong's aura erupted, and the golden light bloomed on his body. Super Saiyan full power. Not to be outdone, Shiru also bloomed with dazzling golden light around him. Bang bang! The two fought fiercely in this ring. Luo Xiu looked at it and felt that the battle between Sun Wukong and Shailu was almost not much different from the original, and in comparison, Shailu could be stronger. Of course, Luo Xiu also knows that Sun Wukong fought with Shailu this time to hone Sun Wuhan, and soon after, Sun Wuhan will step into the ring to challenge Shailu. This girl on the 18th is really inky, you just go up and destroy Shailu, why are you still a melon-eating mass? However, it is a pity that Luo Xiu can only see the image and hear the sound, but he cannot transmit his own voice. After watching for a while, just when Luo Xiu was a little bored, a golden pillar of light fell from the edge of the sky. Between the whiskers, a dark green figure emerged from the pillar of light and walked out. Finally found you, Lord Ancestor. P.S. Tip plus change, tomorrow on the last day. Tip 1 person plus 1 more, friends without nicknames quickly fill in the nickname and then tip. Chapter 061. Luo Xiu fixed his eyes and saw that what appeared from the golden pillar of light was Niru the Nemur. That is, the only combat warrior of the Namexan. In the original work, Niru is the guard beside the great elder of Namex and the most powerful warrior on Namek, and later he assimilates with Bik when he is forced to do so. And so on. How many meanings does this guy mean when he says Lord Ancestor? Luo Xiu was a little confused. You're Niru, right? Luo Xiu asked calmly. Then, Luo Xiu saw a scene that shocked him. I saw Niru kneeling in front of him, with an extremely respectful attitude. Meet Lord Ancestor. Niru rode. Ahem, you wait first, what ancestor? Did you recognize the wrong person? Luo Xiu asked. Are you from Namex? Niru raised his head and asked rhetorically. I'm a nemesis. Luo Xiu was stunned slightly, and then remembered that he had the nemesis inheritance on his body, and he was also half a Name nemesis. That's right, although your appearance is different from ours, I can clearly sense the breath of the nemesis on you. Narubi said respectfully. Oh. Luo Xiu looked at Nero and did not speak. Please Lord Ancestor save all the nemesis. The nemesis will face the catastrophe of extinction. Nero's eyes turned red when he said this. I followed the instructions of the Great Elder to find you with difficulty. Great Elder? Looking for me? Luo Xiu was full of doubts. Yes, please Lord Shizu save the nemesis. Nero said in a deep voice. Get up and talk first. Luo Zihudeo. Yes, Lord Ancestor. Nero got up obediently, his demeanor was still extremely respectful, and he did not dare to have the slightest blasphemy. System, what's going on? Why does this guy call me Lord Ancestor? Luo Xiu asked the system. The inheritance obtained by the host belongs to the ancient level, and the nemesis have magical abilities, and they may have sensed the existence of the host through the divine dragon a long time ago. The system replied. My inheritance is all primeval level. As soon as Luo Xiu heard this, he suddenly lost his anger. Since it is the Teiku level, why is my combat power so little? The host has not yet cultivated. Luo Xiu no longer paid attention to the system, but silently looked at Niru and said, You are talking about the arrival of the Universe Emperor Frisia to name Naki, right? Lord Ancestor knows about it. Nero was slightly startled and raised his head to look at Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu is very clear that the events that led to the almost extinction of the Namex people were a natural disaster a few years ago, and the other was that Frisia came to Namex for the Dragon Ball. One might ask, wasn't Frisia killed by Vegeta? The Frisia killed by Vegeta belongs to student Vegeta's space-time, and when Vegeta teleports to the planet Luo Xiu, space-time has already begun to branch. In other words, space-time is divided into at least two parts. The first part is when Vegeta appears in the space-time of the planet Rothius, and eventually Vegeta destroys Frisia and goes to the old nest of Gula and Curd. The second part is that Vegeta did not go to Rossi Ubai, and he will soon go to Earth to fight with the Monkey King, thus triggering the Battle of Namek because of the Dragon Ball incident. And the time and space in which Niru appeared, it was precisely because of the Dragon Ball that Frisia descended to Namex. And the Namex people were about to suffer the disaster of extinction. Niru, you are the only combat-type warrior of the Nemesis. I believe that under my teaching, you will definitely defeat Frisia and save your people. Luo Zihudeo. Teach me. Nero was stunned slightly, and then quickly shook his head. Lord Ancestor, after I cultivate to have the strength to defeat Frisia, I'm afraid that all the Nemesis will already be. Too little time was left for us. How many days has Frisia been on Namex? Luo Xiu asked. It's been 2 days, I'm sure in no more than 3 days, all the Nemesis will, Nero said, his body trembling slightly with anger. Time is indeed a bit tight. Luo Xiu frowned. Yes, if you want to teach Niru, who has only 42,000 combat strength, to defeat Frisia in 3 days, it is not very likely. Even if this kind of task is accepted, it is still purgatory level. Moreover, as the personal guard of the Great Elder, I am afraid that the potential of his body has long been tapped out by the Great Elder, right? In other words, even if you use Super God Water or potential beans, the improvement of Niru will not be great. The most important point is that the time is too tight. After Frisia descended on Namex, he killed almost all the Namex people in about 3 days. Niru, you have Dragon Balls, first find a way to transfer to other planets, and when the Dragon Balls are resurrected, then ask the Divine Dragon to resurrect the clansmen. Luo Xiu came up with an idea. However, the Dragon Balls have already been taken by Frisia and his accomplices, and with our strength, we can't snatch them back from him. Niru shook his head slightly. P.S. Tip 1 person plus 1 more, the last day of today. Chapter 062. There is also a way, based on your body, assimilate all the nemesis, and defeat Frisia without any problem. Luo Xiu proposed. Lord Ancestor, I came for this matter. Instead of being surprised, Niru nodded slightly. Luo Xiu was slightly startled. Lord Ancestor, the result of my discussion with the Great Elder is also the same, only by assimilating all the nemesis can we defeat Frisia. Niru explained, however, after assimilation, they cannot be separated, so in desperation, we had to ask Lord Shizu for help. I help? You start by talking, how do you need me to help you? Luo Xiu asked with a smile. What made Luo Xiu a little strange this time was that the system's task was not released. It is said that after things progress to this point, the system will issue the task. According to ancient documents, we Nemesis only need to provide our own energy to Lord Ancestor, so that Lord Ancestor can have the same strength as assimilating all our surviving Namex people. Niru explained. Oh? You mean that if you can give me your energy, I will have the strength to assimilate you so that you too can survive? Luo Xiu's eyes lit up and asked in surprise. Yes, Lord Ancestor, that's what it means. Niru quickly bowed and nodded. So, you gave me all the energy, what will happen to you? Luo Xiu asked again. We'll have a period of weakness, but after a while we'll recover on our own. Niru said, please Lord Ancestor save your people. With that, Niru knelt down again. Beep, the cultivation mission is released, assimilate the energy of all the surviving nemesis, protect their safety, protect the nemesis from devastating damage, and kill Frisia. At this moment, the sound of the system suddenly sounded. Cultivation mission? What is it? Luo Xiu couldn't help but ask. The host needs to have a strong strength after leaving this planet, so it needs to improve itself and cultivate. The system replied. What are the rewards for completing the task? Is it also a reward for prestige? Luo Xiu asked again. Only by accepting students' tasks and fulfilling students' wishes can they gain prestige points. The system mechanically replied, after completing the cultivation task, you will be rewarded with a random skill book. What are the skill books? Luo Xiu asked. All the skills of the Dragon Ball world have a certain chance of being obtained. I can't learn it myself, I want the skill book to be useful. Luo Xiu drank angrily. The skill book obtained by the mission is faster and more advanced than self-learning. The system said, the host will understand when the time comes to obtain the skill book. Luo Xiu secretly pondered the difficulty of this task. His current combat strength is only 50, and it would be too risky to go to Namex now. It can be said that any Frisia minions can destroy themselves. However, being able to assimilate all the surviving nemesis is an opportunity to improve yourself. By the way, after Califra's mission is completed, isn't there still 1,000,000 reputation points? Luo Xiu gritted his teeth and immediately exchanged this 1,000,000 reputation value for 10,000 combat strength. In this way, with the combat power of 10,000, at least those little minions in Frisia can no longer pose a threat to themselves. Let's go. Luo Xiu said to Niru. Lord Ancestor, you agreed. Niru's eyes lit up and he was excited. Luo Xiu nodded slightly. Great. So that the surviving nemesis can be rescued. Niru said happily. Before leaving, Luo Xiu glanced at the projection of the Shailu game. At this moment, Sun Wukong and Shailu are engaged in a fierce battle. It seems that the two have not competed for an hour or two, and they cannot distinguish the winner or the loser for a while. Ugh! Suddenly, a golden pillar of light descended from the sky. Luo Xiu took Niru into the pillar of light. Phew! The next moment, Luo Xiu and Niru were speeding through this pillar of light. This is the first time Luo Xiu has left his planet. To Luo Zhu, in this pillar of light, there is no problem in all aspects such as his breathing, and there is enough oxygen in the pillar of light, which is suitable for his own survival. Even, Luo Zhu saw that the chaos outside the boundless realm was blocked by the pillar of light. Ugh! About 10 minutes or so, Luo Zhu's eyes lit up and he saw the vast starry sky. This leaves the boundary? When he saw the stars in the vast starry sky, Luo Zhu felt as if he was living in the inland and suddenly saw the sea. This vast starry sky is really beautiful. Phew! At this moment, Luo Zhu found a huge meteorite rushing towards the golden pillar of light. Luo Zhu was taken aback, but on the surface, he was relatively calm. Not good, we're going to be hit. Niru's face also changed color. It'll be fine. Luo Zhu said lightly. Snap! At this moment, the meteorite with a diameter of 3,000 meters passed directly through the golden light after coming into contact with the golden light. It was as if Luo Zhu and Niru did not exist at all. P.S. One more in the morning. Chapter 063. Luo Zhu didn't have anything to be surprised about. If the system couldn't even solve such a small problem, then what apprentices would he take? Good risk. It is worthy of being Master Shizu. Niru breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Zhu smiled. About an hour later, Luo Zhu had already seen a green planet from afar. And this golden light is also slowly falling in the direction of the green planet. Snap! The golden light dissipated, and the figures of Luo Zhu and Nero appeared on Namek. Taking a deep breath, Luo Zhu looked around and was slightly attracted by the environment of Namesing. Think about it, Luo Zhu's planet is a grey earth, the entire planet does not even have a single plant, and the area of the planet is very small. Now standing on this vast land and feeling the humidity of the air, Luo Zhu felt really good. Immediately afterwards, Luo Zhu tried to levitate into mid-air by controlling his own breath. The feeling of flying, it's so good. At the same time, Luo Zhu obviously felt that the energy in his body was like a volcano, giving people endless power. This is the energy of 10,000 combat power. If the combat power cannot be calculated by numbers in the future, how strong must it be? I'm afraid that with a wave of your hand, you can destroy a universe. Suspended in mid-air, Luo Zhu was also full of emotion for a while. Lord Ancestor, the location where we landed is not very good, and it is too far away from the Great Elder. Nero also flew into the sky, suspended beside Luo Zhu, raised his eyes to look away, and his face changed color slightly. It doesn't matter how close or near it is, let's go to the villages now and look for the surviving nemesis. Luo Zhu said. Actually, I can assimilate my energy to Lord Ancestor, so that Lord Ancestor is equivalent to assimilating with me. Niru mused, but slightly different from assimilation, Lord Ancestor can only obtain my energy, not my thoughts. My task is to take Lord Ancestor to meet the Great Elder. If I assimilate my energy to Lord Ancestor now, my body will not have any strength, and I won't even be able to fly. I can only stay in this place, and Lord Ancestor may not find the location of the Great Elder. I sensed a faint aura in a very distant position over there. Is it the location of the Great Elder? Luo Zhu pointed in a certain direction and said to Niru. Nero looked in the direction Luo Zhu was pointing, and was suddenly taken aback, and his eyes widened. It's worthy of being Lord Ancestor, that's right, then I'll be relieved. Nero said excitedly, please put your hand on my chest, and I will assimilate my energy to Lord Ancestor. No hurry, someone is coming. Luo Zhu frowned. After coming to Namek, Luo Zhu sensed the breath on this planet according to the way he sensed it on his own planet. What surprised Luo Zhu was that he really sensed the existence of the breath. But think about it, sensing breath is just a very simple skill in the Dragon Ball world, as long as you master the method, it is easy to do. Can Lord Ancestor sense their presence? Niru was slightly startled. There are two people, and it's fast. When Luo Zhu said this, he suddenly saw that not far ahead, Two white lights and shadows appeared. Luo Xiu fixed his eyes and saw that the two people who appeared about 200 meters in front of him were none other than Vegeta and Dodoria. Vegeta, you can't run. You really united with the Earthlings. Dodoria snorted coldly, hand over your detector. Earthlings? Oh? Frisia and your detector seem to have been destroyed? That's unfortunate. Vegeta gloated and then removed the detector. Humph, that's right, Vegeta, honestly bring the detector, I can spare you from death. Doria smiled. Click. Vegeta sneered, accompanied by a crisp sound, and the detector in his hand was shattered at once. What are you doing, Vegeta? Why are you ruining the detector? Dodoria was stunned and shouted. This thing doesn't work for me. Vegeta chuckled. What do you say? I don't understand what you mean. Doria was puzzled. Che, you just said I ran away? Tell you what, I'm just trying to find a place where no one is going to kill you. Vegeta snorted coldly. Vegeta, just because you want to kill me, Dodoria. Doria smiled, but cold sweat slipped down her face. Dodolia, I believe you also saw the battle between me and Chu Yi through the detector, right? Vegeta looked at Dodolia with a smile. You should have seen it too, I can easily destroy Chu Yi. Impossible. Something must be wrong. It must be. Dodoria is not very calm. It's not that something is wrong, it's that my combat effectiveness has greatly improved, tell you well, my current combat power is 26,000. Vegeta was so proud. P.S. Finish at 3 in the morning and add more in the evening. Tip 1 person plus 1 more, the last day of today. Chapter 064. Impossible. That's impossible. Doria shouted loudly, her hands stretched out sharply, and a huge flame of energy light also swallowed Vegeta at once. Haha. Dodoria was so tired that after releasing such a huge amount of energy, cold sweat broke out on her face. Lord Ancestor, the two of them don't seem to be anything remarkable. Nero looked at Vegeta and Dodoria for a moment, and asked softly to Luo Xiu, do you want to destroy them? Frisia has lost the detectors, so there is plenty of time for us. Luo Xiu shook his head slightly, it's not necessary to destroy the two of them, let's wait until they divide the victory and defeat. Yes, Lord Ancestor. Nero is still very obedient. Here, Vegeta's figure had gradually emerged, and Doria's eyes widened in shock, and her pupils were full of blood. This. How can it be? Why are you okay? Dodoria was terrified. The combat effectiveness has increased, and the speed has naturally increased, and you have not hit me at all. Vegeta smiled and waved his fist, it's time for me to attack, right? You, Doria was frightened. Ugh! Vegeta quickly appeared directly opposite Doria and punched Doria in the abdomen. Poof! Doria spewed out a mouthful of acid and turned pale. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta quickly appeared behind Doria, grabbed his arms with both hands, and pinned his arms behind him. Ay! Doria let out a scream. Prepare to die, Doria. Vegeta said coldly. Wait, Vegeta, I have something to tell you. Dodoria's pupils were full of horror, and she quickly spoke. If you ask for mercy, you will be spared. Vegeta sneered. It's about the secret of planet Vegeta. Dodoria hurriedly replied. Oh. Vegeta let go of Dodoria. Actually, planet Vegeta was not destroyed by a meteorite impact, but destroyed by His Excellency Frisia's own hands. Dodoria said as he slowly flew up, Your Excellency Frisia made the decision that he was worried about the birth of super scions among your scions, and your parents, your loved ones, all died on the explosion of the planet. Ha, Vegeta, you must be in a lot of pain, right? Remembering them, I'm leaving now, bye. Boom. Dodoria had just flown out and was swallowed up by Vegeta's huge energy projectile. After destroying Dodoria, Vegeta snorted coldly, and then said in a low voice, "Listen to the meaning of Dodoria, it seems that the Earthlings have also come to this planet. No, I have to go and see." With that, Vegeta let go of the senses. Immediately afterwards, Vegeta's face changed slightly, and he hurriedly swept in the direction behind him. Vegeta saw Luoxiu and Niru appear behind him at a glance. Are it the Earthlings and the Nemesis? Vegeta was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly rushed towards Luoxiu. However, when Vegeta approached Luoxiu, his eyes widened, and his eyes were full of shock. Luoxiu obviously also noticed this somewhat shocked look from Vegeta. "You know me?" Luoxiu smiled. Luoxiu knew very well that this Vegeta who appeared in front of him was not the student Vegeta, they were from different time and space. "You? Who are you? Why? Why do I see you? I can't raise the slightest hostility, and there is a feeling of respect." Vegeta's body trembled slightly, and his face became extremely ugly. "System? Come out and explain the explanation." Luoxiu also noticed that something was wrong with Vegeta. The host successfully graduated the student, no matter which time and space, as long as it is the time point after the teacher-student, it will have a certain impact on this person, although there is no memory, but the majesty of being a teacher still exists. The system says. Luoxiu suddenly realized, no wonder Vegeta had this expression. "Vegeta, I am here to advise you, do not kill the Nemesis, and do not destroy the planet." Luoxiu ordered lightly, and greeted Nero who was facing him, "Let's go." "Yes, Lord Ancestor." Vegeta looked at the departing backs of Luoxiu and Nero, and his body trembled even more. Vegeta didn't want to obey Luoxiu's orders, but there was an extremely powerful coercion on the other party's body, which made him unable to raise the slightest hostility. "This guy? This guy? Who the hell is this guy? Why? Why am I so afraid of him? Impossible! I am the Prince of the Scion. How could I be afraid of an Earthling?" Vegeta grinned, his body shaking violently. After a short silence, Vegeta decided to follow Luoxiu to take a look, and simply turned into a white flame of light and chased in Luoxiu's direction. "What are you doing here? You are not welcome here," Niru said with a cold face. Chapter 065. "That Earthling, who are you?" Vegeta shouted. "My name is Luoxiu." Luoxiu did not hide it and smiled indifferently. "What? Are you Luoxiu? That strongest teacher Luoxiu?" Vegeta's eyes widened suddenly, and he muttered, "I think back then, I had a bad idea and planned to go to your planet to find you. Sometimes, a single thought can determine the fate of your life." Luoxiu smiled. But no, it was precisely because of Vegeta's thought that two time and space were born. One of the time-space Vegeta appeared on Luoxiu's planet and became Luoxiu's first student. "Vegeta, stop destroying other people's homes," Luoxiu ordered. "You? Why do you care about me?" Vegeta shouted. Bang! Niru snorted coldly, and the breath on his body burst out, and quickly appeared directly opposite Vegeta, and a punch bombarded his abdomen. With a muffled sound, Vegeta's face turned pale, and the whole person was not good. Snap! The next moment, Vegeta fell from the sky and smashed a hole in the ground. "That's it." Nero snorted in disdain, and then said respectfully to Luoxiu, "Lord Ancestor, let's go." Luoxiu nodded slightly. The two quickened their march. Half an hour later. "Lord Ancestor, there is a village over there, please Lord Ancestor assimilate with their energy first," Nero said. Luoxiu was just about to agree, but the system's alarm suddenly sounded in his mind. "Warning, warning, 10 kilometers southwest of the Namex is about to be in danger, please go to the rescue immediately. Please go to the rescue now." Luoxiu proved slightly, and he didn't have time to think about it. Since the system says that there is a danger to the nemesis in that direction, it must be correct. Luo Xiu's mission this time is not only to defeat Frisia, but also to save all the surviving nemesis and protect the planet. It can be said that the difficulty factor of this task is very high. If it was just to defeat Frisia, it would be much easier. However, according to the urine nature of the system, generally the more difficult the task, the richer the final reward. According to the difficulty of this task now, Luo Xiu felt that it was not too much to divide into the nightmare level. Of course, there is no difficulty level for cultivation tasks. There are clansmen in danger, follow me. Luo Xiu hurriedly swept towards the southwest. Niru was stunned for a moment and hurried to follow. The distance of 10 kilometers is not very far, and with Luo Xiu's current flight speed, it can be reached in less than 2 minutes. Sure enough, after Luo Xiu appeared here, he was surprised to find 2 of Frisia's men, suspended in the air, holding weapons and shooting at the 2 nemesis children below. The 2 Frisia subordinates are aliens, one is blue-skinned, like an avatar, and the other is a race somewhat similar to Chu Yi, and the 2 of them do not try to kill the 2 nemesis children immediately, as if a cat catches a mouse, torture first. Presumptuous. Niru was furious, and he rushed to destroy these 2 people. I'll come. Luo Xiu waved his hand, he had not made a move outside of his own planet. Now that there are these 2 strange-looking aliens, it is just enough for Luo Xiu to try his punches and feet. Yes, Lord Ancestor. Niru hurriedly bowed and saluted, I'll go help them 2 little guys. After saying this, Nero quickly appeared next to the 2 nemesis children, and slapped the energy shot by the 2 aliens. Luo Xiu did not show mercy to his subordinates, and aimed his hand at the bodies of these 2 people, trying to condense the energy in his body into the palm of his hand. It turns out that Qigong waves are not very difficult. Boom! Luo Xiu's Qigong wave directly blasted these 2 aliens into scum. Luo Xiu smiled slightly, killing these 2 aliens was really nothing to be proud of for him. After all, the combat effectiveness of these 2 people is only a little over 1,000. Luo Xiu appeared beside Niru in the next moment. Meet Lord Ancestor. The 2 nemesis children hurriedly saluted. Let's all get up. Luo Xiu said. Let's go to Elder Zinyo's village together, shall we? Then assimilate all the energy to Lord Ancestor. Niru suggested. Yes. The 2 nemesis children quickly nodded in reply. Luo Xiu nodded and did not object. Now Luo Xiu is also eager to improve his combat effectiveness. He only has 10,000 combat power, which is still not enough to see on this planet. Ugh! The 3 quickly appeared in the presence where Elder Zeno was. If Luo Xiu does not come to Namex, all the Namex people in this village will be killed by Vegeta. Luo Xiu roughly counted, there were not many Nemesis people in this village, there were only about 30 people in total. However, Luo Xiu was looking forward to it. What would be the effect if the 30 Nemesis were assimilated by their own energy? Niru, don't assimilate your energy to me first, I'll assimilate their energy first, and then you stay to protect them, I'll go to the Great Elder. Luo Xiu thought about it and said. P.S. Tip 1 person plus 1 change, the last day, today's tip tomorrow will be added to make up. Tip 1 person plus 1 change, the last day, today's tip tomorrow will be added to make up. Tip 1 person plus 1 change, the last day, today's tip tomorrow will be added to make up. Chapter 066. The highest combat effectiveness in this village is only about 3,000 Nemesis, which is really not enough to see. If Frisia's other younger brother, Sob, appeared here, it would be a bit of trouble. Sob's combat power has about 30,000 after transformation, and it is not a big problem to let Niru stay here. Okay, I see. Niru nodded. I'll come first. Elder Zinyo stepped forward first, and said respectfully to Luo Xiu, please Lord Ancestor put your hand on my chest. Luo Xiu did so. Hey! On Elder Zinyo's body, there was suddenly a vast energy, which directly followed Luo Xiu's arm and passed into the body. Immediately afterwards, Zinyo's body trembled violently and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, someone around him helped Elder Zinyo in time. Luo Xiu silently sensed the changes in his body's energy. Before, Luo Xiu sensed the strength of Elder Zinyo's breath, and if it was converted into combat power, it would be about 1000. However, when Elder Zinyo's energy entered Luo Xiu's body, Luo Xiu was surprised to find that the energy in his body was undergoing a huge change. Two different energies merged with each other, as if it were a volcanic eruption, erupting even more powerful energy. Luo Xiu obviously felt that his combat strength had actually soared directly from the previous 10,000 to about 20,000. Luo Xiu was surprised. Is this the assimilation of the Nemesis? I just assimilated energy with a name X with a combat power of about 1000, and this combat power has also increased too fast, right? Lord Ancestor, I'll come. A middle-aged Nemesis came forward and said to Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu nodded slightly and put his hand on the other party's chest. This middle-aged man's combat power is the most powerful existence in this village, and his combat power has reached about 3000. Luo Xiu is looking forward to it. I don't know how much his combat power will increase after assimilating with the energy of this Nemesis. Hey! The middle-aged Nemesis channeled energy to Luo Xiu and sat down to rest with the help of his companions. Luo Xiu quickly sensed the changes in his body. Combat effectiveness 60,000. That's right, Luo Xiu felt that his combat power was like riding a rocket, and suddenly jumped from the original 20,000 to a height of 60,000. Immediately afterwards, the remaining Nemesis people stepped forward one by one to assimilate their energy to Luo Xiu. After assimilating the energy of more than 30 Namex people, in the end, Luo Xiu's combat power directly soared to the height of 1.2 million. 1.2 million, which doubled Luo Xiu's self-confidence. Now even if he meets Frisia, as long as the other party does not change his body, he can abuse him. However, the combat power of 1.2 million is far from enough for Luo Xiu, he still has to become stronger. Moreover, there are still Niru and the Great Elder's energies that have not been assimilated, if the Vic energy on Earth is also assimilated. Luo Xiu didn't dare to imagine how much his strength would improve. Worthy of being Lord Ancestor, you just assimilated our energy, and without assimilating your body, you can obtain such a powerful strength. Niru said in surprise, if you assimilate me and the Great Elder's energy again, you will definitely be able to defeat Frisia. I'll go to the Great Elder, you guys first find a place to hide, the buildings in the village are easier to attract attention. Luo Xiu suggested. That. So let's go to the foot of the mountain over there first, shall we? Elder Zeno nodded. Luo Xiu did not object, and immediately took off into the air. Phew! Luo Xiu turned into a white flame of light and swept towards the direction where the Great Elder was. Luo Xiu's current combat strength has reached 1.2 million, and his speed is much faster than before. However, several surviving people on the Nemesis were also in danger, and the system sounded an alarm. Luo Xiu had to rush over to help, and he saved 6 Nemesis along the way. Perhaps these Nemesis people have already learned Luo Xiu's identity and how much they respect Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu couldn't settle them either, so he could only bring them back to the place where Elder Zeno's hiding place was first, and at the same time unceremoniously assimilate their energy. These 6 Nemesis people increased Luo Xiu's combat effectiveness to 1.38 million. The next moment, Luo Xiu's eyes were far-reaching and he accelerated the speed of flight. That mising was too big, and it took Luo Xiu more than half an hour or so to finally see the house standing on a high cliff. Snap! Luo Xiu landed outside the house and stepped forward and knocked lightly on the door. Did the ancestor take it? Come in. A thick voice came from inside. P.S. Some friends' tips are not displayed, there is no change, you can leave a message in the book review area. Make up later. Chapter 067. Luo Xiu pushed open the door and entered the room. In the room, a nemesis with a height of about 3 meters sat on a large chair and was looking at Luo Xiu. Luo Xiu also looked at the Great Elder. This guy's body size is so big, although the fat seems to be a big mountain, but it gives people a very majestic feeling. Lord Ancestor, I really thank you for running so far to save the nemesis. The Great Elder smiled slightly and said to Luo Xiu. Great Elder, see outside. Luo Xiu smiled. Actually, I know that you are not a real Namexian, but you have obtained the inheritance of the ancestor of Namex, so you are also half a Namexian. The Great Elder said to Luo Xiu, it is said that as your teacher, it should not be a big problem to teach my people to defeat Frisia, but unfortunately I am afraid that time will not allow it, so I made this decision to let you leave your planet, and I hope that the ancestor will forgive you. Oh? You know a lot. Luo Xiu frowned secretly, and asked the system, how do you listen to what he means? It seems that you know a lot of things about me. The Namex can summon the divine dragon through the Dragon Ball, and has the divine power to communicate with heaven and earth, and it is normal to have some understanding of the host. The system replied, but no one in the world will know about the system, and the information they can have is very limited. Luo Xiu breathed a slight sigh of relief. Lord Ancestor, I will first dig out your potential energy, please come to me. The Great Elder said. System, this guy puts his hand on my head, won't know more secrets about me, right? Luo Xiu asked. No, the host, the system will block. Since the system said so, Luo Xiu stopped inking and walked happily to the side of the Great Elder and stood up. The Great Elder put his hand on Luo Xiu's head. Ugh! An invisible energy quickly attached to Luo Xiu's body. Suddenly, Luo Xiu felt that his energy was growing rapidly, and in just a few moments, it was already close to 2 million. Lord Ancestor's potential energy is too great, my ability is limited, and there is only so much that I can excavate. The Great Elder was surprised. What is limited capacity? You increased my combat effectiveness from 1.38 million to 2 million, which is already remarkable. However, of course, Luo Xiu did not say so, just smiled indifferently and said, it's okay, thank you. Lord Ancestor, now I assimilate my energy to you, please put your hand on my chest. The Great Elder nodded. Luo Xiu slowly flew up and put his hands away. Hey! The energy of the Great Elder immediately passed down Luo Xiu's arm into his body. Luo Xiu obviously felt that his energy was growing rapidly, and in just a moment, his combat effectiveness had increased to at least 2.6 million. Just by assimilating the Great Elder alone, the combat effectiveness has increased so much, so if the last combat type Niru of the Nemesis is also assimilated, to what extent will the combat effectiveness be improved? Luo Xiu was looking forward to it. This feeling of soaring combat effectiveness is wonderful. Lord Ancestor, please protect my children, please. The Great Elder said weakly. Don't worry, Grand Elder, since I'm here, I will definitely not allow a single nemesis to be killed. Luo Xiu nodded solemnly, then I'll go, you should be more careful yourself. I have already assimilated the energy to you, so that it is impossible for the people of Frisia to detect my breath through the detector, Lord Ancestor rest assured. The Great Elder smiled slightly, however, I don't have much time left, and I hope that Lord Ancestor will take care. Speaking of this, the Great Elder glanced outside. Lord Ancestor, please wait, my child Dandy has come with an earthling. The Great Elder said, the earthlings have come to Namek and are also collecting Dragon Balls, let's see his wishes first. Luo Xiu was slightly startled, and also let go of the induction. Sure enough, 2 breaths were approaching this side. No, it's 3 breaths. There was also a powerful aura that was speeding towards this side behind the 2 of them. Luo Xiu knew who was coming, the 2 people in front were Klin and Sun Gohan, and it should be Vegeta who tracked them behind. Not long after, Dandy and Klin appeared in the Great Elder's room. Earthlings, thank you for saving my child." The great elder hurriedly thanked him. "Wow, you're the great elder of name seeing, it's really big enough." Clin was surprised, and with a glance of his eyes, he suddenly saw Luo Xiu. Clin's whole person was stunned at once. "You? Who are you?" Clin asked with some shock. Luo Xiu did not speak. "Uncle Clin, this is the ancestor of our nemesis." Dandy hurriedly replied, "Now we are saved." "That ancestor of the Mexian people? No wonder after I met him, I inexplicably gave birth to the idea of worship, it turned out to be like this." Clin scratched his head and also stepped forward to salute respectfully. "P.S. Some friends' tips are not displayed, there is no change, you can leave a message in the book review area. Make up later." Chapter 068. Earthlings, tell me the purpose of your coming to Namex. The great elder spoke. I think," Clin didn't know what to say, and then gritted his teeth, "ask the great elder to give me your Dragon Balls, I will be of great use. Come here, stand by my side." The great elder ordered. Clin was slightly startled and stood up obediently. The great elder put his hand down on Clin's head, and he also fully understood what Clin was thinking and the purpose of his coming here. "I see, it turns out that there is still a nemesis on Earth. He is a child of Kadaz, I didn't expect him to really arrive on Earth smoothly." The great elder smiled, took off the Dragon Ball and handed it to Clin. "Take this Dragon Ball, I hope it can help you fulfill your wish." Thank you so much, Grand Elder." Clin excitedly held the Dragon Balls. However, after seeing Luo Xiu, Clin hurriedly bowed and saluted. However, Clin then reacted violently, "Why should I salute? Earthling, I could have stimulated the potential in your body, but I don't have a little energy in my body now, and the last bit of divine power just now is also used to check your inner thoughts, so I hope you will be careful, follow our ancestors, and help our nemesis people get through the difficulties." The great elder let out a long sigh and said in a deep voice. "Yes, Grand Elder." Clin didn't hesitate and agreed at that time. "People inside, listen, give me out immediately." At this time, someone outside shouted loudly. Luo Xiu walked out unhurriedly, and saw Vegeta shouting there. And after seeing Luo Xiu's figure, Vegeta's pupils shrank sharply, and he almost fell to his knees. "Abominable! Damn it! Why? Here's why!" Trying to calm himself down, Vegeta shouted with a dark face, "Why do I feel a sense of awe after seeing him? It's Vegeta!" Clin also came out at this time, his face changed color. "You said you had a feeling of awe for him. Haha, that's because he is the ancestor of the nemesis. Although he doesn't look like a nemesis at all." "What? That ancestor of the Mexians? What is that?" Vegeta was puzzled. However, Vegeta just muttered, and then saw the Dragon Ball in Clin's hand. "That was Dragon Ball? This is the Dragon Ball on that Buster?" Vegeta was stunned for a moment, his face a little ecstatic. "Humph, I'm really lucky to find a Dragon Ball so easily. Little Bald, I didn't expect that with your technology you could reach such a distant planet. Give me the Dragon Balls, I can spare your life." "You don't think about it." Clin simply refused. "Little Bald, since you want to die so much, humph, I have to fulfill you." Vegeta sneered and was about to go up and snatch the Dragon Ball. Boom! However, just as Vegeta was about to make a move, Luo Xiu directly burst out the aura on his body. The vast energy, as if it were a volcanic eruption, spread around. And after feeling Luo Xiu's powerful aura, Vegeta was frightened at that time, and his whole body couldn't help but scream. Clin was also shocked and afraid, and his face was pale. "I need help from both of you." Luo Xiu said lightly, "I need you to protect all the nemesis." "Yes, Lord Ancestor." Clin quickly replied, and his heart was also ecstatic. "This is Lord Ancestor, really too powerful." It is worthy of being the ancestor of the Nemesis people. What do you say? I. Why should I help you? Why should I protect these Nemesis? Vegeta was also shocked by Luo Xiu's powerful aura, but his face was full of unwillingness. Protect all the surviving Nemesis, I can teach you how to transform into a Super Saiyan. Luo Xiu said lightly. He knew Vegeta no better, and Super Saiyan was definitely Vegeta's biggest dream during this period. After all, Vegeta, who was in a certain time and space, had lived with Luo Xiu for 10 days. Luo Xiu knew that Vegeta was not bad, and the reason why he was so ruthless was that he wanted to become a Super Saiyan through this ruthless method. Unfortunately, Vegeta went in the wrong direction, and he did not know that Super Saiyan transformation was not synonymous with ruthlessness, but had to have a peaceful heart and endless anger. You. What did you say? You said you wanted me to become a Super Saiyan? How did you know about Super Saiyan? Vegeta was really stunned and looked at Luo Xiu with wide eyes. Do you say you want to or don't you want to? Luo Xiu smiled. Che, I don't know why, I don't have the slightest hostility towards him, but I still have a great sense of trust. Vegeta muttered softly, then gritted his teeth. Well, I believe you. Hope you don't lie to me. Klin, you and Dandy stayed behind to protect the Great Elder. Luo Xiu made arrangements. Yes. Without the slightest hesitation, Klin nodded in agreement, glanced at the Dragon Ball in his hand again, and asked, then, what to do with this Dragon Ball? Dragon Ball to Vegeta first. Luo Xiu said lightly. Hey? To Vegeta first? Klin hesitated. I know your wish, first resurrect Vic so that the Dragon Balls on Earth can be resurrected. Luo Xiu said calmly. Hey? You know all about it? Klin was shocked. Okay, that's all for that. Luo Xiu's expression was indifferent. Yes. Klin did not hesitate any longer and handed the Dragon Ball in his hand to Vegeta. I don't know why, Klin always felt that he had a great sense of trust in this person named Luo Xiu. This sense of trust made him hand over the Dragon Balls to his enemy Vegeta without hesitation. Luo Xiu originally planned to assimilate Dandy's energy, but after thinking about it, he changed his mind. If Dandy's energy is assimilated, Dandy will briefly lose the ability to heal. With such an excellent daddy, Luo Xiu felt that it was very beneficial to his form. Moreover, even if Dandy's energy is assimilated, at most, the combat power will increase to 2.7 million, only increasing the combat power by 100,000, which is a bit painless for Luo Xiu now. Vegeta, keep up with me and go full speed ahead. After Luo Xiu arranged it, he immediately took off into the air. Cut. Vegeta was sullen, but obediently followed Luo Xiu. Hurrah! 2 white figures streaked across the sky and quickly disappeared. Oops! Klin slapped his head and gritted his teeth and said, I forgot to tell Lord Ancestor that 2 of my companions are also on Namex. Chapter 069. Uncle Klin, or are you going to pick up Brother Gohan and Miss Bulma? Dandy suggested. Not yet, Lord Ancestor asked me to protect the Great Elder here. Klin cried and laughed. Don't worry, Earthlings, I will send a message to my clansmen and let Lord Ancestor help your companions. The Great Elder smiled. Hey? May I? Thank you so much. Klin thanked you. Not long after, Luo Xiu landed in Nero's hiding place. Nero and the other surviving nemesis quickly stepped forward to greet them. Vegeta, dig a hole and bury this Dragon Ball. Luo Xiu ordered. Cut. Vegeta snorted coldly, but obediently bombarded a hole in the ground and threw the Dragon Ball in. Lord Ancestor, I assimilate my energy to you. Nero said. Luo Xiu nodded slightly, did not object, and put his hand on Nero's chest. Luo Xiu was looking forward to it. I don't know how much his strength will increase after assimilating Nero. Luo Xiu remembered that in the Dragon Ball fandom Super Dimension Brawl, the Great Elder assimilated with all the Namex people because he had a foresee in advance that the Namex people were about to suffer a devastating disaster, and gave birth to a Name nemesis named Gaskako, easily destroyed Frisia, and defeated a green bug and pink monster. This green bug probably refers to Shrew, and the pink monster, Yachin, refers to Majin Bu. It's just that after Luo Xiu found out that he had assimilated so many nemesis, he was far from being far from Frisia. But think about it, because there are more than 300 nemesis assimilated by Gaskako, right? And Luo Xiu only assimilated 30 people. This is not simply 10 times the number of people, and the effect of assimilation is very amazing. If Luo Xiu could also assimilate 300 Namexines, I am afraid that it would be appropriate to surpass Frisia in strength. Hey! Nero's expression was solemn, and all the energy in his body burst out, and it flowed down Luo Xiu's arm and into Luo Xiu's body. Snap! On Luo Xiu's body, layers of brilliant light flames suddenly appeared. Immediately afterwards, Luo Xiu's endless vast aura all bloomed, giving people a great sense of oppression. Silently feeling the energy in his body, Luo Xiu's face was also full of surprise. Combat effectiveness 9 million. That's right, Luo Xiu's current combat strength has skyrocketed to a height of 9 million. Luo Xiu also thought that his sensing was confused, and specially let the system also calculate his combat strength value. The host's current combat power is 9.08 million. Luo Xiu was pleasantly surprised, just assimilating Niru, and his combat effectiveness increased from 2.6 million to 9 million. If he assimilated Bic again, Luo Xiu felt that it was normal to increase the basic combat power to 30 or 50 million, right? What about the gods who assimilated the earth again? The combat effectiveness must have exceeded 100 million. However, Luo Xiu was not carried away by this powerful combat power. With great power comes great responsibility. This is Name, not Luo Xiu's planet. Luo Xiu clearly knows that Frisia's combat effectiveness far exceeds his own, a little careless, let alone protect Namex. If he can't do it, his life is in danger. He. What did they just do? That green guy gave him the energy? Then his energy actually increased dramatically. Vegeta was stunned and stared at this strange scene. By the way, Lord Ancestor, the Great Elder sent a message that in the mountains over there are 2 friends from the earth. Niru shook his body and said weakly. I know, I'll go get them up. Luo Xiu smiled slightly and glanced at Vegeta. Phew. The next moment, Luo Xiu quickly swept towards the direction where Sun Gohan and Bulma were. As for whether Vegeta would do something bad, Luo Xiu felt that it was unlikely, and he knew Vegeta very well. Not long after, Luo Xiu found the cave where Bulma was hiding through his breath and explained his intentions. Gohan, what do you say? Bulma asked. I believe in him. Gohan nodded, Aunt Bulma, let's go. Okay. Bulma did not object. Subsequently, Luo Xiu took Sun Gohan and Bulma to the place where Niru and other nemesis were hiding. Wow, so much Vika! Bulma was surprised. Sun Gohan also looked at these nemesis present in shock. Cut, bring 2 useless guys over. Vegeta hummed. Luo Xiu knew that Sun Gohan and Bulma were of little use, especially Bulma, and they had to be protected by others if they stayed here. However, it would be nice to have one more person to protect Niru now. After a while, Luo Xiu went to fight with Frisia. If the battle caused an earthquake or something, it would be good to have Sun Gohan here to help. Moreover, Luo Xiu also wanted Sun Gohan to grant their wish, so that Vic could also come to name seeing. Sun Gohan, after I leave, you will immediately look for the remaining 7 Dragon Balls through the radar. Luo Xiu gave the order. Dragon Ball? B. Sun Gohan quickly replied. Miss Bulma, you stay here, you are the smartest woman in the universe, and if you encounter an emergency, I hope you will take the opportunity to act. Luo Xiu said to Bulma again. The smartest woman in the universe? He, I love to hear that. Bulma's face flushed. Niru, they have provided me with all their energy, there is not much strength in their bodies, you take care of them more. Luo Zhu said to Sun Gohan and Bulma with a solemn expression. You. Are you going to challenge Frisia? Sun Gohan couldn't help but ask. Luo Zhu smiled slightly, and his eyes looked in the direction of Frisia. My dad still has 3 days to get to Namex, or don't wait for my dad to come over, and we'll join forces to deal with Frisia. Sun Gohan proposed. Time waits for no one. Luo Zhu shook his head lightly and looked at Vegeta. Don't you want to become a Super Saiyan? Go, follow me. I hope you won't let me down. Vegeta smiled slightly. Luo Zhu stopped being verbose, took Vegeta and sped in the direction of Frisia. Luo Zhu's speed was very fast, and Frisia's position was not very far from this side, about 10 minutes or so, and he saw Frisia, suspended in midair, from a distance. Ugh! Rothu stopped across from Frisia. Oh? Who are you? Earthlings? Frisia was slightly startled and glanced at Luo Zhu, but soon found Vegeta who followed behind. Isn't that Vegeta? He came too? Vegeta snorted coldly and did not speak. Dodoria has lost contact, you killed her, Vegeta. Frisia glanced at Vegeta. P.S. 5 more chapters in the morning. It won't be changed in the evening, it will be on the shelves tomorrow, and it will be released regularly at 0 o'clock. Chapter 070. Cut, that kind of waste, I'll destroy him with one hand. Vegeta said lightly. So, Vegeta, are you coming here now to challenge me? Frisia looked at Vegeta and asked. As for Luo Zhu, he thought it seemed to be Vegeta's new little brother. Frisia, you're less proud, I'll let you know what a Super Saiyan is in a moment. Vegeta snorted coldly. Hearing the 5 words Super Saiyan, Frisia's pupils shrank sharply, staring at Vegeta's body for a full 5 seconds, followed by laughter. Vegeta, there must be a limit to joking, Super Saiyan. Just you? After the words fell, more than a dozen aliens flew out of the spaceship, surrounding Luo Zhu and Vegeta in the middle. There are also many younger brothers on Frisia's side, about a dozen, and even Saab is among them. Frisia also sent a few younger brothers to look for the Dragon Balls before, but they all went and did not return, so Frisia never let the little brothers out until the probe was delivered. Kill them. Frisia smiled coldly, these 2 people are really not worth his own hands. I'll deal with Vegeta, and you guys will deal with that earthling. Saab immediately ordered. And after saying this, Saab is going to challenge Vegeta. Saab, you don't change your body. Frisia gave him a slanted look. Your Excellency Frisia. This, Saab was slightly stunned. Idiot, Doria was killed by Vegeta, you don't change your body, just used to find abuse. Frisia snorted coldly. Yes, Your Excellency Frisia, I was careless. Saab quickly apologized and admitted his mistake, and then transformed into a toad-like monster. At the same time, Sabo's breath also burst out madly. Feeling Sabo's breath, Vegeta's face became a little ugly. This guy. Vegeta's body trembled slightly. Vegeta, prepare to die. Saab let out a maniacal laugh and sped in the direction of Vegeta. It's just that Saab wants to attack Vegeta, and he just needs to pass by Luo Zhu's side. Luo Zhu stretched out his hand and intercepted Saab with his arm. Then, Luo Zhu's right hand flashed gorgeously. Boom! The energy light flame directly penetrated Saab's chest. Sabo's eyes widened, he never thought that he was so vulnerable in front of this person. Even Saab didn't know how he died. Boom! Luo Zhu slashed his hand in mid-air, and those little brothers of Frisia who surrounded him were also easily destroyed by him. Frisia's eyes widened. Vegeta was also a little stunned. However, Vegeta thought of Luo Zhu's powerful aura before, and it was really nothing to be able to destroy these little minions now. Not bad? You don't seem to be an earthling. Earthlings should not be up to your level. Frisia began to look squarely at Luo Zhu, but his eyes were still full of disdain. Luo Zhu didn't say nonsense, and directly burst out all the energy in his body. Ugh! Luo Zhu didn't mean to talk nonsense with Frisia Du at all, and stepped forward and aimed at Frisia's head, and there was already a light flame condensed in his hand. Before Frisia transformed, Luo Zhu wanted to destroy him directly, so as not to dream more at night. Looking at Luo Zhu, who suddenly appeared in front of him, aimed his hand at his head, and even had an energy flame flashing in his hand, Frisia suddenly felt the threat of death. Almost without the slightest hesitation, Frisia transformed and went directly from the first form to the fourth form. Boom! At this moment, the energy light flame in Luo Zhu's hand was also emitted at the same time. With an earth-shattering bang, half of the small planet was flattened by this powerful energy. A huge mushroom cloud rises into the sky. Wow! What? In the air, arcs flickered from time to time. This. What a destructive force this must be! Vegeta was stunned, but then reacted. At that moment just now, I seem to have seen a great change in Frisia's body. Could he transform? Luo Zhu's gaze was far-reaching, and the corners of his mouth hooked an arc. What Luo Zhu didn't expect was that Frisia's reaction speed was quite fast. Originally, Luo Zhu wanted to take advantage of Frisia's transformation before he directly destroyed him, but who knew that this product actually knew that there was danger, and at the moment of 1,000 shots, it turned into the fourth form, and quickly improved his combat effectiveness. Sure enough, Luo Zhu saw Frisia's figure gradually emerge in the next moment. Although Frisia transformed into the fourth form in the nick of time, he was still one step late. His body was scarred, and even one of his eyes was closed and injured. At the same time, in the big explosion just now, Frisia's tail was cut off, and blue blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. Bastard! Despicable guys! Frisia wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, his face gloomy and terrifying. When was the dignified Emperor Frisia bullied like this? And just now, Frisia knew very well that if he hadn't transformed in time, he might really die. Abominable! You dare to sneak up on me, Frisia? I, Frisia, want you to taste hell. Frisia's forehead was bruised and furious. And at the same time as saying this, the breath on Frisia's body continued to emerge outward. This, and this, Vegeta was dumbfounded when he felt Frisia's breath. It's terrifying. Is this what Frisia really strengths? Vegeta suddenly felt a sense of despair. Because Vegeta knew very well that this person named Luo Zhu was too different from Frisia in terms of aura intensity. Compared with others, Luo Zhu is not at all on a level. Distance. Nero and the others silently raised their heads and let go of the induction. What? Will Frisia transform? Nero's face changed color wildly. Unexpected. Elder Zinyo also looked calm, shaking his head and sighing. Lord Ancestor, I'm afraid it's less fierce. Nero's body trembled violently. Do we Nemesis really want to? This one called Frisia is a monster, and his energy is beyond our calculations. Elder Zeno said in a deep voice. The residence of the Great Elder. Great Elder, the situation is not good. That Frisia's aura is too powerful. Klin gritted his teeth. It's me who underestimated Frisia's strength. The Great Elder slowly closed his eyes. I hurt Lord Ancestor. He shouldn't have come to Namexen. Great Elder. I'll go help. Dandy clenched his fists. P.S. There is another one, coming soon. Please subscribe automatically. This book is about to be on the shelves, and friends who have not been added before will be added in the future. The next chapters will be wonderful, so be sure to tune in. Chapter 071. I'll go too. Although I know that my strength is of no use, I think I will definitely help. Klin said with a solemn expression. No need, as you said, it's useless to go, Frisia's strength exceeds our calculations. The great elder sighed, the most important thing now is that you immediately go to help Son Gohan find the Dragon Balls, and if you gather 7 Dragon Balls, you will quickly fulfill your wish. But the great elder, said Klin in a deep voice. Go ahead. The great elder waved his hand weakly, Dandy, you go too, you go and help. Great elder. Dandy couldn't bear to leave. No one expected this result, and we had to ask for blessings. The great elder smiled. Skies over the Frisia spaceship. Frisia looked at Luo Zhu with such a gloomy face, looking at this person who almost killed himself, there was already flames bursting out of his pupils. I won't kill you right away, you gave me a taste of the horror of death, and I, Frisia, will torture you little by little, and then unload you into pieces. Frisia darkened his face and stared at Luo Zhu viciously. At present, Frisia has already raised his combat effectiveness to a height of 60 million, which is much higher than Luo Zhu. Vegeta. Luo Zhu ignored Frisia, but turned his head to look at Vegeta. The so-called Super Saiyan transformation requires having a peaceful heart, and then... Boom! When Luo Zhu said this, suddenly, a golden lightning bolt fell from the sky and smashed directly on his body. Snap! Luo Zhu's hair stood tall, and his pupils turned turquoise. At the same time, Luo Zhu's body also had an extra layer of golden light flame. Vegeta was stunned at that time, and looked at Luo Zhu's peculiar changes with some confusion. Even Frisia was staring at Luo Zhu stunned at this time, and he was dumbfounded for a while. Then, through angry mood swings, you can transform into a Super Saiyan. Luo Zhu took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down, and explained to Vegeta flatly. As the strongest teacher in the universe, Luo Zhu himself has a peaceful heart, and at the same time, Luo Zhu also knows the secret of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Since Luo Zhu has a Saiyan heritage, it is really not a difficult thing for him to transform into a Super Saiyan. This. Super Saiyan? Vegeta suddenly came to his senses, looked at Luo Zhu and asked, You. Are you Saiyan? You can understand it that way. Luo Zhu smiled. Feeling his energy change, Luo Zhu was also very excited in his heart. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Luo Zhu's combat effectiveness increased from 9 million to 450 million. That's too much more than Frisia. Super Saiyan? Are you kidding? After a brief stunned, Frisia couldn't help but laugh. It's really laughing, you said you were a Super Saiyan? Why have I never heard of a Saiyan like you? Looking at Vegeta's appearance, it seems that there is no clan like you, right? Neera's sighed. After sensing the powerful aura that Luo Zhu suddenly ascended, everyone present was stunned. What happened to Lord Ancestor? Why did such a powerful aura erupt from his body? Lord Ancestor won't be in danger, right? No, Lord Ancestor's aura is very stable, and it has far surpassed Frisia. The residents of the Great Elder, Dandy and Klin, who were about to help, were also stunned. So strong. Cold sweat broke out on Klin's face. Unexpected. Unexpected, the Great Elder laughed after a brief shock. This. What's going on? Klin's face was full of doubts. No matter what, Lord Ancestor should have won an overwhelming victory. The Great Elder smiled with relief. Hey! Klin suddenly raised his head and swept outside. The Great Elder also opened his eyes, and his face became a little ugly. There is an extremely powerful aura coming from the other side of outer space, and this is trouble. The Great Elder said in a deep voice. Quickly inform Lord Ancestor. Klin hurriedly said. I'll try. The Great Elder closed his eyes and wanted to telepathically transmit a message to Luo Zhu. After a short silence, the Great Elder slowly shook his head. What's wrong? Great Elder? Klin asked. Lord Ancestor's energy is too powerful, and my telepathy was shielded by him. The Great Elder sighed. This is trouble. Klin clenched his fists. But I think Lord Ancestor should sense the existence of that powerful aura. The Great Elder guessed. Luo Xiu naturally sensed an extremely powerful aura, which was speeding towards Namex from the depths of space. The speed of this spacecraft is fast, and it is estimated that in less than a minute, the spacecraft will fall. Who will it be? Luo Xiu was a little curious, and he didn't know who would appear on that May nemesis at this point in time. Luo Xiu knew that of course it was not Sun Wukong. After all, Sun Wukong's strength was still far behind, and listening to Sun Wuhan, Wukong still had 3 days to reach Namex. Is it true? A figure appeared in Luo Xiu's mind. How? Super Saiyan? Why don't you talk? Frisia smiled coldly. Your brother is here. Luo Xiu said lightly. What? You said my brother is coming? What do you mean? Frisia was stunned for a moment. Your brother Gura, there are still about 50 seconds to descend on Namex. Luo Xiu looked calm. Oh? What is he here for? Frisia frowned. Of course I'm here to help you. Luo Xiu smiled lightly, however, before he came here, I'm afraid you were already a dead man. Phew. After Luo Xiu said this, his figure shook, turned into a golden light, and appeared directly opposite Frisia in an instant. Immediately afterwards, Luo Xiu held Frisia's head and smashed it heavily on the ground. Bang! The earth is cracked and spreads in all directions. At the same time, a huge hole appeared centered on Frisia's body. This shows how heavy Luo Xiu's blow is. Frisia, disappear! Luo Xiu did not show mercy to his subordinates, and lifted Frisia high with one hand. Boom! A golden energy flame flashed in Luo Xiu's hand, swallowing Frisia's body in an instant. With an earth-shattering loud noise, when he looked again, Frisia's head and most of his body were blown to pieces. A generation of cosmic emperors has fallen. Sun Gohan, immediately bring the Dragon Balls over there to Niru, summon the Divine Dragon, and fulfill your wish. Luo Xiu ordered to Sun Gohan, who appeared nearby. P.S. Ask for a tip before you put it on the shelf. Thank you Dragon Ball fans for your support, thank you for your tips, this book will be available soon. Now all the saved articles have been sent, and after they are on the shelf, up to 4 changes per day. Of course, the chapters will be more exciting after they are released, so please feel free to subscribe. Chapter 072 CT Sangtak Just now, when Luo Xiu and Frisia were fighting, Sun Gohan had already quietly come to this area through the Dragon Ball radar, because the remaining 6 Dragon Balls were near the spaceship. Yes. Sun Gohan nodded vigorously. Vegeta, you go too. Luo Xiu said to Vegeta again. Cut. Although Vegeta was humming, he did not object, and immediately went over with Sun Gohan to pick up the remaining 6 Dragon Balls. The two immediately turned into 2 streamers, and soon disappeared. Luo Xiu's expression was a little dignified, because he could sense that Gula's combat power was definitely above himself. In Luo Xiu's impression, Frisia's brother Gula has a combat power of about 470 million. And Luo Xiu has now become a Super Saiyan, which is 450 million combat power, which is 20 million less than Gula. Don't look at it, it's just 20 million less, this is the 20 million that determines the victory or defeat. You must know that in the original work, after Sun Wukong became a Super Saiyan, he had 30 million more than Frisia, and he could bring Frisia's tormented death to life. Beep, congratulations to the host for completing the cultivation mission, successfully protecting the surviving Namex and killing the Universe Emperor Frisia. At this moment, the sound of the system suddenly sounded. System, what about skill books? Luo Xiu's heart moved. This is the completion of the task? Beep, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Freedom Extreme Skill Fragment Agility, Small, The sound of the system sounded again. After the sound of the system fell, Luo Zhu saw that a card the size of a business card was born in his mind, all black, with 4 big characters engraved on it, and at the bottom of these 4 big characters, there were also 3 words: agile, small. Luo Zhu knows that according to the latest Dragon Ball Super manga description, in the original Japanese text, Ves and Beerus have always said that the freedom is a skill, not a skill, because it is a comprehension of a skill in their own realm, so it is more accurate to translate it into the freedom of the extreme. What? Rossius wondered. How can you still be comfortable with the extreme fragments? Agile? Small? What is this? System, you came out and said, how many meanings are this? Luo Zhu hurriedly asked the system. Different from the previous combat method that relies on perception chi, freedom relies on all parts of the body to automatically carry out conditioned attacks and defenses, without the command of the brain, and accelerates the reaction speed and movement speed. The system gives an explanation. I know what freedom means, and what I have to ask is, how do you explain this fragment? Luo Zhu asked angrily. The prerequisite for perfect freedom is agility, deep strength, and strong defense. The system explains, the free polar fragments are divided into 3 types, strength, agility, and defense, and after all 3 fragments are collected, the host can perfectly grasp the free polarity. As long as you collect 3 kinds of fragments, you can perfectly grasp the ultimate intention. After Luo Zhu heard this, he was pleasantly surprised in his heart. How many meanings does agility mean? These pieces are not so easy to collect. 10 agility is small, you can complete the cultivation of agility, so that your speed reaches the extreme. The system replied. System. You are too pitted, you can't allow the task, you just send me away from a comfortable and agile child. Luo Zhu was unhappy, in other words, I don't want this fragment now, right? The host can learn to be agile and increase its speed. The return of the system machinery. Oh? Fragments can also be learned? Isn't it enough to make up 10 agile children to learn together? Luo Zhu was slightly startled. Yes, fragments can be learned. Fragments can learn? Luo Zhu did not hesitate and directly learned this small fragment of extreme agility. The way to learn is very simple. As long as you silently recite the words on the card in your mouth, you can automatically learn. After learning the small fragments of agility, Luo Zhu obviously felt that his speed and reaction ability had been greatly improved, at least more than 10 times that of before. Luo Zhu tried flying 100 meters. In the blink of an eye, Luo Zhu appeared 100 meters away, and the speed was so fast that he was a little uncomfortable. Just a small fragment that is extremely agile can increase the speed by more than 10 times. If you learn 10 agile fragments, what speed must be reached? 10 times. What is this concept? Even if Luo Zhu transforms into the 2nd tier of Super Saiyan, it is very remarkable that his speed can be increased by 2. Ugh! At this moment, Luo Zhu raised his head and saw the figure of Gula floating nearby. The scene is a mess. Frisia's spaceship has destroyed more than half, and Frisia is only half of his body left. Gula looked around, his voice was a little gloomy, and then looked up at Luo Zhu. You killed Frisia, right? The guy with a golden glow all over his body. It's me. Luo Zhu said lightly. Frisia is my younger brother, and although I don't like this guy very much, what I didn't expect was that you could actually kill him. Gula stared at Luo Zhu with a cold face, and squinted his eyes and asked, What's your name? Luo Zhu. Luo Zhu? You are the strongest teacher Luo Zhu who advertises around? Gula was stunned for a moment and took a deep look at Luo Zhu. You claim to be the strongest teacher in the universe. Originally I wanted to go to your planet to visit you, but I didn't expect you to appear on Namex, and killed Frisia. Are you here to avenge Frisia? Luo Zhu asked lightly. There is no talk of revenge. Gula snorted coldly, his body quickly changed, and he directly transformed into the 5th form, and then smiled coldly. However, our frozen demon clan died in your hands, and I have to calculate this account well. So, or do you want revenge? Luo Xiu looked indifferent. Beep, does the host continue to accept cultivation tasks? The sound of the system sounded. What task? Luo Xiu asked. Continue to protect the surviving nemesis, earthlings, and scions, protect the nemesis from devastating blows, and defeat Gura. System, your task. Just let me defeat Gula, always let me protect this and protect that. Luo Xiu was speechless for a while. The host is the teacher, and upholding justice and spreading positive energy is the mission of the host. What you said is so reasonable, I was speechless. Accept the task. Luo Xiu did not object, and asked, after this task is completed, can I get a free extreme fragment pool again? Skill books are randomly selected. You can always talk to death. Luo Xiu shook his head. However, since Luo Xiu is now on the Namex and has a strong enemy Gula attacking, he doesn't mind helping the Namex get through the difficulties. In any case, it was also many Nemesis people who had assimilated their own energy to Luo Xiu to make Luo Xiu have his current achievements. I don't know how high the sky is and the earth is thick, I will let the insight today, who is the first in the universe. Gula snorted coldly, and a bright red flame of light in his hand shot towards Luo Xiu's side. Phew! The bright red light flame was super fast, and it appeared in front of Luo Xiu almost in the blink of an eye. Underscore. Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Chapter 073. CT Sang Tak Viet.tk. Luo Xiu's pupils shrank. It seemed that he really had a difference of 20 million combat power with Gula, and simply Gula's casual blow made Luo Xiu have a sense of crisis. Ugh! However, after Luo Xiu learned to be extremely agile fragments, he was not slow in speed. Looking at the rapid red light flame, Luo Xiu's figure shook, and he actually dodged it easily. Oh! I'm impressed by your speed. Gula was stunned slightly, smiled coldly, and the bright red flames of light in his hand continued to shoot out, roaring towards Luo Xiu's place. Whoops! Luo Xiu's current speed is 10 times that of the original, which is simply incomparable. I saw Luo Xiu's figure as if it had appeared a phantom, dodging in the red flame of light of Gula. Gula shot out more than a dozen flames of light, all of which were easily dodged by Luo Xiu. Gula looked at Luo Xiu dumbfounded, and was speechless for a while. Too fast. To Gula's feeling, Luo Xiu's speed was really too fast, so fast that he didn't even see how Luo Xiu dodged over. In the distance, the residence of the Great Elder. The battle has begun. Klin said quietly. Judging from the breath of the two, that person in 480 is a little stronger than Lord Ancestor. The Great Elder sighed. Great Elder, what should I do? If this continues, I am afraid that Lord Ancestor will be in danger. Dandy clenched his tiny fists. Dandy, calm down, Lord Ancestor will definitely resolve the crisis. Although the Great Elder said this, his heart was bottomless. The gap at this level is really not so easy to make up. Unless, Lord Ancestor transforms again. However, can Lord Ancestor change again? The Great Elder felt that it was unlikely. Dandy, you go and help Lord Ancestor, you can treat him. The Great Elder glanced at Dandy. Yes, Great Elder, I'll go. Dandy nodded slightly. Come here, Dandy. The Great Elder greeted Dandy. Dandy came to the Great Elder's side and stood up. Ugh! The Great Elder pressed his hand on Dandy's head, and an invisible energy fell. Ah! My body, Dandy was stunned. Dandy, this is a little divine power that I just recovered, I have already tapped out all your potential energy, you should quickly fly over to assist Lord Ancestor. The Great Elder said in a deep voice, but Dandy, you remember, to protect yourself, if you treat it once, I am afraid that the other party will find out. I understand. Dandy nodded. I'll help too. Klin clenched his fists. Go, Earthlings! The great elder nodded. The two immediately rose into the sky and swept towards the direction of Luo Xiu's battle. Another place, the mountain where Niru and the others were. That powerful breath! V. Sun Gohan was so frightened that his whole body trembled. It seems to be Frisia's brother Gura. Niru's face was also not very good looking. Frisia has a brother. After hearing this, his face turned pale. This is trouble, his aura has surpassed that of the ancestor. You're right. I'm afraid that this battle will be very unfavorable to Lord Ancestor. Niru shook his head. Now that the Dragon Balls have been assembled, let's quickly summon the Divine Dragon and grant all your wishes, right? Elder Zeno suggested. Sun Gohan and Bulma nodded their heads one after another. Shenlong, come out and fulfill our wishes. Bulma shouted at the 7 Dragon Balls placed on the ground. The 7 Dragon Balls did not react in the slightest. Niru. Elder Zeno. Sun Gohan. Bulma. Vegeta, what? It turns out that a simple 7 Dragon Balls can't fulfill wishes? I was so naive. What's going on? Why is there no response? Cold sweat broke out on Bulma's pretty face. To summon the Divine Dragon, you need to use the Namex language. Niru sneered. Why didn't you say it earlier? Bulma drank angrily. Niru. Elder Zeno immediately stopped talking nonsense, and directly summoned the Divine Dragon in the Namex language. Hurrah! Golden flames of light flashed above the 7 Dragon Balls, and between the whiskers, a golden pillar of light rose up into the sky and rushed straight into the sky. The next moment, the golden pillar of light turned into a chubby green dragon, suspended high in the sky. The sky also suddenly darkened at this moment. Gather the people of Dragon Ball, say your wishes, I can grant any 3 wishes. The voice of the Divine Dragon Polenga came down. Hey? Can 3 wishes be fulfilled? Bulma was pleasantly surprised. Great, 3 wishes. Sun Gohan also nodded vigorously, excited. Earthlings, hurry up and make a wish. Elder Zeno smiled. Vegeta hesitated, but after all, did not say what he wanted. Please revive those killed by the Scion and his accomplices. Bulma thought about it and said her wish. Polenga. Shenlong, what's wrong? Bulma was puzzled. The Divine Dragon can only resurrect 1 person at a time. Elder Zeno was also speechless for a while. Hey? Can only resurrect 1 person at a time? That's too critical, isn't it? Bulma was speechless, and then asked Sun Gohan, what to do? Only 1 person can be resurrected, who is better to resurrect first? This, Sun Gohan's age is still young after all, and he is at a loss for a while. Hurrah! Gula launched a 3rd round of attacks against Luo Xiu, and a series of fierce flames of light shot towards Luo Xiu again. However, Luo Xiu's speed was too crazy, and he easily dodged away. Abominable fellow! Gula's forehead was bruised and his face flashed with anger. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and all around was pitch black. Gula was stunned for a moment, looking around and muttering to himself, is it nightfall? Impossible! This planet has 3 suns, and there is no nightfall. The next moment, Gula glanced at it and saw a green flame of light flickering in a distant location. Is that the Dragon Ball that Frisia Kid is looking for? Gura's eyes widened. Luo Xiu also swept towards that side. Immediately afterwards, Luo Xiu saw Gula turn into a white glow and quickly swept towards the direction of the Dragon Ball. However, Luo Xiu's speed was faster, and he appeared behind Gula in a flash, and bombarded Gula with a heavy punch. Boom! Gura's body was like a cannonball, smashing on the ground of Namex. Luo Xiu took advantage of this time and flew towards the direction where Sun Wuhan and the others were. Luo Xiu's speed was too fast, and in less than a minute, he already appeared above Sun Wuhan and the others. Lord Ancestor! It's Lord Ancestor! Have all wishes come true? Luo Xiu asked. _ To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please follow. Chapter 074. CT Sangtak Lord Ancestor, only one wish has been fulfilled. Niru said respectfully, this wish is to resurrect the nemesis of the earth Vic. The second wish was to let Vic come to Namek, so that the ancestor could assimilate his energy. No need, the second wish, let everyone except me and Gula transfer to earth, and the third wish, you can see and do. Luo Xiu ordered lightly. In the battle with Gula just now, although Luo Xiu was weaker than Gula in energy, he was fast. Now Luo Xiu is most worried about the safety of these Namex and Sun Gohan and Bulma. In case Gula does something to them, it will be difficult to protect them. If one of them died, Luo Xiu's mission would be considered a failure. As long as he let the divine dragon Borenga transfer them away, Luo Xiu can let go and do something. Of course, Luo Xiu still has to find a way to protect Namex from the fatal blow to the planet. And let Vic come over. With big character, he may not be willing to provide his own energy to Luo Xiu, and it will take a lot of speech. But, Lord Ancestor, why don't we go to Earth together? Elder Zeno suggested. There is no need, I will stay and defeat Gura. Luo Xiu's expression was flat, since you have given me all the energy, I will definitely not let you down, hurry up, Gula come over immediately. Nero no longer hesitated, and immediately made a second wish to the dragon. Phew! However, at this moment, a bright red flame of light rushed towards Nero. Poof! The bright red flame of light penetrated Nero's chest on the spot, leaving a blue bloodstain. Gee, I'm sorry, I accidentally killed a nemesis. Gula smiled, with a smile on his face. Nero. Elder Zeno hurriedly stepped forward to help Nero. It's just that Elder Zeno is also in a weak period now, and he used to help Nero, but he was pressed to the ground on the spot by Nero. Then the Mexian people can't be so weak, so to speak, they gave you all their energy, right? Otherwise, you also want to defeat Frisia? Gula saw what was coming, and said to Luo Xiu with a black face. Treat Nero. Luo Xiu's face sank, and he found that Niluo's vitality was about to come to an end, and he couldn't help but change color on his face. Just now, the distance between Luo Xiu and Nero was relatively far, otherwise, with Luo Xiu's speed, he could really save Nero. After Luo Xiu said this, he turned into a golden light, quickly appeared at Gula's side, and launched a fierce attack on him. Bang bang! Gula was left with only a defensive share, and there was no way to parry. After all, Luo Xiu's speed was too fast, so fast that Gula could only protect his head and let Luo Xiu beat him. It's just that it is not so easy for Luo Xiu to kill Gula, after all, he and the other party have a difference of 20 million combat strength. Moreover, Luo Xiu also had to ensure that the others present were not harmed. What are you doing standing silly? Hurry up and make a wish. Luo Xiu turned his head and found that everyone present was looking at him with a stunned expression, and couldn't help but shout. Enough! Gulachan burst into a shout, white light bloomed on his body, and a protective shield intercepted Luo Xiu's attack. If I want to leave this planet, I won't succeed. Gula sneered, and while saying this, a planet destruction bomb was also condensed in his hands. The faces of everyone present changed. For a while, the Namex who planned to go over and make a wish was stunned. Luo Xiu, aren't you fast? Now, I destroy the planet, I see how you still hide. Gula laughed. And after saying this, as soon as Gula threw his hand, he was about to smash the planet destruction bomb. Lord Ancestor, let's leave this planet together. Elder Zeno asked loudly. In fact, it was not the Namex and Bulma who were present who reacted slowly, but Gula was too strong, and they felt that Luo Xiu was not necessarily Gula's opponent. But Luo Zhu spoke, asking Shenlong to leave him behind, and the rest of the people were transferred to earth. However, just now, the discerning person has already seen that Luo Zhu may not be able to defeat Gula, leaving him behind. If the planet is not destroyed, he will have to follow it. Therefore, everyone had to ask Luo Zhu's opinion first, and wanted to bring him to earth together. I said, I'll stay. Luo Zhu shouted. Are you kidding? If you leave Namex and go to earth now, the mission will not be completed. As long as these towing oil bottles are transferred, Luo Zhu can let go of his hands and feet to fight. 0. Ask for flowers. After all, to protect these people now, Luo Zhu had to pay attention to a lot of problems and could not be distracted. Polenga, please transfer everyone except Luo Zhu and Gura. A Namex man stepped forward to make a wish to the dragon in Namesing language. Phew! At this moment, a bright red flame of light in Gura's hand shot straight in the direction of this nemesis man. Ugh! Luo Zhu already had a precaution this time. Looking at the rapid coming light flame, he appeared next to the nemesis in an instant, sweeping him aside. Boom! The bright red flame of light in Gula's hand bombarded the ground on the spot, leaving a black hole in the earth. There was green smoke on the cave, which looked terrifying. 0. Thank you, Lord Ancestor, thank you, Lord Ancestor. That nemesis quickly thanked him. Humph, want to make a wish? Gula sneered, you guys don't speak as fast as my death ray. All the nemesis were silent. Gula was right, the speed of their speech was really not comparable to Gula's death ray. Today, no one wants to leave. Gula snorted coldly, flicked his hand, and the planet destruction bomb in his hand had expanded to 50 meters in diameter, and it rolled downward. Luo Zhu's face sank, and he couldn't care about anything in a hurry. Ugh! Luo Zhu's figure shook and appeared directly below the star destruction bomb. Qigong wave! Luo Zhu's hands shot out a huge energy flame of light, and bombarded the planet destruction bomb. Boom! Two different energies met in mid-air, creating amazing sparks. When he looked at it again, the star destruction bomb was also abruptly changed by Luo Zhu's energy light flame, and slowly flew towards Gula's position. Hehe, you cannot be small. Gula sneered, aimed his hands at the planet destruction bomb, and burst into laughter. Ugh! The star destruction bomb also immediately rolled down again under the action of Gura's energy. Go and die! Gula looked hideous. P.S. Unlike the previous books, this one has not been saved, and the saved manuscripts have been sent to the ad. So it's even less explosive on the shelves. Wide. _ Philo reminds you, 3 things to read. Chapter 075. CT Sangtak Viet.tk. Luo Zhu bloomed the energy in his body, almost output the energy to the maximum state, and bombarded the planet destruction bomb. It's just that Luo Zhu's energy is weaker than Gula after all. The planet destruction bomb is falling towards the surface of the planet little by little. You're finished, no one wants to run today. Gula laughed, already seeing the dawn of victory. Bang! At this moment, a flame of energy light streaked across the night sky and bombarded Gula's back on the spot. What? Gula hissed and turned to look back. It was none other than Vegeta who attacked Gura. Vegeta! I remember you! Gula croaked. However, just like that, it also bought Luo Zhu a little time and increased the output of energy. In an instant, the planet's destruction bomb swept upwards again. 480. What are you still stunned for? Don't hurry up and fulfill your wishes yet. Vegeta shouted angrily. Yes. The nemesis hurriedly answered. Boranga, please transfer everyone except Luo Zhu and Gula to earth. A nemesis hurriedly stepped forward and took advantage of this opportunity to quickly make a wish to the dragon. Find death. Gula was furious, and the death ray also shot towards the other party at a rapid speed. However, Luo Zhu's speed was faster, and he quickly appeared in front of the death ray, and slapped it over. Bang! With a muffled sound, the death ray also changed direction. Yes, let these two people stay, and the rest go to Earth. Polenga nodded, and the red light flashed in his eyes. Ugh! All the nemesis present, as well as the figures of Vegeta, Bulma, Son Gohan and others became illusory. Not good. Gura's face changed color. Then, Gula saw that everyone except Luojiu disappeared all of a sudden. The scene became extremely quiet. Even the divine dragon Polenga disappeared with him. The sky also immediately returned to light. Humph! Don't be proud first. Gula's forehead burst out, and he looked at Luojiu angrily. When I destroy you, I will personally go to the earth to destroy these miscellaneous things. Boom! Just after Gula finished saying this, the star destruction bomb finally could not withstand the long-term blow, and the ground expanded several times, blooming a dazzling flame of light. With an earth-shattering bang, the star destruction bomb exploded. The vast and endless breath, like a 9-day storm, swept the entire name scene. The whole planet also shook violently, and the earth cracked in all directions as if it were an earthquake. Luojiu's speed was fast, coupled with his amazing strength. This level of explosion was nothing, and he was not injured because of it. Attention, attention, that mising degree reaches 45%. Attention, attention, the damage degree of that mising reaches 45. The alarm of the system suddenly sounded. 45%? How many tasks are considered failures? Luojiu's heart sank. The planet is damaged to 100% mission failure. The return of the system machinery. Your sister, Luojiu's face suddenly became less calm. But at the same time, Luojiu was secretly rejoicing. If the divine dragon had taken another step to transfer people away just now, Luojiu believed that the explosion just now would have shocked all the nemesis present to death. I'm afraid that except for Vegeta and Son Gohan who barely survived, the rest of them will die. At that time, Luojiu's task would be completely ruined. Bastard! At this time, Luojiu saw that Gula's figure had already emerged. He had just been relatively close to the star destruction bomb, plus it was located above the destruction bomb, and he was just swept in by the big explosion. Although Gula was not fatally injured, he was also blown up to ashes. Gula was stunned and angry. Unforgivable! Unforgivable! Gula shouted angrily. Luojiu smiled, and his figure appeared behind Gula. Bang bang! Luojiu launched a fierce attack on Gula. Luojiu was originally far ahead of Gula in terms of speed, and now that Gula was injured by the big explosion, he was even more defenseless. For a time, Gula was beaten by Luojiu to cry and wail repeatedly. Wow, whoa! Gula couldn't dodge Luojiu's fist at all, and in desperation, a powerful protective shield broke out again, resisting Luojiu's attack. Go and die! The moment Gula burst out of the protective shield, he sharply aimed his hand at Luojiu's chest. Zero. Phew! A red flame of light slammed towards Luojiu. Luojiu's eyes were cold, and his figure flashed to the side. Boom! However, the red flame of light bombarded the ground of Namex on the spot. An earth-shattering loud noise made the entire nemesis tremble violently. Attention, attention, the damage degree of that messes is 49%. Attention, attention, the damage degree of that messes is 49%. Luojiu's face changed color. I'll go, if I go forward according to this, the planet will be beaten by Gula again, and my mission will be completely ruined. The speed is good, but unfortunately, in addition to your speed, you are much worse than me in terms of energy. Gula sneered, directly propped up the protective shield, and quickly swept towards Luojiu. Bang bang! Gula launched a fierce attack on Luojiu. It's just that no matter how hard Gula tries, he didn't even touch Luojiu's clothes. 3 minutes later. Haha! Gula was panting, an endless coldness appeared in his eyes. Earth. Dandy quickly finished treating Niru and pulled Niru back from the brink of death. Great Elder! It's the Great Elder! Many people also saw the Great Elder at this time, and they all gathered around. Guys, I already know about 5.4. The Great Elder sighed with emotion. Less than an hour has passed since Lord Ancestor came to Namex, and the number of things that happened during this period has exceeded all of us. Many nemesis are also silent. Right now, our Ancestor Lord is fighting with the Universe Emperor's brother Gula, and all we can do is pray for his victory. The Great Elder said. Che, with this time, it's better to do something practical. Vegeta snorted coldly. What practical thing? Klin asked. Isn't there another wish? Quickly summon the Divine Dragon, in case he encounters any trouble, there is a complete solution. Vegeta hummed. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Vegeta silently. How? What are your eyes? Vegeta said coldly. _To see the ununderlined version of the novel, please follow.